Chapter 461. There was a reason why Shuizhong was stunned. To him, the village chief was definitely an expert who lived here in seclusion and lived like a normal person. But now that senior said that they were protected by the god, how could he accept that? Damn! What was going on? The village chief saw his confusion and smiled warmly. He pointed at the statue in the village. That is the god in our hearts, the darkness chief god. Our village worships him for generations to allow our village to have good weather. No, the chief god said that in the future, this isn't a village but a city of darkness. Shuizhong wanted to see if there was anything wrong with the other party's expression. But regretfully, the village chief's expression was like that of a crazy believer, and one couldn't tell that he was faking it at all. Shui Jinru said, "Chief, last night we were chased. Who knows where those people went?" The village chief said, "Those people have left this place according to the will of the god and won't appear again. Don't worry, although we won't be able to give you a luxurious life in Darkness City, we can ensure your safety. It is late and I have to get back to work. If you have nothing to do, you can go take a look. This place isn't big and there aren't many villagers, but they are all friendly and there won't be any danger." After saying this, the village chief smiled and walked into the distance. After the village chief left, Shui Jinru was shocked. "Father, this place is so weird. Do you think it is safe for us to stay here?" "Hayes, although this place is weird, at least it is safe. If he really wanted to harm us, he wouldn't have healed us and we could only stay here," Shuizhong said. He then thought about something and said with a vicious expression, "Those damn alliance." He could only say some vicious words. As for the rest, he didn't know what to say. There were some things that they couldn't go against. The old servant who had been staying by his side said, "Master, since we can meet a hidden expert here, it means that there is a chance placed in front of us. If Miss can take him as her master, she will definitely be able to revive the family in the future. Even if it's to avenge the madams, it won't be a problem." Speaking of the madams, Shuizhong's heart hurt. Only the few of them escaped from the Shui family. The others all died at the hands of the alliance. However, he was right. This was indeed an opportunity. "Daughter, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you can take him as your master, the future of the Shui family will be rewritten," Shuizhong said. Shui Jinru was troubled. "Father, that senior said that he was the village chief. It would be difficult for me to take him as my master." "No matter how difficult it is, we have to try. Let's take a look at the environment first." "Father will deal with it at night," Shuizhong said. He would not give up this chance. If he missed it, it would no longer exist. The Shui family old servant was really strong, but he was only at God Essence realm. But in the hands of the alliance, he couldn't even take one strike and one of his arms was sliced off. Subsequently, they walked around the village, looking at the environment and the situation around them. The villagers were simple and honest. When they saw them, they smiled. Shui Jinru looked into the distance. There were two kids playing there, innocent and carefree. It had to be said that this place was indeed a paradise, and it was very difficult to be discovered. Suddenly, she saw the kite in the kid's hands fly into the sky. The kid wanted to grab it, but as it was too high, he couldn't. He was so anxious that he spun around on the spot. She wanted to help, but instantly, she saw a woman carrying a basket back. When she saw the kite in the sky, she floated up and took it down. Shui Jinru looked on in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes like she had seen wrongly. What was going on? That was a seemingly normal woman, but why did it feel like she was flying? That night, Shuizhong and the others came to the chief's house and knocked on the door. "Senior, are you asleep?" Very quickly, the door opened from the inside. The chief asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" He felt that these outsiders who were saved were really weird. When they saw him, they called him senior. But he was just a normal villager. Although he was the chief, he wasn't a senior. "Senior, if you are not busy, can you let us in?" Shuizhong asked. No, come in." The chief was really confused. He really didn't understand what was going on, and didn't know what was going on. The decorations in the house were really simple, and one couldn't see the elegance of an expert at all. There were even farming tools placed at the corner. Things like chessboards, tea sets, books, etc. There were no hidden items that an expert should have. Shuizhong didn't care about that. Instead, because of that, he was even more certain of his thoughts. The person in front of him was definitely an expert. He was also an expert amongst experts. It was obvious that he gave up everything in the past to live here. They were lucky to meet such an expert. If his daughter could become his disciple, she would definitely be able to revive the Shui family. Putong. Putong. The chief was prepared to pour tea for the few guests. When he heard that sound, he turned his head. When he saw the guests kneeling on the ground, he was terrified. He hurriedly helped them up. What are you all doing? Get up, get up. He was just the village chief of an ordinary village. He was really just an ordinary person. Now that a group of guests were kneeling down, the village chief, who was already old and had never seen the world, was shocked. Shuizhong insisted on kneeling on the ground. Senior, can you listen to me? The chief felt that if he didn't speak, he might really kneel for a long time. Speak. Shuizhong didn't hide anything and told him about their background. For example, they faced the alliance and many of their people died. Only they were alive and their families fought to the death to protect them. The chief was really kind, and when he heard that, he was so touched that he cried. They lived here and didn't fight with the rest of the world. If not for the protection of the gods, the entire village would have died. This was why he could understand how he felt. Shuizhong saw Senior cry and thought that Senior was definitely a sentimental person. Senior, this is my daughter. I don't have any other intentions. I just hope that Senior can take my Shui family into account and take her as a disciple and teach her the martial path. In the future, if there is a chance, she can also revive the family. Shuizhong's expression was emotional as he kowtowed and shouted. The chief didn't know what to do. Take in a disciple? What did that mean? Guys, I am really just a normal villager and not the senior that all of you call me. All of you please get up. The chief said. Shuizhong shook his head. Senior, if you don't agree, we will kneel and not get up. Please save our Shui family and give us one last bit of hope. The chief exclaimed, it isn't that I don't want to agree, but I am really just a normal villager, and not the senior that all of you call me. You want this girl to be my disciple, but I have nothing to teach her. The situation now was a little complicated. The chief wasn't lying. He was really just a normal villager. Shuizhong and the others weren't wrong. The chief was a really strong expert. Senior, I know that an expert like you won't casually take in disciples, but you can test her. Shuizhong felt that it was really difficult to take an expert as a disciple. But he believed that sincerity could move metal and stone. As long as he was determined, he would be able to move him. Senior, it is late, so we won't disturb your rest. Shuizhong knew his limits. It was already late at night, and even if he wanted to take him as a disciple, he had to let him rest. If he made him unhappy, then it wouldn't be worth it. The chief looked at Shuizhong and the others with a stunned expression. His words were still the same. I am really just a normal person and not the senior that all of you call me. Even if he took her as a disciple, he didn't know what he could teach her. Of course, he could tell her the secrets of farming. Senior, rest early. Sorry for disturbing you, Shuizhong said and then closed the door for him. Outside, a cold wind blew. Shuizhong said, daughter, this matter isn't so easy, but you have to hold on. It is hard to meet an expert, and if you meet one, you have to grab the chance. If you miss it, you will really miss it and there won't be another chance in the future. Shui Jinru nodded. Father, I understand. She knew what kind of burden she had on her. She was the only young person alive in the Shui family, so all the pressure was on her. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Kneel at his door and let him know your determination. If 1 day isn't enough, then 2. If 2 days aren't enough, then kneel until he takes you in as a disciple. I believe that you will be able to move him. Shuizhong said firmly. It was tough to find a master, but it was even tougher to find a hidden expert. It definitely wasn't easy. Shui Jinru nodded her head. She knew that this was the only chance, so without her father telling her, she knew what to do. As for Shuizhong and the others, naturally they went back to sleep. They were too practical and made one feel helpless. The next day, the chief woke up early. When he opened the door and saw someone kneeling outside, he was shocked. Why was there someone kneeling there for no reason? The chief explained to her, but no matter how he explained, she didn't believe him. He didn't know what to say. Shui Jinru was sure that this was a test for her. If she couldn't even pass such a small test, how could she have the right to become his disciple? Every morning, The chief would bring the villagers to kneel in front of the statue and pray. If Lin Fan was here, he would be able to see endless faith flowing towards the depths of the void like a galaxy. Shuozhong knew that his daughter had knelt there for an entire night, but Senior didn't agree. He knew that things weren't so simple. He had to continue working hard. But he was confused. Who was the statue that Senior was kneeling to? Did it represent something? Old Master, this is a long-term thing for Little Mississippi. To move him, she has to show her sincerity. The old servant said. How could Shuozhong not understand? He nodded his head. I believe my daughter. Many outsiders came to the village. To the villagers, there weren't many changes and it was still the same as usual. After a long while, a day of praying and worshipping ended. The chief carried his hoe and headed to the fields. Since the god came, the chief felt like his body was much stronger. He could jump really high and fly in the sky. The last time he waved his hoe, a piece of land disappeared in front of his eyes. He knew that this was the power that the god gave him, so he was careful and didn't dare to cause too much commotion. In the fields, the chief waved his hoe and did the work that he had to do every day. He was used to it, and if he didn't do it for a day, he would feel really uncomfortable. Xue Jinru looked on without blinking. She hoped that she could comprehend some top cultivation techniques from Senior's waving of the hoe. She knew many stories. For example, when Senior wanted to teach her skills, he wouldn't say it. He would just do some normal actions, but no one knew that there was a shocking technique hidden within. Shuozhong and the others didn't disturb Senior and just looked on. After a long while, there was a loud explosion. The ground seemed to be shaking. A black shadow struck from afar. Shuozhong and the others were really wary and thought that it was someone from the alliance. But shortly after, a voice spread from afar. Hello, village chief. In their eyes, the huge black shadow was actually a villager carrying a huge rock. He was running towards them as if he was flying. What are you doing? The chief asked. Village chief, I am prepared to use this stone to carve some statues. The guy smiled. He didn't feel how heavy the stone was at all. It was as if he was carrying nothing at all. Shuozhong's eyes opened wide as he looked at those scenes. This guy was really young, but he had such strength. He wanted to shout out loud. Senior, you said that you didn't know how to teach disciples. Otherwise, how would you explain this? At that moment, the village chief's position in their hearts rose to a certain level. If they thought that the village chief was an expert who hid from the world, then now he was an expert amongst experts. Xue family servant was shocked. Village chief, this young man's cultivation has probably reached 5-element realm. What? Shuozhong's eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. 5-element realm? What kind of realm was that? What kind of shocking cultivation was that? Most importantly, he was still very young. To be able to reach such a level of cultivation at such a young age was simply unheard of and unseen. Daughter, you have to hold on. Xue family's future really depends on you. Shuozhong only had one thought in his heart, which was to make him his master. The chance to become a phoenix was right in front of his eyes. Noon. The village chief carried his hoe and walked towards the village. He looked at the guests and opened his mouth. I know what all of you are thinking. Forget it, I shall tell all of you. I didn't cultivate my strength, but it was given to me by the god. The other people in the village are the same. The village chief thought about it for an entire morning and finally understood. He knelt in front of him and wanted to be his master because he wanted to obtain such strength. Since that was the case, then why not spread the news about the god? Shuozhong listened on. He looked like he was serious, but in his heart, he didn't believe what Senior said. The village chief didn't care about all that and continued. Follow me. Let me introduce all of you. Village. This is the god that our village worships for generations, the darkness chief god. It has been a long time since the last time he appeared. For us to have such strength is because we believe in the god. The god gave us strength so that we can have a better life. Shuozhong looked at the chief and then at the statue. He then said with a troubled expression, Senior, this, even if the chief said that, he still didn't believe it. Who was he lying to? One could obtain such terrifying strength just by believing in this so-called god. Why hadn't anyone said that before? It was fake, it had to be fake. Such a thing couldn't have happened. The chief looked at the statue in respect and said, I know that all of you don't believe me, but you can ask the others in the village. They will tell you the same thing. If you want to obtain strength, you can let go of everything and believe in the darkness chief god. When you are loyal to a certain level, the god will give you strength. Shuezhong. Shui family old servant. As for Shui Jinru, she was totally stunned by the chief's words. But in the end they still looked towards the statue. Then they looked towards the chief like they were communicating with each other. Really? It was definitely true. Okay, I believe you. Don't lie to us. Maybe Shuezhong really believed him because he felt that the chief didn't seem like he was lying. Martial Path Mountain. I didn't expect that outsiders would come to the village. Interesting. Lin Fan knew what happened with the chief. As long as he had faith, there was nothing he didn't know. But what nearly made Lin Fan laugh to death was that these people actually treated the chief as a senior and wanted to be his disciple. One had to say that these people really had their own thoughts. Hey's life is really interesting. Lin Fan had already raised the limits of what young people could achieve by far too much. In the past, those who could reach Grandmaster realm at 20 could be said to be geniuses among geniuses. Now, not to mention Grandmaster, even 5-element realm was normal. As for Dao realm, one day in the future it would be really normal. To raise the level to a certain level alone, how were the geniuses of the top sects supposed to survive? They basically didn't need to. They could just shout 666 from the side. The chief god system was decent and it was the best way to create experts. As long as he continued to increase his strength, then the people who believed in him would also reach a terrifying level. That was strength that others might not even be able to obtain even if they risked their lives. Today, Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to expand his territory. He was prepared to head to the 4 alliances to take a look. He didn't know how they were fighting and whether or not they were fighting with their lives on the line. The key was that he needed rage points to raise his cultivation. Dao Realm Stage 3 was strong enough. However, what he wanted was to crush his opponent, not to be evenly matched with his opponent. In his opinion, that would be embarrassing enough. Chapter 462. Young Master Lin, you can't do that. The 4 alliances are in chaos and there are many battles. Moreover, you are wanted by the 4 alliances. If you head over, won't you just be jumping into a trap? Zhu Shen felt that young Master Lin was really bold. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan why he was so outstanding but didn't break his back. Lin Fan said calmly, "Who said that I am jumping into a trap? You should say that I am adding oil to the fire and helping them to make the war even more intense." That was what he was really thinking. Zhu Shen didn't agree with young Master Lin's choice, but there was nothing he could do. From the start till now, he wanted to ask young Master Lin if he had listened to his suggestions at all. No, he definitely hadn't. If he had listened to it once, he would have been so grateful that he would have teared up. Lin Fan didn't say much to Zhu Shen. Although Zhu Shen was known as the top blade of the imperial dynasty, he was really timid and worried about everything. He felt like everything was dangerous. Even so, he couldn't hope that Lin Fan would support him. When Go Zi learned that young master was heading out, he wanted to chase after young master. He wanted to take care of young master outside and not stay in Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan didn't agree to Go Zi following. There was no need. Although Go Zi was strong, the gap between him and true experts was huge. So, it was best if he just stayed in Martial Path Mountain. Few days later, a figure shuttled through the dimension. After that, he stepped out of the dimension and floated in the air, staring into the distance. He could sense that there were ripples in the void far away. It was like the waves of the ocean, layer after layer, continuously surging over. After Lin Fan left Martial Path Mountain, he headed straight for the 4 alliances. Based on the strength of the ripples, their cultivations were decent and they should be around Dao Realm Stage 1. He didn't sense any ripples in the dimension, and only felt that the space around him was shattering. For those who were not very strong, they would definitely crawl and run away from this place in fear. After all, in their eyes this was completely terrifying to the extreme. But to Lin Fan, this sort of battle was way too ordinary. Lin Fan headed into the distance to take a look at the situation. The reason why Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance were able to fight was because of him, so he had to take care of them. Honglong. A rumbling sound came from between heaven and earth. Although the ripples from the battle weren't able to break the dimension, one could see that the dimension fluctuations were really strong. It was obvious that both sides were just a step away from Dao Realm Stage 2 dimension control. Lin Fan did not hide as he floated in the air and looked at the situation in the distance. It was just as he thought. A fierce fight broke out among a group of people. This is a bloodbath, Lin Fan muttered to himself. The battle between the two sides was really intense. Apart from Dao Realm experts, there were also some Domain Realm experts. Every time he raised his hand, the power was extremely terrifying. The only strange thing was that the people fighting were all old men. There wasn't even a single young man. It was a pity. If the battles between the two alliances are this intense, then the situation is really complicated. Lin Fan pondered. The alliance headquarters didn't forcefully occupy it, because they were afraid of the four alliances. If the alliance dared to attack, they would definitely fight back. It was even possible for them to band together. Just as Lin Fan was deep in his thoughts, a sharp beam of light pierced through the dimension and locked onto Lin Fan's figure, striking out with a simple attack. I have been noticed. Lin Fan turned around and gathered a god aura in his palm. He slapped towards the dimension and a sky-ripping power swept the area like a dragon from the abyss. It roared and caused the dimension to cave in. Shortly after, there was a loud explosion. The entire area seemed to be shaking. Kid, I have finally found you. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered in rage. His voice was like thunder and it caused the entire area to shake. Damn. Lin Fan found it weird and didn't expect that this fellow would actually be able to find him. Damn. During this period of time, he didn't do anything out of line, so how did this old fellow find him? The people from the two alliances who were fighting. They were all astonished by Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's aura. Even if they didn't see him in person, to them, it felt like their hearts were being controlled by a giant hand. Who is here? What kind of majestic aura is this? Evil Alliance's aura. The Evil Alliance Old Demon is here. To the Celestial Alliance people, they were really sensitive to the Evil Alliance Old Demon's aura. Their hearts shook and they didn't dare to stay here. In the blink of an eye, the void dimension was violently torn apart. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor stepped forwards and the area turned gray. A terrifying demonic aura covered all of them. He is Evil Spirit Old Ancestor from 9 Evil Spirit Hall. Why is he here? How did this happen? With Evil Spirit Old Ancestor here, it is impossible for us to escape. Damn, where are the experts from Celestial Alliance? To the Celestial Alliance people, they were in total despair. They knew how terrifying Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to escape from Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's hands. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor just needed to sneeze and he would be able to turn them into dust. There wouldn't even be a speck of dust left. At the same time, they noticed Lin Fan's presence. They were filled with questions. Who was this person and when did he appear here? Instantly, they were shocked. Could it be that when they were fighting earlier, someone had been hiding in the surroundings, waiting for the moment when both sides were injured, and then coming out to finish them off? Their impression of Lin Fan instantly fell, and they started to think that he was a cunning person. If Lin Fan knew what they were thinking, he would definitely holler in rage. Scram. He was standing there openly and all of them were blind. They actually said that he was cunning. What a bunch of beasts. Lin Fan looked at Evil Spirit Old Ancestor helplessly. Old fellow, how did you find me? Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth. Kid, hand over the blood lotus. Originally, it was really tough for Evil Spirit Old Ancestor to find the blood lotus that he had lost. But when he passed the border, he smelled a familiar scent. That was the smell of the blood lotus. Thus he didn't hesitate at all. Naturally, he tore open the dimension and struck. When he followed the scent, he saw the person he hated the most. It was the bastard who stole his blood lotus. It is gone. Lin Fan opened his arms to express that he was helpless. He wanted the blood lotus, so there was nothing he could do. Nonsense, return the blood lotus to me. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered. How would he believe Lin Fan's words? Lin Fan touched his stomach. Really, there is no need for me to lie to you. The blood lotus that you need is indeed on me, but I am already here. However, I must say that your blood lotus was indeed very good. It tasted sweet and sour, and I can still recall the aftertaste even now. Thinking about Gozi's craftsmanship, it was really not bad. He was able to make one blood lotus into 2 delicacies. If the blood lotus wasn't limited in size, he might have been able to make even more delicacies. What did you say? Evil spirit old ancestor saw Lin Fan touch his stomach and for some reason he panicked. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. He thought about something terrifying, but he shook his head to toss such a terrifying thought to the back of his head. Impossible. That was definitely impossible. This kid was definitely speaking nonsense. Lin Fan said, I have already said it clearly. I have already eaten the blood lotus that you want to get back. After he said that, he noticed that evil spirit old ancestor's eyes were a little lost and then filled with disbelief. He could only say firmly, really, I won't lie to you. I really ate it. Why don't we just forget it? You can go find another blood lotus. Evil spirit old ancestor's pupils constricted and the white of his eyes turned red. His throat moved like there was a beast hiding within that was about to explode out. You are lying to me? Lin Fan shook his head. I really am not. There is no benefit to lying to you. You really ate it, so you should just leave. Stop shouting at me. I really don't want to kill you, but if you continue to shout at me, I might not be able to help but beat you to death. He wasn't the Lin Fan who liked to fight and kill in the past. He was willing to give anyone who dared to be rude to him a chance to live. From then until now, who knew how many chances he had given? Those people made him feel really happy. They all cherished such a rare chance. But now, an old fellow who didn't cherish it appeared. At that moment, the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members felt that the situation was a little weird. When Evil Spirit Old Ancestor appeared, the Evil Alliance members were pumped up. But slowly, they realized that the situation wasn't right. Until now, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't even look at them. Suddenly, the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members felt that the air around became much thicker, and it became really suppressive. It was as if they couldn't breathe. You jerk. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered. An invisible aura spread out like a wave, shaking the area wave after wave. That moment, the sky turned upside down and the wind and clouds surged. When a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert was angered, it wasn't something that normal people could imagine. Old Ancestor, we are from the Evil Alliance. Old Ancestor, please retract your aura. The people from the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance in the distance felt like a 10,000-ton mountain was pressing down on them. Their bones started to creak, and if this continued, they would be crushed to death by Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's aura. But what a waste. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't care about their pleas at all. The rage in Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's heart couldn't be extinguished. His mind was filled with the thought that his blood lotus had actually been eaten. Damn kid, I am going to fight you to the death. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered in rage. He turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Lin Fan. It was as if he wasn't going to stop until he killed Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned and was slightly unhappy. You are asking to die. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Chapter 463. He didn't expect Evil Spirit Old Ancestor to be so arrogant. He didn't hold him in any regard at all. Did he forget that when they first met, a bunch of people chased him and they couldn't do anything to him? Kid, I am going to turn your bones to dust and send you into the abyss for all eternity. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered. His aura rose up and formed a power current. The space around him shook and shattered like it was the end of the world. Lin Fan looked at him and didn't care about him at all. Turn my bones to dust? You are really vicious. Let's see whether or not you have the ability to do so. The moment he said this, Lin Fan punched and a bright light shone from his fist. In an instant, a pillar of light roared out, shattering the space and covering Evil Spirit Old Ancestor. There was a loud explosion. The fist light was really eye-catching and it was unstoppable. The Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members were terrified. They felt like the sky had turned into a raging ocean, and they were like pitiful boats that swayed left and right like they could be flipped at any moment. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's eyes opened wide, and he felt like a sky-tearing power was heading towards him. He didn't dare to believe that this kid was actually so terrifying. Even if he knew that this kid was strong, he definitely didn't expect it to be like this. Pung! Evil Spirit Old Ancestor took in a deep breath and raised his hand to block. A vast power surged out, but when it clashed with Lin Fan's fist light, it instantly exploded. The Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members were astonished. Just the ripples from the battle felt like their bodies were about to be ripped apart. The pain was like the tip of a blade slicing down on their bodies. Leave, such a battle isn't something we can handle. Even the ripples can rip us apart. Who is this person? How is he on the same level as Evil Spirit Old Ancestor? Wait, I remember who he is. He seems to be a wanted person. To the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members, their battle was just a normal one. Originally, the battle between them was just a normal battle. Although they wanted to determine a victor, it was definitely not a battle to the death. However, the current situation was not right. It wasn't a battle to the death. Even if they wanted to live, it depended on whether or not Lin Fan gave them a chance. Old man, don't go overboard. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you continue to be so arrogant, you will die. Lin Fan said. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't expect Lin Fan to be so terrifying. There was a cracking sound. A soft sound spread forth. This was the sound of Evil Spirit Old Ancestor straightening the bones in his arm. Careless, really careless. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor definitely wouldn't admit that he was weaker than Lin Fan. He just felt that he had underestimated Lin Fan and suffered a small loss. Brat, this old man can't wait to cut you into pieces. When he thought about how his blood lotus was eaten by Lin Fan, a ball of rage burned in his heart. Then, his expression turned ferocious and his eyes filled with rage. You will die today. When he said these words, his unbearable killing intent filled the entire world. Even the people from the Immortal and Evil Alliances, who had already fled far away, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their entire bodies felt cold from head to toe, and their fiery hearts seemed to have frozen, losing all of their previous vitality. Really? Since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. He then curled his finger towards Evil Spirit Old Ancestor in a humiliating manner. He wanted to see whether or not Evil Spirit Old Ancestor could kill him and not just talk nonsense. Damn. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was furious. He had never met such an arrogant person. Instantly, the terrifying power in his body started to boil. The sky was affected and it turned dark. In the dark sky, a black demon dragon rolled about. Brat, receive this old man's wrath. There was a loud explosion. The heavens and earth rumbled incessantly, and the entire firmament was completely tumbling. A horrifying aura descended from the heavens and enveloped Lin Fan instantly. Interesting. Lin Fan hollered. Tao patterns appeared in his body and gathered on his fist. At that moment, a 10,000-foot light covered the sky. He punched forwards and opened up a brand new path in the sky. When the fist light and the demon dragon clashed, time seemed to have stopped. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The people from the Celestial and Evil Alliances thought that they were safe, but very quickly they realized that they were thinking too much. They could see the terrifying shockwave from afar. They wanted to flee, but it was as if their legs were stuck in the air, and it was tough for them to even move. Ah! Screams spread out. When the shockwave ravaged their bodies, they came back to their senses. How terrifying was that? Even Dao Realm Stage 1 found it hard to take, much less those who were only at Domain Realm or not. Old Ancestor, please spare me. Old Ancestor, save me. The Evil Alliance people were about to go mad. Why did this happen? They were all on the same side, so how could he treat them like that? But Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't care about them at all. He locked his eyes on Lin Fan and didn't care about whether or not people around would die. The Evil Alliance people cursed. Damn Evil Spirit, they were on the same side, so why did he have to do that? To the Celestial Alliance people, they were about to collapse. The gap between their strengths was just too huge and they had no way to fight back at all. Old man, your strength is indeed not bad. But this alone is not enough. Lin Fan said calmly. In the past, when he faced Dao Realm Stage 6 experts, he could only flee. But look at how calm he was now. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered, Kid, I hate your face. He had never seen such a pretentious young man before. Every single word that came out of his mouth felt like he was putting on an act. This was especially true now that he hadn't been able to suppress this brat at the first possible moment. Instead, this brat had taken advantage of the opportunity to put on a show. My face makes you uncomfortable? Hey, I understand. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. But to others it seemed like it was filled with evil intentions, and it even made one panic. Old fellow, let me tell you, the taste of your blood lotus is indeed not bad. I got my dog to bring it to the kitchen, and not only did he make a dry stir-fried blood lotus for me, he even added some ingredients to make a soup. The taste is delicious and the aftertaste is endless, especially when it contains someone's heart and blood, but I'm not interested in this thing, so I gave the blood to my pet to eat. He didn't mind it and ate it very happily. Lin Fan slowly explained the use of the blood lotus. Shut up! Evil spirit old ancestor hollered in rage. His expression changed and it looked like he was about to swallow Lin Fan up. Haze, it is impossible for me to shut up. What happened has happened. You have to learn to face it. When Lin Fan saw how angry evil spirit old ancestor was, he felt really good. Then, evil spirit old ancestor hollered and charged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew what he was here for. He wasn't here to fight evil spirit old ancestor. But since he was so arrogant, if he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know how big the gap between them was. He hollered. The power in his body boiled. Lin Fan stepped forwards and the space caved in. He disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was right in front of evil spirit old ancestor. Evil spirit old ancestor was shocked. He didn't expect the kid to be so quick. Shortly after, he sensed a terrifying aura exploding from the kid's body. Old man, lie down. Lin Fan hollered in rage and punched forwards. A bright light exploded from his fist and pressed down on evil spirit old ancestor's body. You jerk. Evil spirit old ancestor didn't back down at all and took it head on. But when he sensed the aura from Lin Fan's fist, his expression changed. So strong. Hung long. Evil spirit old ancestor couldn't handle the power. Like a cannonball, his body was smashed deep into the ground. Who? Lin Fan looked at his fist, which was smoking. He blew at it and felt really good. Facing a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert like evil spirit old ancestor, naturally he wasn't able to suppress him. That moment, thick dust rose up from the deep hole, and one couldn't see the exact situation below. With a gotcha, movement spread out from the depths of the ground. Evil spirit old ancestor pushed aside the stone on his body and looked at Lin Fan in shock. Your physical body cultivation has actually reached such a realm. Evil spirit old ancestor knew that Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm Stage 3. But it was weird. He was only at Stage 3, but the power that exploded out wasn't something that someone at Stage 3 could deal with. Even with his Dao Realm Stage 6 cultivation, he was actually unable to take him down. Dual cultivation has reached Stage 3. But I haven't reached my goal. Lin Fan was filled with regret. Evil spirit old ancestor couldn't accept such words. His lips twitched. He really wanted to beat this kid to death. Why did such an arrogant person have to appear here? There was nothing he could do about it. But Lin Fan's words made evil spirit old ancestor wary. He reached Dao Realm Stage 3 at such a young age and was a dual cultivator. If he continued to develop like this, the outcome would be catastrophic. He had to kill him here. He couldn't allow this to continue, otherwise there would be endless problems in the future. The Alliance headquarters leaked news of this kid to the 4 alliances so that they could kill this kid. They thought that the Alliance wanted to use them to kill him. Now, it seemed like even if the Alliance didn't leak this matter, as long as the 4 alliances found out that this kid was weird, they would stop at nothing to kill him. From the looks of it, you must be thinking about something. Actually, there's no need to think too much about it. Let's fight then. Let's continue. I'll let you see just how strong I am. With your current strength, it's a complete dream for you to kill me. As a rich family young master, naturally he didn't like to fight and left everything to others. But now, his desire to fight was high. He just wanted to beat someone up to calm himself down. Chapter 464. That moment, Lin Fan gripped his fists tightly as his inner and outer dual cultivation state burst forth completely. A ripple that could affect the entire heavens swept out. ZZ. The strong power rubbed against the space and created many thin currents. With Lin Fan as the center, the space around him seemed to become extremely hot. This power, evil spirit old ancestor's expression was solemn, and he could sense how terrifying this power was. He didn't dare to be careless. He didn't understand how this kid cultivated. For him to reach such a realm at such a young age, that was just too terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Evil spirit old ancestor looked around warily. Instantly he sensed the space around him shake. He didn't say anything more and just raised his hand to slap the air. The power of this palm was terrifying. Lin Fan did walk out from the dimension. He punched forwards and clashed with evil spirit old ancestor's palm, causing huge ripples. Nowadays, most people cultivated their cultivation realms. Very few people cultivated their physical bodies. The explosion of Lin Fan's dual cultivation system was the most terrifying, especially since his Dao patterns had reached a terrifying 90. How could someone at Dao Realm Stage 3 have that? Pung! Evil spirit old ancestor retreated. In terms of strength, he wasn't Lin Fan's match at all. When he wanted to say something, but he realized that Lin Fan didn't stop. Instead, he appeared viciously on the other side. Old man, prepare for my storm-like attacks. Lin Fan hollered and clenched his fists. An ancient beast image appeared behind him and it roared in rage. Its aura was really shocking as it smashed its fists onto evil spirit old ancestor's body. Pung! There was a loud explosion. A terrifying aura exploded and the entire area felt like it was being ripped into half by the shockwave. Lin Fan looked below and thought to himself that evil spirit old ancestor should be furious. As a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert, it was such an embarrassing thing for him to be unable to defeat a Dao Realm Stage 3 expert. However, these were all normal operations. After all, he was facing someone as strong as him. Lin Fan then charged down and was prepared to beat up evil spirit old ancestor. Suddenly, Lin Fan frowned and sensed a dark and heavy aura explode. Something was about to appear from the thick dust on the ground. In an instant, a gigantic black hand broke through the dust and grabbed Lin Fan in its palm. The palm was way too huge, and Lin Fan was like a tiny ant. Kid, you've gone too far. An angry roar could be heard. Evil spirit old ancestor was infuriated by Lin Fan. How could a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert like him take such a beating? Immediately after, a towering demon god appeared between heaven and earth. This was evil spirit old ancestor's phenomenon of heaven and earth. His body swelled to the extreme and he had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Die for this old man. Evil spirit old ancestor hollered. He waved his arms and smashed Lin Fan to the ground. He clenched his fingers and punched forwards. Kacha! The earth trembled and countless cracks appeared on the ground, which then turned into deep ravines. Beams of light shot up into the sky from the ravines, capable of tearing everything apart. In the distance, the people from the immortal and evil alliances screamed as they died. Even in death, they had never imagined that they would die in the hands of their own people. But to evil spirit old ancestor, he didn't care about them at all. Maybe to him, their names were as insignificant as ants. Kid, get up. Where is your arrogant attitude? Evil spirit old ancestor's fists smashed into the ground, forming many deep holes. Normal Dao Realm Stage 3 experts, no, not to mention Dao Realm Stage 3, even Dao Realm Stage 5 experts would be turned into meat patties under such terrifying power. At this moment, evil spirit old ancestor was extremely furious. After losing the Blood Lotus, he felt like his life had become really lost and he didn't know what to do. Numerous years of hard work had been wasted just like that. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to take it. Come on, let me see your ability. Get up, why is there no movement at all? Evil spirit old ancestor hollered. His bloodshot eyes shone with a maniacal glow. Pata! Evil spirit old ancestor was shocked. The fist that was about to land didn't strike the ground like before, but it was blocked by something. Oi, that's enough, old fellow. In the deep hole, Lin Fan, who was covered in dust, used one hand to block evil spirit old ancestor's fist. He raised his head and even if he couldn't see his expression, he knew that this old fellow was definitely excited. He felt like he was about to smash him into meat patties. How is that possible? Evil spirit old ancestor was astonished. He was already in such a state, but Lin Fan was actually still alive. Moreover, from his tone it seemed like he was perfectly fine. Lin Fan smiled. Are you surprised? Actually, don't feel surprised. Truthfully, you are not bad. But to me, you are still a little lacking. Instantly, Lin Fan grabbed evil spirit old ancestor's fingers. With his back facing his body, he stepped forwards and with a terrifying shoulder throw. This was a difference in size and the gap was just too huge. Evil spirit old ancestor was stunned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He thought that he would be able to crush Lin Fan to death, but who knew that such a thing would actually happen? Impossible. Evil spirit old ancestor hollered. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Lin Fan appeared in the sky and landed. His legs stepped onto evil spirit old ancestor's stomach. Dong! It was like the sound of water dripping onto the surface of a lake. Shortly after, evil spirit old ancestor's stomach instantly shriveled up like a terrifying power was pressing down on him. Poochie! Evil spirit old ancestor's eyes opened wide and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a loud explosion. His giant body fell to the ground and smashed out a giant hole. Gotcha! The celestial embodiment of heaven and earth shattered like a mirror and floated into the air piece by piece. Damn! Evil spirit old ancestor was filled with disbelief, and he was even in a frenzy. To him, the situation shouldn't have been like this. But now, everything that had happened, as well as the pain in his body, told him that everything was real. I am going to fight you to the death. Evil spirit old ancestor hollered and opened his fingers to grab Lin Fan. Even the dimension was ripped apart by those 5 fingers. If normal people were grabbed, their heads would have been separated from their bodies and they would have died tragically here. If you want to fight me to the death, that will depend on your ability. Lin Fan was really calm. He waved his arm and sword intent covered the sky. He pressed down and 10,000 swords landed. They all struck evil spirit old ancestor's body. Sila! Sila! The sword intent sliced his body and at the same time, it gave him an unstoppable pressure. Hunglong! Hunglong! A power that shook heaven and earth affected the entire space. Thick dust rose up and covered evil spirit old ancestor's celestial embodiment of heaven and earth. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and waited quietly. Evil spirit old ancestor's cultivation was decent, but compared to him there was still a gap. Very quickly, the dust dissipated. The celestial embodiment of heaven and earth also disappeared. Evil spirit old ancestor floated out of the deep hole covered in blood. His furious eyes locked onto Lin Fan. Maybe this was the revenge of killing his father. At the same time, evil spirit old ancestor was missing an arm which was sliced off by Lin Fan's sword intent. Ayo, what a waste. Why is an arm missing? Lin Fan smiled. It was just a normal move and there was nothing special about it. Evil spirit old ancestor panted and gritted his teeth. He gave out a low voice. The severed arm slowly grew back, and it was as good as new. But evil spirit old ancestor's face was slightly white. This was the special ability of Tao Realm Stage 6. Undying body. Even if one's arm was cut off, it could grow back. Lin Fan envied these Tao Realm special abilities. It was a waste that he was only at Tao Realm Stage 3. Evil spirit, I have already told you that you are asking to die. Even if you regret it now, it is too late because you are going to end up in a tragic state. The moment he said this, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of evil spirit old ancestor. Pung! The moment he appeared, evil spirit old ancestor punched Lin Fan's chest. He laughed out loud. Kid, although you are quick, I can still see Pada. What are you looking at? Lin Fan grabbed evil spirit old ancestor's wrist and pulled him forwards. He then punched his face. Gotcha! Evil spirit old ancestor's face twisted and he opened his mouth. His teeth seemed to have suffered a huge blow and fresh blood spurted out. Let go. He wanted to pull his arm out from Lin Fan's hand but it didn't budge at all. Lin Fan's head reared back and he charged forwards, smashing into evil spirit old ancestor's head. Pung! Fresh blood spurted. Evil spirit old ancestor's head caved in and turned into a bloody mess. You jerk! Pung! Lin Fan punched evil spirit old ancestor's head once more. He was a dual cultivator and his body was terrifyingly tough. That blow was like a nuclear bomb exploding. Was that something normal people could take? Not to mention normal people, even if one asked evil spirit old ancestor how he felt. If one's head wasn't dizzy, one would be lying. Looking at evil spirit old ancestor's head, it was a bloody mess. Pung! 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 At this time Lin Fan was like a robot, constantly colliding. Even he himself felt a little dizzy. He smashed into things a little too many times. Even if one's head was tough, one shouldn't play like this. He looked at evil spirit old ancestor. Aya. His body was a bloody mess and fresh blood dripped onto his face. One couldn't see his face clearly. Old man, are you still okay? Lin Fan asked. When evil spirit old ancestor heard Lin Fan's words, he was so furious that he nearly self-destructed on the spot. But he decided against it. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die for no reason. Kid, unless you kill me, you can forget about living in peace. Evil spirit old ancestor raged. Is that so? Lin Fan asked. He didn't care much about evil spirit old ancestor's words. He felt that it was not bad. Just think about how many rage points evil spirit old ancestor would give him in his life. That moment, evil spirit old ancestor raged, "Release me." Lin Fan didn't bother. Wang. His aura shook. The power in evil spirit old ancestor's body became explosive. "Release me or we will die together." Lin Fan didn't bother about him and just looked at him calmly. After a long while, the explosive aura in evil spirit old ancestor's body slowly calmed down. It was rare for someone to self-destruct for such a long time. Lin Fan asked, "You aren't going to self-destruct?" Evil spirit old ancestor. Damn. Was he someone who didn't care about his face? Because of his pride, he could only force evil spirit old ancestor to break his arm once more. His methods were really vicious and normal people wouldn't be able to do that. He used this chance. Evil spirit old ancestor retreated far away. He relied on the Tao Realm Stage 6 undying body to grow out his arm once more. At the same time, the injuries on his body slowly disappeared. As expected, this skill was a little problematic. Kid, if not for my blood lotus being snatched by you, do you think that you would still be standing here? Evil spirit old ancestor hollered. Lin Fan blinked. So you are blaming me? Evil spirit old ancestor took in a deep breath and had nothing to say. He pointed at Lin Fan and said viciously, "Just you wait." The moment he said this, evil spirit old ancestor ran right away. Lin Fan didn't stop him. He just gave a caring smile. Chapter 465. He didn't chase? Evil spirit old ancestor ran really quickly and in the blink of an eye. He was far away. Only when he was sure that the kid didn't follow did he heave a sigh of relief. He didn't think that he couldn't beat the kid. He just didn't want to tire himself out. Damn kid, do you really think that I can't kill you? If I really go all out, I will teach you a lesson. Evil spirit old ancestor was furious and had never expected that he would face such a situation. His position in Evil Alliance was that of an ancestor, and no one dared to behave arrogantly in front of him. But the situation was a little complicated. He had personally tested the kid's strength and it was indeed really terrifying. For someone at Tao Realm Stage 3 to have such strength was something that had never appeared in the world. He couldn't be left alive. If he didn't take him to heart, one day a really terrifying thing would happen. It would be even more terrifying than Lin Wani's. Lin Wani's identity was that of a normal commoner. He didn't have any status, nor did he have any backing. He was able to grow to the point where even the top sex and the older generation, who had lived for hundreds of years, couldn't compete with him. Thus, to them, how Lin Wani became strong was a mystery. Evil spirit old ancestor felt that he was the one who understood Lin Fan's strength the most. Other people didn't understand him, so he felt a little less pressure. He wanted to spread this news back. Even if the battle between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance was so intense, they couldn't ignore Lin Fan's existence. In the void in the distance, Lin Fan was really cunning and sneakily followed behind. He didn't get too close as with evil spirit old ancestor's strength, he wouldn't be able to sense whether or not there was someone behind him. That little old man really ran away. He thought that the old man would think of a way to turn around and kill him. Who knew that he didn't have any guts at all and just ran? How embarrassing. But thinking about it, it was understandable. People from the demon path would definitely run if they said they would. How could they turn around and ask for trouble? Lin Fan followed evil spirit old ancestor to see whether or not he could do anything. But looking at the situation, he was going to be disappointed. He had a use for keeping evil spirit old ancestor alive. Apart from providing rage points, he could also use evil spirit old ancestor to promote himself. He needed enemies now, and if he killed evil spirit old ancestor, He would be able to head to those top sects and shout for them to do what he did. Thinking about it, he felt that it was a little silly and pointless. He was at the border between the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance. Battles between Dao Realm experts happen frequently, but it was difficult for more people to die in battles between Dao Realm experts. Usually, those who died were those below the domain realm. Lin Fan didn't think so much and continued to head into the distance. He wanted to understand the exact situation and see what the relationship between the four alliances was like. Celestial Alliance, Guasian Island. Since Su Yuanming went to White Lotus St. Purity Mountain to talk to Gu Yuan, he had been thinking about what to do. He was taking a risk and asking a tiger for its skin. How could he trust the alliance? But after thinking about it, he realized that there was no other way. He could only protect himself. There was no need to think too much about other things. So during the Celestial Alliance meeting, Su Yuanming remained silent. Occasionally, he would say something to show that he still existed. They could discuss strategies and he would just watch. Sect leader, Evil Alliance's attacks are a little intense. Are we really not going to attack? Guasian Island Elder asked. He could faintly feel that the sect master was different from before after his return. In the past, the sect master was the one who attacked. Now that he was so calm, it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Yuanming said, "There is no rush. Let's wait. The situation is really complicated. Let's just wait and see." The elder thought about it. Sect leader, did something happen? No, don't think too much. This is a crucial moment and one move will affect everything. Guasian Island not only has to face Evil Alliance but also Monster Alliance. We can't be careless. Su Yuanming didn't want to tell others about this. Moreover, he wasn't sure what problems it would bring if he told others. The elders of Guasian Island were more inflexible. If they knew that he and Gu Yuan were working with the alliance and con the four alliances, they wouldn't be able to take it. They might even leak it out. When that happened, the situation would be really bad. The elder looked at Su Yuanming as though he had discovered something. Sect master, we are all elders of the sect. No matter what, we are all thinking for the sect. If sect master has something on his mind, there's no harm in telling us. Su Yuanming smiled. It is okay. To be able to become an elder, which one of them wasn't smart? Their hearts were like a mirror and they could see further than anyone else. Naturally, he could see that the sect leader's attitude had changed. Something must have happened, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Did sect leader head over to Buddha Alliance and something happened? The elder thought about it and felt that it was possible. Maybe he would be able to find out from White Lotus St. Purity Mountain's attitude. Imperial Dynasty. Your Majesty, recently there have been many cases of people disappearing from the palace. I think that we should strengthen the defenses in case they harm Your Majesty. Zhu Xiang said. Recently, the Imperial Dynasty had lost people. They sent people to search, but it was as if they had disappeared from the world. There were no clues at all. King Wutong was calm. Let's do as you think. He obtained the ability to strengthen himself from evil god. He needed to forcefully obtain strength from others. In the Imperial Dynasty, the best way was to attack the people around him. During this period of time, he had already swallowed close to 20 Imperial Dynasty guards. But this was far from enough. Unfortunately, there were too many of them and they would eventually attract attention. Zhu Xiang, you are the most trustworthy person by my side. It has been tough on you during this period of time. King Wudong said. He could see that Zhu Xiang was ambitious, but he was still loyal to him. Now that he was in need of manpower, he wanted to develop him. It is my honor to serve Your Majesty. Zhu Xiang knelt down. King Wutong said, now that the alliance is suppressing us, the Imperial Dynasty needs talents. Go and recruit experts. No matter what conditions they raise, you can agree to them as long as they are really skilled. To him, this was probably the best method. Although people would occasionally be lost, it was much better than being outside. Yes, I will follow your orders, Zhu Xiang replied. He knew how much pressure His Majesty was under. The alliance had placed their ambition on the table to tell the Imperial Dynasty that their target was the sects and in the end the Imperial Dynasty. No one would be able to escape. Very quickly, Zhu Xiang left the hall. King Wutong's face turned dark and cold. He raised his hand and his fingers turned into many tentacles. This was the source of him becoming stronger. When he got this ability from the evil gods, he couldn't accept it at the start. But now he felt that it was a great ability. Alliance sex, all of you wait. One day, all of you will pay a heavy price. He hated the alliance and also hated the sections. This was why his only goal of becoming stronger was to take revenge and return the imperial dynasty to its former glory. He wanted to leave his nephew an imperial dynasty like before, even one that was even stronger than before. This was his dream and goal. Outside the imperial dynasty, Zhu Xiang returned to the general manor. He climbed to the peak of power in a short period of time and his speed was really quick. One could say that one's tongue was tied in disbelief. Normally this wouldn't have happened. But now that they were in a chaotic world, everything was possible. General, what do you think happened in the imperial dynasty? The deputy general asked curiously. Zhu Xiang said calmly, don't think about things you can't understand. It won't be good for you if you know. Yes, I understand. The deputy general replied. Although Zhu Xiang wasn't strong, he was smart and had a plan. He was able to complete everything with minimal losses, which was why many soldiers supported him. Zhu Xiang looked towards the direction of the imperial dynasty and had a thought. He didn't know what the exact reason was, but it definitely had something to do with His Majesty. When he told His Majesty about this matter, he realized that His Majesty was really calm, like he didn't care much about it. And because of this, he suspected His Majesty. But all of that wasn't important. His Majesty's matters were their matters. No matter what His Majesty did, they just had to follow. Few days later, Lin Fan had been at the battlefield between the two alliances for a period of time. He hadn't seen many intense battles and was a little disappointed. Apart from coming out to scout the market, he wanted to earn a wave of rage points. But with the current situation, did he have to head to their sex and provoke them right in front of their faces? If that was the case, then it would make him feel helpless. He thought about it. Damn, since that is the case, then I will take the initiative. Days without rage points aren't happy at all. He was prepared to walk on the edge of death. He had no choice. He couldn't meet anyone, so he had to find one himself. Few days later, Evil Alliance territory. After Lin Fan left the border, he appeared in Evil Alliance territory. He had offended some sects over at Celestial Alliance. As for Evil Alliance, he didn't offend many. The only one he had an impression of was Xiedao sect. Night fell. Lin Fan stayed in the forest and was a little hungry. The bug controlling technique's special Dao essence spread out and attracted a wild boar over. A wild boar buffed by Dao essence was indeed a little overbearing. Its face was vicious and its two fangs were really terrifying. But he didn't fear anything. He just ate whatever he wanted as it was the same anyway. Zizi. He barbecued the wild boar on the fire and a fragrance slowly spread out. When one was outside, if one didn't make some good food, one wouldn't be able to face one's stomach. Just like that, a wild boar that was as good as new was reduced to a skeleton under Lin Fan's huge appetite. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and looked into the distance. A sound spread out from there. Someone was coming over. Chapter 466. Now that he was in Evil Alliance's territory, the people that appeared weren't good people. Very quickly, a bunch of people appeared in the distance. They are quite strong. Lin Fan looked on. An extremely luxurious carriage headed over, and there was a three-headed eagle-like beast pulling it. He had never seen a beast before, and the only one he had seen was Nine Demon. To others it was just a bug. In the distance, "Young master, there is someone in front." A bunch of people followed the carriage and one of them said softly to the carriage, "It is okay." The person in the carriage didn't show his face. His voice was that of a man, lazy but majestic. Very quickly, Lin Fan raised his head and muttered to himself. This person really knew how to enjoy life. Look at his carriage and then look at his situation. Why was the gap so huge? The carriage stopped around Lin Fan. "Let's rest here." A voice spread out from within. The servants beside him got busy and didn't care about Lin Fan at all. Everyone split up and in just a short while, everything was prepared. A servant laid on the carriage. Shortly after, an arm stretched out from within. It opened the curtains and walked out. It stepped on the person's back and got off the carriage. Lin Fan took a look and was stunned. Was the person who came out a guy or a girl? Wait, from the way he spoke it should be a guy. That was right. Damn, why did a guy look like that? The young master stepped on the carpet and said softly, "The air here is too turbid. The dirty floor will only stain my feet." "Don't worry, young master, we have cleaned this place," the servant said hurriedly. He knew that young master was a pretty boy who loved cleanliness, and was the top handsome man in Evil Alliance. No. He was the most beautiful person in the 4 alliances. Any guy who saw young master's face would feel ashamed. One could sense the gap between them, and that was something that couldn't be crossed. The servants around looked at Lin Fan and realized that he was stunned. They were delighted. Another pitiful person was subdued by their young master's looks. Thinking about the geniuses of Evil Alliance, who knew how many of them wanted to be together with young master, but young master thought that they were tacky and rejected them. Even if there were girls who knelt outside and begged, just to meet him and speak to him, young master ignored them and didn't care about them at all. Right now, they knew that the reason why the young master didn't chase them away was because the young master's bad taste had come out. He probably wanted to let these ordinary men know the difference between them. Lin Fan remembered this person in his heart. The way they made their entrance was rather unique, and the formation they carried was also extraordinary. Clearly, they were from a top sect. Right now, his goal was to provoke the top sections. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, he would not be doing himself justice if he did not cherish this opportunity. But now, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. It's best to first figure out the enemy's background. At this moment, young master sat there and looked at Lin Fan. "To be able to meet me in the wilderness is a huge blessing for you. In the future, when you go out and tell others about this, it will become a topic of conversation for you." A little arrogant. Although Lin Fan didn't act cool, he was indeed arrogant. He didn't expect that he would actually meet such an opponent. He just met him in the wilderness and he actually said that it was a huge blessing for him. That was a little arrogant. "Is that so? Are you so amazing?" Lin Fan smiled and asked. "Preposterous, how can you speak to my young master like that? Do you know who my young master is? Have you heard of heaven-covering demon sect?" The servant standing beside the young master scolded him for being preposterous. When normal people met their young master, which one of them wouldn't lower their heads and worship him? But this kid actually dared to question him. He probably didn't even know who he was talking to. The young master didn't stop them. Instead, he calmly smiled. He liked to casually let the servants beside him introduce themselves. Then, he would see the calm expressions on their faces gradually turn into panic. That feeling to him was simply too satisfying. But the scenes in front of him, it disappointed the young master a little. He was thinking about it. When the servant mentioned heaven-covering demon sect, Lin Fan's expression should have been the same as what he expected. But why didn't the situation change at all? The young master squinted and waved his hands to tell the servant not to say anything more. "You don't know about heaven-covering demon sect?" the young master asked. He wanted to ask whether or not Lin Fan knew about heaven-covering demon sect. Logically speaking, everyone should have known about it. After all, it was a top sect in Evil Alliance. But looking at his expression, it was like he didn't know about it. As for not holding heaven-covering demon sect in any regard, that was impossible. Lin Fan smiled. In his heart it was really simple. What did he know? Heaven-covering demon sect? In the entire Evil Alliance he only knew about Xiedao sect. When the young master saw that Lin Fan only smiled and didn't say anything, he was really unhappy. He felt like this person totally disregarded his charm and that made him really unhappy. But he really didn't believe that Lin Fan wasn't convinced by his charm. Next, the young master naturally needed to eat and the food he prepared was really rich. Even if Lin Fan didn't know what the food was just from the looks of it, he knew that it wasn't normal. Lin Fan had eaten an entire wild boar before, but when he smelled the fragrance, he felt hungry once more. Naturally, his appetite was there too. The young master sensed Lin Fan's gaze and his lips curled up into a weird smile. At that moment, the young master placed the food into his mouth elegantly and swallowed it. He then said, "Do you know what this food is? I don't think you have seen such food before, right?" Damn! Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. Were people so overbearing when they acted cool now? Moreover, those words were just a prelude. As long as he continued, it would be time for him to act cool. He just thought that this might be his last chance to act cool. Forget it. He would just give him a chance. I have never seen it before. What kind of god food is this? Lin Fan asked. The young master smiled. These aren't things that normal people can eat. To others, each of them is really precious. There was once a person who said that he had tasted all the delicacies in the world and knelt in front of me, hoping to have a bite. I pitied him, so I let him have a bite. To him, this was his only chance to eat such precious food. But to me, it is just a normal ingredient. Take a look. Wasn't this acting cool a little too much? He actually said that someone knelt down for a bite. One had to say that this method was really amazing and had a high research value. But what he said next made Lin Fan really unhappy. Of course, with your identity and status, you probably won't be able to taste such food in your life. The young master smiled evilly. Right, it was an evil smile. Such a disgusting smile was his signature. Who knew how many evil alliance girls were captivated by his smile? Is that so? So, you are saying that your heaven-covering demon sect is really rich? Lin Fan got up and was prepared to walk towards the young master. What happened next wasn't harmonious at all. The young master said, of course, heaven-covering demon sect is the second richest out of the top 10 sects in Evil Alliance. No other sect dares to say that they are first. He was just so confident and overbearing. At the same time, he was filled with a sense of superiority. He looked at Lin Fan and thought about those pitiful people who fought for their lives. As the young master of a top sect, his life was something that they couldn't achieve even if they worked hard for their entire lives. Just at that moment, the servant standing beside the young master realized that Lin Fan was too close to the young master and hollered in rage, "Stop, stay away from my young master." The moment he said this, Lin Fan chuckled out as his god might burst forth and envelop the bodies of those slaves. In that instant, it was as if the slaves' hearts had stopped beating. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads and their hearts were filled with panic like they had seen a ghost. This was an expert. That aura made it hard for them to breathe. Suddenly, in the darkness, a power spread out like a wave. An expert was hiding around. Scram. An old man aggressively attacked from the darkness. He opened his fingers and pulled fiercely. The dimension directly collapsed. He didn't say a single word and attacked ruthlessly the moment they met. This was enough to show how important the young master was to them. They wanted to kill the threat in the cradle as soon as possible. Lin Fan looked at the old man, raised his hand and pressed forwards. Pung! The old man's expression changed and he felt an unstoppable power pressing down on him. He flew backward and spat out fresh blood in midair. He smashed many giant trees. Not bad, just a little weak. Lin Fan was really calm and he didn't care about him at all. To him, those who weren't at Dao Realm Stage 6 shouldn't talk to him. When the young master saw those scenes, his expression changed from calm to astonishment. In just a few seconds there was a huge change. Pata! Lin Fan walked in front of the young master and placed the precious ingredients into his mouth. And not bad, the taste is really fresh and it also contains a really strong power. Seems like what you said is true. This thing isn't something that normal people can enjoy. But you are wrong about something. If I want to eat it, I will eat it. There is nothing impossible about it. Lin Fan understood the luxurious life of the top sections. Just these ingredients alone were enough to be called spiritual herbs. It was extremely difficult for normal people to even think about it. But this extremely beautiful kid treated it like 3 meals a day. His life was just too carefree. When he was in U City, he didn't have such a good life. What are all of you looking at? The young master hollered in rage and scolded the servants who didn't move at all. He brought them out to protect him, so why weren't they moving now? Those servants were panicking. Young master, we can't move. To them it felt like a giant stone was pressing down on them, and they couldn't move at all. Chapter 467. Damn. The young master really wanted to smash the heads of these slaves. They actually couldn't be persuaded. Damn, why didn't they seem so cowardly usually? Now that he was facing a young man, all of them did such a thing. Good, very good. Wait and see, once this matter is over, I will teach all of you a lesson. You bunch of dogs. Lin Fan said, don't think about relying on them. You are like fish on the chopping board. No matter what you do, the outcome will be the same. Do you understand? Young master's expression became really ugly. He was the young master of heaven-covering demon sect and had a high status. Many people flattered him and sucked up to him. But now, a kid of unknown origin had jumped on his head. How could he tolerate that? To young master, this was a huge insult. Do you know what you are doing? Young master acted like he was calm and his expression was really dark and sunken. He hoped that Lin Fan could understand the huge gap between their identities. But if he attacked him, he would face terrifying revenge. Lin Fan raised his hand to cover his mouth and said, "Sue, don't speak. I understand what you want to say. Threats are useless. If they were, do you think you would still be like this?" That moment, a voice spread out from behind. The old man climbed up from the ground and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying young man. "Old Tong, take him down. I am going to teach him a lesson." Young master raged. Old Tong looked at Lin Fan warily and reminded, "Young master, don't anger him." He was able to see much further than the young master. He could tell with a single glance how strong the other party was. Even he might not be a match for him. Young master had such a comfortable life, and it was obvious that he didn't care about anyone else. But this kid was so terrifyingly strong. Was young master really blind or was he faking it? As long as one had a brain, they wouldn't offend him at such a time. When young master heard Old Tong's words, he felt like he was being insulted. Don't anger him? Didn't that mean that he was someone who could be angered easily and he couldn't fight back? Old Tong, do you know what you are saying? Who am I? You actually told me not to provoke the other party? Are you belittling my identity and status to the point that I'm worthless? The young master roared. Even at such a time, he didn't think that he was at a disadvantage. In simple words, the meaning was obvious. I am the young master of heaven-covering demon sect, so do you dare to hit me? Pa! As soon as the young lord finished speaking, a crisp voice sounded. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore and slapped him. Stop acting cool. The young master felt pain on his face. Half of his face seemed to have shriveled up from the slap. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. He seemed to be in a daze. Just as the young master was about to roar in anger, he suddenly felt his face getting wet. He raised his hand and wiped his face. Lowering his head, he saw that his palm was covered in blood. Ah! In an instant, the young master screamed in agony. His screams were heart-wrenching, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Immediately after, the young lord screamed like he was possessed. Save me, I'm bleeding, my flawless face has been ruined. Ah! How am I supposed to face people in the future? The young master touched his face and his eyes were filled with panic. He didn't even care about the pain on his face anymore. Instead, he was worried about how his face would look like. Lin Fan frowned. Was he sick in the head? His face was just slightly damaged, so why was he screaming like that? Not long later, the young master stared at Lin Fan in rage. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? When he said these words, he was about to cry. He had never experienced such a thing before. But it really happened in front of his eyes and his body personally felt the pain. Pa! Lin Fan slapped him once more and warned, be careful of what you say. Don't act cool. This slap stunned the young master once more. His entire person seemed to be lifeless. The young master turned his head and his eyes were filled with confusion like he was thinking about something. He slowly turned his head and stared with bloodshot eyes. You hit me? Pa! Lin Fan felt like this person was sick in the head. He slapped so loudly, but he actually asked if he dared to hit him. This was obviously something that was obvious. Are you sick in the head? Can't you feel whether or not I hit you? Lin Fan said. Ah! The young master hugged his head and screamed in terror like he didn't expect this to happen. His screams were as tragic as they could be. The servants who were suppressed by Lin Fan looked on in fear. They didn't expect that this person would actually dare to attack the young master. Moreover, the young master was beaten up so badly that his face was unrecognizable. Compared to his looks from before, the difference was just too huge. They knew that something huge was about to happen. Stop. The old man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was the one who protected the young master when he went out, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. The old man didn't hesitate and his aura exploded. With a loud explosion, the ground shook and he charged towards Lin Fan. Now that something happened to the young master, he was the one who didn't protect him well. Naturally, he would be punished when he returned. Maybe only by taking him down could he make up for his mistakes and avoid physical pain. I am talking about life with your young master, so why are you butting in? Scram to the side. Lin Fan took a single glance and kicked out with his leg. The might of this kick was extraordinary and terrifying to the extreme, causing the entire space to contort. The old man was shocked. There was a loud explosion. Poochie! The old man felt that his stomach was badly injured. The blood in his body boiled and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? The moment he said this, he flew backward and smashed into the trees. The giant trees were smashed one after another. In the end, his body fell to the ground and formed a deep moat. Who are you? The old man was shocked. His eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. He was so strong at such a young age and he couldn't fight back at all. Suddenly, it was like he thought about someone. You are. Before he finished, he felt like his body was about to explode and he fainted. When the servants around saw this, they were all so frightened that they were about to cry. They had never experienced such a thing before. Even the top expert by the young master's side was suppressed so easily. They wanted to ask who else could be his opponent. At that moment, Lin Fan looked at the people around. To him, these people were really weak. At most, they were just rage points. As for the rest, they were useless and had no use at all. To them, his gaze was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was as if their hearts were being gripped tightly by someone. With just a little strength, they would be instantly crushed. Now they were unable to guess what his gaze meant. But they felt like it wasn't anything good. Suddenly, one of them seemed to understand something. He raised his hand and struck the back of his ear. I fainted. He laid on the ground and didn't move at all. When Lin Fan saw this, he nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't expect people to be so smart. He didn't say anything and they knew what to do. It was indeed not bad. Those servants who didn't faint looked on with their mouths agape. They didn't expect that there would be such a smart person in their group. Oh my God! Why didn't they think of such a good idea from the start? But even now it wasn't too late. Very quickly, some of them learned from that person, knocking themselves out. They cried out and all of them fainted. Even if some of them didn't do it well and didn't knock themselves out, that wasn't a problem. If they didn't really faint, how could they not act? Such a simple thing. There was no need to think so much. Very quickly, the bunch of servants all fainted. They laid on the ground and didn't dare to move at all. The young master looked on in disbelief. He felt that the servants who could protect him in the past were all wiped out. They even gave up on fighting back. Damn it! Damn it! All of you jerks, once I go back I will kill all of you, roared the young lord. The servants who had pretended to be unconscious, upon hearing the young lord's furious words, began to tremble with fear. Some of them even began to think about how to escape this calamity, and how to do so. Even at a time like this, you're still putting on an act. Look at you, your daddy here can't stand it. Lin Fan raised his fist and punched the young master's face. The young master cried out. He wanted to protect his face, but he could still feel the pain and the feeling of blood spurting out. Stop. Why do you have to hit my face? Do you have a problem with my face? The young master hugged his head and shouted in rage. Lin Fan didn't say anything and continued to punch the young master's face. He didn't know why he had to stare at his face and punch it. Maybe it was because his face was really beautiful and he didn't like beautiful people. The servants who had pretended to faint were shivering. They could hear the sound of fists hitting flesh. They could also hear the young master cry out in pain. It was too tragic. Young master was just too tragic. After a long while, the young master's voice became weaker and weaker. Stop hitting me, big brother, please don't hit my face. What do you want? Just tell me. But unfortunately, Lin Fan still didn't bother about him. Chapter 468. Who knew how long he had been hitting for? The ground where young master was lying had formed a deep hole, and the surrounding ground had cracked. These signs were enough to show how tragic the events that had just transpired were. Stop hitting me. Young master's voice was really weak and he couldn't even lift a finger. But his strong desire to live made him raise his hand with much difficulty to tell Lin Fan to stop. He had really seen a ghost. He felt that he was really unlucky to actually meet such a lunatic who didn't care that he was the young master of heaven-covering demon sect. He gritted his teeth and swore that as long as he lived, he would make him pay a heavy price. How do you feel? Lin Fan retracted his hand and smiled. His tone was like he was hoping to give him a good review. Fuck your mother. Young master hollered in his heart. He lowered his head and his face was really vicious. But when he raised his head, that expression disappeared and what replaced it was a begging expression. What else could he do apart from begging for mercy? He knew that no matter what he said, it was useless. Lin Fan wouldn't give him any face at all. So what if he was from heaven-covering demon sect? Didn't he see that when he said his background, Lin Fan hit him even more fiercely than before? Lin Fan accepted all the rage points and was in a good mood. Glancing at the young lord, he bent down and grabbed the young lord's ankles, slowly walking towards the darkness in the distance. Save me. Young master's face was filled with despair. He grabbed the ground and his fingers were covered in dirt. Unfortunately, it was useless. His fingers left deep claw marks on the ground and slowly, they disappeared. A long while later, there was movement. Those servants who were pretending to be unconscious carefully observed the situation around, and only dared to get up after ensuring that it was safe. But at that moment some servants were worried. What should we do? Young master is being dragged away, and we don't know if he is dead or alive. We didn't protect him well, and if we return to heaven-covering demon sect, we will definitely die. Everyone kept silent. They all knew what the outcome would be. Everyone looked at one another and someone suggested boldly, why don't we just run? The world is huge and apart from the evil alliance. It isn't like we have nowhere to go. Don't you think so? That makes sense. I think the same way too. If we go back we will die, so why not go all out? Maybe we will have a chance of living. How about Elder Ing, who is by young lord's side? The old Ing that they were talking about was the old man who had been suppressed by Lin Fan. At this moment he had already fainted. It was still a question of when he would wake up. When everyone turned to look at Elder Ing, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. It seemed like he wanted to do something daring. A servant said greedily, Old Ing is a Dao realm expert and he is unconscious. This is a good chance for us. If we split Old Ying's cultivation, it will be really beneficial for us. They were too daring. If it was any other time it would be something unimaginable. But now that the opportunity had come, it all depended on whether they had the guts or not. Usually, when the benefits reached a certain level, people would be tempted to take risks. That was especially true now that the Dao realm experts were completely defenseless and could be slaughtered as they pleased. Their greed had long since been aroused. Subsequently, the sound of dismemberment came from the grove, devouring flesh and blood, refining essence, chi and spirit. Evil techniques were commonly used by heaven-covering demon sect. As the servants of the young master, naturally, they would receive all sorts of rewards. This evil technique was passed down to them by the young master. Although eating the flesh and blood of Dao realm experts couldn't convert all their energy, it was enough to raise a realm. Next day, Lin Fan didn't continue to beat up the young master. He just smiled. Don't worry, don't be so afraid. I have no ill intentions towards you. When the young master heard this, he wanted to curse. Damn, no ill intentions. If he really had no ill intentions, would he have done that to him? Damn it. The young master's thoughts slowly calmed down. If he wasn't strong enough to fight him, he would have beaten him up so badly that he would have cried for his parents. Big brother, it is good that you have no ill intentions. I also have no ill intentions towards you. If you have anything, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do it. The young master knew how important it was to swallow humiliation. But to him this was a humiliation. As the young master of heaven-covering demon sect, he never knew how to swallow humiliation. Often it was others who swallowed humiliation to save their lives from his hands. Lin Fan nodded. If I knew, then I wouldn't have suffered so much. But I am not satisfied with your face. I feel like you don't have a manly aura at all. If I leave a scar on your face, then it would look much better. Pa. Just as Lin Fan finished his sentence, young master knelt down on the ground. His head was like a pile driver as he slammed it against the ground. Big brother, let me off. If you have any requests, just tell me. I just hope that you don't treat me like this. The young master cried. His face was covered in tears and he didn't even care about his image anymore. Tears and mucus flowed all over his face. He was really frightened. Damn, was this person a demon? He actually wanted to leave a scar on his face and even said that it would make him look manly. Damn, if he really left a scar, then he might as well just kill him. Even now, his face was bruised and swollen beyond recognition. It was comparable to a pig's head. Lin Fan said helplessly, "You are a man, so why are you always crying? Why is your face so important? Are you relying on your face to earn a living?" The young master was speechless. The other party was right. His position in heaven-covering demon sect was a little high, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he really relied on his face to earn a living. Countless geniuses had taken a liking to his looks. Relying on this face to communicate with others was always successful. If his face was really destroyed, he would be completely done for. This was why when he heard Lin Fan say that he wanted to leave a scar on his face, he was really frightened to death. Seeing that the young master didn't say anything, Lin Fan reached out and picked him up like a chicken. "Let's go to your sect and be happy." During this period of time, the young master didn't understand why Lin Fan brought him along. Now that he heard that Lin Fan wanted to head to heaven-covering demon sect, he was stunned and then delighted. He didn't expect that Lin Fan actually wanted to bring him back to the sect. No, he had to calm down. No matter what, he had to calm down and he couldn't act too happy. Otherwise, if Lin Fan saw through it and suddenly didn't want to go, he would really spit out blood. So he had to calm down. He had to calm down. "Big brother, there's no need to go to my sect. Just let me go. I swear to the heavens that I won't tell anyone about this. After all, I'm a person of status. It's shameful for me to suffer outside. Why don't you just let me go?" The young master persuaded like he was really thinking about Lin Fan's well-being. Actually, he didn't want to be too direct. He wanted Lin Fan to think that going to heaven-covering demon sect was what he wanted. Lin Fan smiled, "That won't do. I have already beaten you up so badly. So how can I not give you a chance to take revenge? Head to your heaven-covering demon sect and let you complain. Someone will help you and that will fulfill your wish, right?" The young master was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. He didn't expect such a situation to occur. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan what he was thinking. Did he hear wrongly, or did he really become arrogant? He actually dared to head to heaven-covering demon sect alone. Was he so arrogant? Okay, let's go. Imperial Dynasty. King Wutong recruited many experts, but with the current strength of the Imperial Dynasty, it was tough for them to recruit experts above Dao Realm. After all, Dao Realm experts had high standards. In the top sects, they were all elders. But to King Wutong, even if they weren't Dao Realm experts, it was enough. His cultivation wasn't high and he just needed to slowly raise it. That night, the Imperial Dynasty was really quiet and the maids didn't dare to come out. Recently, the Imperial Dynasty was really weird and the night sent chills down one's spine. The maids said that they had heard terrifying screams at night. No one knew what was going on. But just like that, it was enough to scare them so much that they didn't dare to move at night. In the stone room. "Evil God, I want to know what the side effects of the ability you gave me are." King Wutong took out the evil god statue and questioned. He felt like he was walking on the edge of danger. The evil god statue was much more spirited than before. The originally empty stone eyes actually shone red. Although it was just a flash, it was enough to show that the evil god statue was slowly changing. "Who? So powerful. In such a short period of time, your cultivation has actually reached the void realm. How many innocent people have you devoured? This evil god was right about you. In the depths of your heart, you are more evil than anyone else and you desire power more. I forgot to tell you that power doesn't come out of nowhere. If you gain something, you will have to pay a price. What you need to pay is just a bit of rationality. Rationality is fake and it doesn't exist and it isn't important." Evil God's voice was really dark and sunken, like he was talking about something that didn't matter at all. King Wutong clenched his fists and his expression changed. "Why didn't you say so from the start?" Evil God said, Are you going to blame me for not being clear like before? That is your problem, okay? You didn't ask, so why would I remind you? There's no need to worry about these things. Rationality will only limit you. True experts are all crazy. Look at the strength you have now. How strong is it? How shocking is it? But the insightful emptiness realm is not your end. You will become stronger until you become the strongest existence in the world. That is your end. King Wutong frowned. He could sense how dangerous Evil God was, but he had no way back. The temptation of power was just too huge. He couldn't bear to give it up. Especially now, what he needed the most was power. King Wutong turned around and left. He didn't say a single word and just reminded himself. This king must wipe out everything while I still have my reason. Chapter 469. Big Brother, are you really going to step into my sect? Young Master was stunned and didn't understand what Lin Fan was thinking. Who was he looking down on? It was okay if he looked down on him. After all, he was weak and he had nothing to say even if he was beaten up. But he really didn't expect that Lin Fan would really come to Heaven Covering Demon Sect. No matter what, Heaven Covering Demon Sect was a top sect in Evil Alliance. Lin Fan said calmly, "What do you think?" Young Master looked at Lin Fan and then forwards. If he wasn't blind and didn't see wrongly, that should be the headquarters of Heaven Covering Demon Sect. Lin Fan really brought him here. But he didn't understand what Lin Fan was thinking. Did he come to Heaven Covering Demon Sect to ask to be beaten up? Are you excited? Are you excited? Seeing that Young Master didn't say anything, Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Logically speaking, how could he not be excited? He had suffered so many merciless beatings along the way and his handsome face was not as good as before. Young Master looked at Lin Fan and really wanted to holler. Wasn't that nonsense? How could he not be excited? He was so excited that he was about to ascend to the heavens. As long as he returned to Heaven Covering Demon Sect, he would be totally at ease. If not, he would be so terrified that he would pee his pants. Let's go to your sect. Lin Fan grabbed Young Master and walked towards Heaven Covering Demon Sect. Heaven Covering Demon Sect was a top sect in Evil Alliance. They had many experts and many Dao Realm experts. Legend had it that the sect leader was a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. In an era where no one could enter Stage 8 and 9, it seemed like he was half a step into Dao Realm Stage 8. The young master struggled a little and tried to persuade Lin Fan to put him down. If the disciples saw him carrying him like that, he would lose all his face. Lin Fan obviously didn't care about his nonsense. The sect was majestic and gave off a terrifying aura. Just one look and one knew that this Evil Alliance sect was extraordinary. At the entrance, Young Master was sure that Lin Fan wasn't joking and he was really here. Big Brother, we are already here, so can you let go of me? Can you give me some face? To Young Master, he felt really pitiful and he didn't know what to say. Naturally, he was in a good mood since Lin Fan brought him to his sect, but now he was not feeling well at all. Perhaps this was the experience of a fucked up life. He felt that he was going to lose a lot of face. Why do you have so many requests? I think this is good enough. Don't think too much, I'll send you in. Lin Fan carried Young Master with one hand like he was carrying a little chick, and walked towards Heaven Covering Demon Sect. The young master's heart was bleeding. He screamed in his heart that no one should see this. But more often than not, what they worried about in their hearts would come true. In the distance, the few Heaven Covering Demon Sect disciples walked over. These disciples were chatting. They were just ordinary disciples in the sect. The things they talked about were simple and ordinary. They talked about some gossip in the current situation. But to them, Heaven Covering Demon Sect was a blessing. Because the sect had a young master, there would often be many cute and beautiful girls coming over. Although it had nothing to do with them, at least they could feast their eyes. Suddenly, they were stunned. His eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out, and he almost cursed. They rubbed their eyes, afraid that they were seeing things. Don't you feel that it's the young master? That does seem a little similar. That shouldn't be possible. How could young master be like that? One couldn't blame them for not believing him. Young master was just too famous and he was a treasure in Heaven Covering Demon Sect. Anyone who dared to offend him would be asking to die. Very quickly, Lin Fan carried the young master and walked past them. He tilted his head and smiled, as if he was greeting them. The few of them couldn't figure out his background and just nodded their heads in a stunned manner. But they just stared at young master. Similar, he really looked similar. But he felt like something wasn't right. Lin Fan was too calm. Even when he stepped into heaven-covering demon sect, he didn't stop them to ask about his identity. Maybe they thought that no one would dare to cause trouble in heaven-covering demon sect. Young master was terrified to death and thought that he was about to be noticed. But shortly after, he realized that the situation was a little different. Those few disciples actually didn't recognize him. Suddenly, other than feeling lucky, he was enraged. Damn it, are you guys blind? I was brought back here in someone's hand. Don't you recognize who I am? You even nodded and greeted him. You were just so dumb. Lin Fan said calmly, I told you that there was no need. Normal people wouldn't be able to recognize you. Young master was speechless. He actually had nothing to say and didn't know what to say. Then young master said, Big brother, I just want to know why you sent me back to the sect. If you are here to cause trouble, then I advise you not to do that. You can suppress old shadow, which means that you are strong. But if you look down on heaven-covering demon sect just like that, then you are wrong. Lin Fan said, It is okay. I didn't come here for any other reason. I just wanted to quarrel with you. Once I feel better, then I will leave. Young master didn't reply and he just laughed in his heart. Quarrel? Leave after I feel better? Stop fucking dreaming. Just like what he said, if he could leave this place he would swallow the entire ground. Very quickly. Lin Fan finally stepped onto the foundation of heaven-covering demon sect. He raised his head and looked out. As expected, it was a top sect. Young master, just at that moment, someone finally recognized the young master that Lin Fan was carrying. That person was stunned and his mouth opened wide like he had seen a ghost. He really didn't dare to believe it. Damn, he really saw a ghost. If he wasn't wrong, he was sure that this was young master and not someone else. At that moment, young master really wanted to die. He was recognized, he was really recognized. His voice wasn't soft and attracted the attention of many people around. Who are you? What did you do to our young master? That person looked at Lin Fan and asked angrily. Looking at the current situation, he didn't need to think too much to guess what was going on. Their young master had been kidnapped. Moreover, he was really bold to actually dare to come to heaven-covering demon sect. Did he really think that his sect was easy to bully? Lin Fan didn't bother and just stood there. It was just that he felt a little uncomfortable. These people didn't give much rage points and there were even some who didn't give him any at all. You aren't popular in the sect, Lin Fan said. Young master, who felt like he had lost all his face, was totally stunned by Lin Fan's words. He didn't know what Lin Fan meant by that. Not popular? Nonsense. This young master was the most popular person in the sect. Who didn't follow him around like a follower? He could proudly say that if this young master claimed to be the second most popular person in the sect, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Slowly, more and more disciples surrounded him. But regretfully, no one attacked. Only that person scolded him. But seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Fan with an unfriendly gaze. Lin Fan was a little impatient. Where are the experts from heaven-covering demon sect? Your young master is in my hands, so why isn't there a single person? Although his voice wasn't loud, it spread far and wide. Everyone in heaven-covering demon sect heard it. We are finished. Young master really wanted to dig a hole to hide in. He really didn't expect Lin Fan to be so direct. Couldn't he not be like that? No matter what, he was the young master and he had to give him some face. That moment, heaven-covering demon sect exploded. Some disciples in the sect were cultivating, and when Lin Fan's words spread into their ears, all of them opened their eyes in shock like they were filled with disbelief. Young master was captured? Moreover, Lin Fan was so bold to bring people back to heaven-covering demon sect. Even if he was asking to die, he shouldn't have done that, right? Even. To them, there were only two possibilities. One was that Lin Fan had a problem with his head and the other was that he was confident in his own strength. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to say that. Shortly after, they didn't bother about cultivating and just headed into the distance. They had to personally witness it before they would believe it. When the elders of heaven-covering demon sect heard about it, they were all stunned. It was obvious that they didn't expect it either. But no matter what, this was a huge matter. Hunglong. Several auras from heaven-covering demon sect rose into the air and covered the entire sect. They all locked onto Lin Fan. You really are a lunatic. Young master lowered his head and his face felt a burning pain. He felt that he was high above and had never suffered any humiliation. But now humiliation had arrived. The entire sect knew that he had been beaten up like a pig. Lin Fan smiled. You are wrong. How can I be a lunatic? Heaven-covering demon sect isn't a terrifying place. I just sent you back to take a look. Shortly after, Lin Fan released young master and stood with his arms behind his back. He was really calm and didn't feel nervous about what was about to happen. He was even a little excited. Who knew how many rage points he would get? Truthfully, the fact that he dared to come to heaven-covering demon sect alone stunned the surrounding disciples. They used their brains to think about it. They felt like he was here to die. Suddenly, numerous people appeared in the air. One of them had an eagle-like gaze and hollered, "Who are you? You actually dare to cause trouble in heaven-covering demon sect, and even dare to injure my young master. You are just asking to die." The elders' arrival pushed the atmosphere to its peak. After all, their main pillar was here. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Young master was controlled by Lin Fan. If something unexpected happened, the consequences would be disastrous. That was why no one dared to make a move. It was best to wait for the elders to arrive and let them deal with these matters. You took so long to come out. I thought that all of you were afraid. Lin Fan said leisurely. These words made everyone dumbfounded. Were they sick in the head? Till now they still didn't know where he was. Chapter 470. Lin Fan's words were really arrogant and he didn't hold them in any regard at all. Even if they were in heaven-covering demon sect's territory, he was still so lawless. To everyone he was just too arrogant. A wave of rage points surged towards him. When young master was being taught a lesson, some disciples gloated. But to them, Lin Fan's words were a little too much. They were all disciples of heaven-covering demon sect and it was okay for him to humiliate young master, but why did he have to drag them along? Thus, when the elder appeared, all of them were furious. They were evil sect disciples to begin with, and their personalities were wild and untamed. Those who were slightly stronger would look down on everyone else. Some of them clenched their fists and cracked. They all wanted to teach Lin Fan a lesson and open his eyes. They wanted him to see blood so that he would know what he could and couldn't say. The elders who appeared were all top experts of heaven-covering demon sect. One of them looked towards young master and said solemnly, "Young master, are you okay?" Although he was an elder and young master was just a disciple. But in terms of status, apart from the sect leader, no one else could compare to young master. Young master didn't want to speak. He didn't even want to say a single word of nonsense. How unbearable. To young master, everything that was happening was like a dream. However, his silence sent a bad signal to the elder. It was as if the young master had suffered a terrible ordeal, causing the young master's willpower to collapse. Logically speaking, such a thing shouldn't have happened. After all, young master had people protecting him and they weren't weak. But the situation only meant that old shadow had been suppressed. "I am heaven-covering demon sect elder Black Prison. Who are you?" Black Prison asked about Lin Fan's background once more. Suddenly, an old man beside elder Black Prison said softly, "Senior brother, don't you think you've seen this person somewhere?" Black Prison frowned and looked closely. Instantly he was shocked. The face in his eyes merged with a portrait. Instantly, he was shocked. "You are Lin Wani's son, Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to actually walk into a trap." He recognized him, he really did. The Alliance wanted to use the 4 alliances to capture Lin Fan. But as it was too shocking, the 4 alliances didn't believe it. But what happened later on told them that Lin Wani's son was indeed really strong. He couldn't be left alive. An existence that had to be killed. Lin Fan smiled. "I didn't expect to be recognized." When he said this, he was quite proud, as if he wanted to let others know that his reputation was already so great. Actually, Lin Fan's reputation in the Evil Alliance was really bad. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was conned by him, And the war between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance started because of him. To others, coming to heaven-covering demon sect was the same as walking into a trap. Black Prison said, "Young Master Lin, you are really bold. You actually dare to come to heaven-covering demon sect alone. My young master is in your hands and you really have something on him. What do you want?" Pata. Lin Fan kicked young master in front of Black Prison and said calmly, "It doesn't matter. I was just bored and came to take a look at your heaven-covering demon sect. But to me, your heaven-covering demon sect isn't much. These disciples have surrounded me for so long and no one dares to attack me. How disappointing." Young master wanted to curse. Damn. Who did he offend? Why did he have to kick him? Didn't he know that his position in the sect was quite high? To the heaven-covering demon sect disciples, they saw young master being kicked away like trash, and they didn't know what to say. "Kid, you are asking to die." Black Prison's gaze turned dark and cold. Young master was the face of heaven-covering demon sect, and now that he was treated like that, it was a slap to their faces. From start till now, Lin Fan maintained his calm as he faced heaven-covering demon sect. Even if this was an Evil Alliance top sect, he wasn't afraid at all. He sensed it carefully. He was surrounded by the rage of the people around. These disciples were all enraged. Perhaps it was because the ridicule just now had struck a chord in their hearts, hurting their self-esteem. Thus, they could only use anger to express their true feelings. "I don't know whether or not I am asking to die, but I can tell you clearly that I came to your heaven-covering demon sect to find trouble," Lin Fan said. His good impression of the top sects was basically zero, or rather, it was negative. The surrounding disciples looked at Lin Fan in rage. At the same time, they were shocked. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Since entering heaven-covering demon sect, they had never seen anyone who dared to cause trouble. They had never even heard of such a thing. "Kid, you are too arrogant. Let me test you." An old man standing beside you couldn't take it anymore and attacked. The surrounding space trembled and a shocking power burst out, condensing into a black python. The black python opened its bloody mouth and whizzed over. It was obvious that it wanted to swallow Lin Fan. This old man was really strong and had a high status in the sect. His every action was filled with the aura of an expert. Black Prison didn't stop him. He wanted to see how strong this kid was. In just an instant, there was a loud explosion. A shocking explosion reverberated throughout the area. It was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears, causing many disciples' hearts to ring. All the disciples were filled with terror. Too terrifying. They didn't expect that the young master who kidnapped the young master would actually be so terrifying. Shortly after, they saw something that they didn't dare to believe in their entire lives. What? They looked at the scenes in front of them with their mouths agape. The elder who attacked knelt on one knee and used one hand to support himself. The other hand covered his chest and he coughed intensely. Each time he coughed, a large amount of blood would spurt out. All the disciples didn't dare to believe that this would happen. The elder actually lost. In the blink of an eye, he didn't even have the time to blink and he ended up like this. That was just too terrifying. Black Prison's expression changed slightly. He had seen everything that had happened just now. He didn't expect this kid to be even more terrifying than the rumors. Didn't they say that he was only at Dao Realm Stage 2? But looking at the situation, how was he only at Dao Realm Stage 2? One kick after another landed on his junior brother's body. Although it looked like a normal kick, the power contained in it was really terrifying. If it landed on the ground, heaven-covering demon sect would have collapsed. This kick is still okay, right? Lin Fan tapped his pants with his fingers. His expression was really calm, like it was just a simple action. Too much. His casual actions totally infuriated the people from heaven-covering demon sect. Large amounts of rage points surged towards him. To Lin Fan, this feeling was just too great. He knew that coming to a top sect to cause trouble was the best way to do things. He was now at Dao Realm Stage 3 and his Dao patterns reached 90. As long as he continued to work hard and accumulate rage points to raise his Dao patterns, his cultivation would naturally soar. If he reached Dao Realm Stage 4, he would be able to beat them up easily. The elder who was kicked to the ground by Lin Fan raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and he really wanted to swallow Lin Fan up. The elders at the side couldn't take it. What an arrogant kid. Let me take a look. But this rash elder was stopped by Black Prison. Don't be rash, you aren't his match. Those words were a little insulting. Although you are the senior brother, you can't say that. I am a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert, so how can I not be his match? Junior brother is just half a step into Stage 5, and is still considered Stage 4, so it is understandable that he can't beat him. But I am already so strong, so how can I not be his match? But he had no choice. Black Prison was the senior brother, so he could only retreat in rage. It would be a lie if Black Prison wasn't shocked. If Junior brother hadn't attacked and was suppressed in one move, he wouldn't have dared to believe that Lin Fan was actually so terrifyingly strong. As expected from Lin Wanni's son, young Master Lin's cultivation is really shocking. In the past, I was wondering how Lin Wanni could improve so quickly. It seems like your Lin family is indeed more talented. Young Master Lin also perfectly inherited this shocking talent. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have come to heaven-covering demon sect to cause trouble, and you shouldn't have attacked my young master. Black Prison's voice was really calm, and he wasn't as angry as before. He had the same thoughts as the Alliance. This kid definitely couldn't be left alive. If he was left alive, he would be a problem. Lin Fan smiled. The feeling of being praised was pretty good. However, he really wanted to tell the other party that everything he said was wrong. Just thinking about it made him want to laugh. What talent! His cultivation was all obtained by adding points. Since that was what they thought, then he didn't say anything more. He didn't care what they thought and just let them do what they wanted. Lin Fan waved his hand. Okay, let's not talk so much nonsense. If you want to fight, then hurry up. In my opinion, your heaven-covering demon sect is just SOSO. You are so cowardly. It has been a while since I came here and I am perfectly fine. I didn't even lose an arm or a leg. Truthfully, it is really disappointing. Damn. The disciples couldn't help but curse. That was just too arrogant. He was just lawless. They couldn't take it anymore. They really couldn't take it anymore. Truthfully, they were proud to be in heaven-covering demon sect and now someone was slapping their faces. Normal people wouldn't be able to take it. That was just too much. They only had one thought in their hearts, which was that they hoped that Black Prison could teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. It was best if he could kill him on the spot and then they could use his head as a ball to kick. Black Prison was expressionless, but the wrinkles on his face trembled. It was obvious that Lin Fan's words infuriated him a little. He had seen many arrogant people, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Fan. Very good, it is normal for young people to be rash, but I want to see how much ability you have. Black Prison said coldly, and then made a hand gesture for him to head to another area to fight. After all, their cultivations were really strong. If they really fought, the area affected would be huge. But Lin Fan was stunned by his actions. What did he mean? He didn't care. Maybe he was going to fight. Honglong. Lin Fan's aura exploded and he didn't hide it. His power spread outwards like waves. Fight! Lin Fan hollered. Elder Black Prison was stunned. Chapter 471. Lin Fan's voice caused Black Prison to be stunned. What were you doing? Young Master Lin, since you came to heaven-covering demon sect to fight, then follow me. Black Prison hollered in rage. If they really fought here, then it would be a huge problem. This was why he wanted to lead Lin Fan to another place. He definitely couldn't fight in the sect's territory. No. Lin Fan replied decisively. He wouldn't agree to Black Prison's request. If they wanted to fight, then they should fight here. If they ran somewhere else, wouldn't that be a huge difference from what he wanted? He didn't care about what happened to heaven-covering demon sect. Anyway, he was here to cause trouble. If he really caused trouble, then that would be what he wanted. Black Prison was furious. It was obvious that he didn't expect that Lin Fan wouldn't go. Did he really want to fight here and cause irreversible damage to heaven-covering demon sect? Just as he was thinking about all of this, he was shocked. He was shocked. Lin Fan let out a furious roar, and the impact of his power turned into wind blades that swept out in all directions. Kid, you are asking to die. Black Prison obviously couldn't do nothing. He pressed down with one palm and formed a domain. The dimension collapsed and cut off the area. There was a loud explosion. There was an intense explosion. The heaven-covering demon sect disciples were stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually attack. Those who were closer felt a huge force striking their bodies. There was a gotcha. There was also the sound of bones breaking. Then they spat out blood and it felt like their organs had shifted. Young master didn't even know who he had offended. As it was too embarrassing, he just laid there. Who knew that he would face danger even after returning to the sect? Bastard! Black Prison raged. Young Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? If you want to fight, then come with me. Do you know how big of an impact it will have if you fight in the sect? His eyes were about to spit fire. He even wanted to swallow Lin Fan up right away. Lin Fan clenched his fists and calmed himself down. You are right, but I like to fight in your territory. It is best if the sky and earth shatters. But what can all of you do? Damn! Black Prison was so furious that he wanted to curse. He didn't expect that he would face such a kid. Heaven-covering demon sect didn't offend him, but he kidnapped young master and started a war. The reason was so random. It was as if he was looking for trouble. All disciples evacuate the scene. Elder Black Prison instructed. The difference in strength between these disciples and the other party was simply too great. Staying here would just be sending them to their deaths. When the disciples heard this, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They broke into a run. The difference in strength was too big. They weren't blind, so how could they not see it? Not to mention attacking, just the shockwaves alone could kill them all. The young master, who had already lost all his face, just wanted to quietly be a coward and muddle through this matter. But how could they survive the current situation? Motherfucker! Where did this monster come from? He's way too daring. The young master ran. As he ran, he turned around and stared at Lin Fan's face. It was obvious that he wanted to remember this face forever. He was an arrogant man with status. However, the most shameful thing was that the other party was the one who had caused it. He would always remember the other party in his heart. Maybe one day. No, there was definitely no such day. He was going to die here today. To be able to bully this young master before your death is enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. The atmosphere in heaven-covering demon sect was a little suppressed. Junior brothers attacked together to kill this kid. Elder Black Prison's expression was cold, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill him. If Lin Fan wanted to attack in heaven-covering demon sect's territory, then he could only kill him quickly in case there were any problems. Shua! Shua! Several elders blocked Lin Fan's path and each of them stared at him in rage. The space around them shook and they gave off a terrifying aura and shocking killing intent. Kid, you won't be able to escape today. You dare to cause trouble in heaven-covering demon sect. Today you shall die here. They were infuriated by this brat. At the same time, they set up an isolation barrier. Otherwise, with their strength, if they attacked together, the aftermath would be terrifying to a certain extent. When Dao Realm experts attacked, they could cause the entire area to shake. To experts it might not have been much, but the sect disciples were too weak, so how could they handle such power? Ha ha! Lin Fan smiled calmly. Ganging up on them is the wisest choice. Naturally, I don't care about the juniors of your sect. As for the weak, I am too lazy to kill them. As for whether or not they will die, that will depend on their luck. Okay, there is no point in talking anymore. Let's attack. Lin Fan clenched his fingers and with a crack, the space collapsed. Many cracks appeared and the dimension slowly opened up. This was the explosion of pure strength. It was extremely shocking and one could say that it was extremely terrifying. Each elder wanted to kill Lin Fan, but they were all really wary of Lin Fan's strength. What shocking strength! This was a huge enemy and senior brother told them to attack together. It was obvious that they didn't dare to be careless in case there were any problems. That moment, Lin Fan clenched his fingers into a fist and he hammered towards the space. The space was like a mirror that shattered. Shortly after, a sky-ripping power swept the area like a tsunami. Elder Black Prison and the other junior brothers looked at one another and nodded their heads. They attacked together. 1 Dao Realm Stage 6, 3 Dao Realm Stage 5, and 2 Dao Realm Stage 4. This was already really terrifying strength and one could say that it was shocking. Even the Alliance didn't dare to be careless. Now that Lin Fan was fighting 6 of them alone, one could only say that he was really strong. The only one who could fight Lin Fan was Elder Black Prison. As for the others, they were just distractions. But the gap between realms could be huge or small. But one had to pay attention to the special characteristics of Dao realm. Instantly, bright light shone and shone on the world. The light was so eye-piercing that one couldn't open their eyes. The ripples of power continued to spread. Even if many Dao realm experts laid down a barrier, it was hard to stop the ripples from spreading. The surrounding buildings collapsed and the ground cracked. One could even see magma boiling underground. This is quite problematic. Lin Fan was calm, but deep down he was a little shocked. When these people worked together, the power they formed was quite terrifying. Attack! Elder Black Prison hollered in rage and opened his palms. Black flames jumped in the air and swept forwards. The black flames weren't hot and were even really cold. Everywhere it passed, even the dimension couldn't block it, and it froze right away. The other elders all used their own techniques. Maybe they really wanted to kill Lin Fan, so they didn't hold back at all. This was the first time Lin Fan saw something that they had never used in battle before. A series of weapons that emanated the might of the heaven and earth stood vertically in the sky, emanating a supreme might as they slashed out at Lin Fan. These were all Dao artifacts, top weapons that only Dao realm experts could control. Moreover, they were all really rare and normal Dao realm experts couldn't have them. But heaven-covering demon sect didn't lack them. Since you are all serious, then I won't hold back. Lin Fan activated the Chief God domain and then opened his palm. The dimension ripped open and he grabbed with his fingers. Numerous bugs swept out from the dimension. Insect Valley, Elder Black Prison was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually use Insect Valley's technique. But he didn't have the time to think so much. He had to kill those who had to be killed. Honglong. Lin Fan clashed with the many elders. Several powers clashed with one another and a terrifying shockwave exploded. Kwangdang. Lin Fan's fist landed on a token. Suddenly, several circular ripples appeared on the token. It took Lin Fan's punch head-on without being damaged. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, several Dao patterns shot out from the token, turning into whips that lashed at Lin Fan's body. But this bit of strength wasn't enough. Pilai Pala. There was a loud clang. It was like he was whipping a piece of metal. The elders were shocked, but this wasn't the time to be shocked. Their only thought was to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if this dragged on, heaven-covering demon sect would suffer even more losses. Elder Black Prison was shocked. Dual Cultivator Dao Realm Stage 3. How was that possible? He had never met anyone who could cultivate both internal and external energy to such a level. It was simply impossible. Be it time or energy, it wasn't enough. But he didn't have the time to think so much. He didn't care so much. He just had to kill Lin Fan. As time flowed, not only did the battle not end, but it became more and more intense. Pung! 2 Dao Realm Stage 4 elders were badly injured and their bodies smashed into the ground. They had lost and their Dao artifacts were shattered into pieces. If one hadn't personally experienced it, no one would have been able to imagine how terrifying the two of them had suffered. If it wasn't for the Dao artifact in Black Prison and the others who shared the burden for them, these 2 dregs would have been smashed to pieces. As for now, it wasn't too late. Those who had to lie down still had to lie down. You are a little problematic. A wound appeared on Lin Fan's shoulder. It was a little deep and fresh blood flowed. He wasn't paying attention and was injured by Black Prison. It was just a small injury and he didn't fear anything. He didn't use the blood demon reversal technique to recover his body. No matter what, he had to give them some hope. Black Prison's expression was solemn. Black flames surged around his body as he looked at heaven-covering demon sect's situation. He gritted his teeth. Look at what you have done. Lin Fan took a look. There wasn't much to worry about. There was an area below that was in ruins, and it was even worse than the ruins. The ripples from both sides were too strong and the barrier couldn't block it at all. It was normal for some buildings to be damaged. Don't be too emotional. Battles are like that. You can't expect everything to be perfectly fine. Moreover, to be honest, I don't have a good impression of your sex at all. But don't worry, I won't kill all of you. I am just playing with all of you. Lin Fan said calmly. He felt that some top sects were still useful. At least they could restrict the alliance. If not, the alliance wouldn't just occupy such a small area. Suddenly, a sense of danger spread into his mind. Someone sneak attacked. Moreover, the person who came was really strong. He probably hid for a long time just for this chance. Chapter 472. Lin Fan's sense of danger was really strong. But Lin Fan's strength wasn't normal. If he was a normal expert, he would have reacted long ago. When he turned around and was prepared to block, a cold light struck towards his chest. It was just too quick. Lin Fan crossed his fingers in front of his body. With a clang, the cold light hit his palm and he was unable to advance any further. If his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he would have been pierced through. Lin Fan focused. The person who sneak attacked wore a black robe with golden edges and held a spear that was surging with demonic energy. That moment, the spear continued to give off terrifying power. Lin Fan frowned and didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, the spear's strength didn't stop and it continued to explode. Ding dang! Lin Fan retreated and with one foot, the space around him collapsed. He cursed in rage. How despicable, you actually sneak attacked. When Black Prison saw who it was, he was delighted. Since the sect leader was here, then things would be easy. With so many of them attacking, it would be easy to kill this kid. How dare you behave so arrogantly in heaven-covering demon sect? How can I let you live? Sect leader's eyes shone brightly. He shook his wrist and the spear started to spin, forming a terrifying energy whirlpool. It looked like a simple move, but to Lin Fan the situation wasn't good. Ding dang! Lin Fan retreated step by step. At the same time, a shocking power spread from his legs. His hands that blocked the spear trembled and blood seeped out. Sect leader frowned like he didn't expect Lin Fan to last until now. But all of that wasn't important. Sect leader's lips moved. Celestial slaying. That moment, the spear in sect leader's hand changed. Thick demonic energy surged and the sky shook. Black clouds rumbled and one could see a red light shining in the sky. Hunglong. The light from the black clouds shrouded Lin Fan. Scoff, you overestimate yourself. Sect leader waved his arm and a few spear sparks appeared. He placed the spear on his back and looked at everything calmly. Elder Black Prison stepped forward and said with his head lowered, Sect leader, I am useless. I didn't suppress this kid immediately and brought losses to the sect. I don't blame you. This kid's cultivation is really shocking. As expected, Lin Wani's son is extraordinary. However, there is something wrong with his brain. Even if he has grown up, he should know his place. The sect leader said. To the sect leader, Lin Wani's son's cultivation wasn't weak, but compared to his father's brain, the difference was too big. Elder Black Prison said, Sect leader, I wonder if that kid is dead. Dead. No one can survive the immortal murdering spear. The Grandmaster said confidently. That strike just now was filled with an intense killing intent. This lad should have turned into an incomplete corpse by now. That's true. Black Prison nodded his head. Sect leader was right. This was a top Dao artifact, and along with sect leader's Dao realm stage 7 cultivation, how could he not kill this kid? Even if he faced Lin Wani, he would still be able to put up a fight. Sect leader, actually it would be a waste to kill him. If we captured him alive, his research value would be much higher. Black Prison said regretfully. If it was possible, he wanted to spend some effort on Lin Fan to study how this kid became so strong. Scoff. The sect leader scoffed coldly. When he attacked young master, his outcome was already decided. Black Prison instantly reacted. Right, Lin Fan attacked young master. With how protective the sect leader was, how could he let him live? Naturally, he would kill him. He was thinking too much. Suddenly, a voice spread out from below. Oi, I say, you guys are way too arrogant, aren't you? Your young master is truly fine. Lin Fan patted his body and stood there without any injuries at all. You spear-wielding old fellow, despicable, cunning, don't be too confident. Truthfully, it was just too terrifying. Lin Fan knew that this person was definitely at Dao Realm Stage 7. That move was just too strong. If not for the recovery ability of the Blood Demon Reversal Technique, he would have knelt there. Of course, even without the Blood Demon Reversal Technique, he wouldn't have died, but he would have been badly injured. Dual Cultivator Dao Realm Stage 3 facing a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert, there was a huge gap. Leave. Anyway, he had absorbed a lot of rage points, so it was okay for him to stay. Getting beaten up was not his style. Naturally, he would leave if he could. How is that possible? Black Prison was shocked. He didn't expect that the kid didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he was perfectly fine. From head to toe, he didn't even lose a single strand of hair. Damn. This was something that he didn't dare to believe. Not to mention that he was already stunned. Even the sect leader was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. How was he fine? Even if he didn't die after being hit by the celestial slaying spear, he definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. Goodbye. Lin Fan waved his hands. Heaven-covering demon sect's trip had ended, and it was best if they returned to their own homes. He had already obtained what he wanted. At the same time, he personally sensed the heaven-covering demon sect leader's strength. It was really terrifying. Dao Realm Stage 7 should have been the peak realm that experts could reach. As for Stage 8 and 9, no one had reached it. Lin Fan even thought about a possibility, which was that there were many hidden experts who chose to go into secluded meditation to break through to a higher realm. There was a path ahead, but they didn't know how to take it. Naturally, they would go into secluded meditation to find a path that others didn't know how to take. Kid, where are you going? The sect leader hollered in rage. How could he let him run? Naturally, he had to chase up and kill him. Lin Fan turned his head and waved his arm. Sword intent surged out and covered the sky. Sword seeds flew out from his body one after another. His eyes were filled with disdain and he smiled. If you have balls, then chase me. I am looking forward to it. Instantly, the sect leader didn't act rashly. He sensed terrifying power from the sword intent that covered the sky. He believed that if he really chased the kid and the sword intent landed in the sect, they would suffer heavy losses. Even if the elders defended, it would be the same. If you aren't going to chase me, then I am really leaving. Lin Fan left with a smile. The sect leader sucked in a deep breath. Kid, I will remember you. I hope that you will be so lucky next time. Slowly, when Lin Fan stepped into the dimension, he waved his arm and clenched his fingers. Not good. The sword seeds instantly covered the sect leader and the others. With a loud explosion, the sword seeds exploded and the chaotic sword intent ripped apart everything around. Damn thing. The sect leader hollered. He stood in the air unharmed and his gaze was dark and cold. As expected, it was really strong. His choice just now was the right one. Junior brothers. Elder Black Prison saw his 3 junior brothers fall from the sky with their eyes rolled back and their bodies covered in blood. He immediately caught them. He probed and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, their lives weren't in danger. The sect leader clenched his fists and his face was dark and sunken. Black Prison, heaven-covering demon sect, stop the war with Celestial Alliance and gather all our strength to find this kid. I want to turn his bones to dust. Black Prison frowned. Sect leader, will the other evil alliance sects be unhappy if we do that? The war between the 4 alliances was really intense. The reason for fighting was always so random. But since they had already started, there was no turning back and they could only continue to fight. What is there to be unhappy about? Heaven-covering demon sect isn't the only one who didn't join in. Think about Celestial Alliance's Guasian Island and Buddha Alliance's White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. During this period of time, have you seen them fight? To be able to reach the position of the sect leader, one had to be really meticulous. For example, Guasian Island was jumping around at the start, but then they disappeared. That meant that there was a huge problem. Although he wasn't sure what the reason was. Thinking about it, there weren't many of them. Black Prison thought about it and frowned. That did seem to be the case. Don't worry, sect leader, I understand. The sect leader nodded and looked at the situation below. He was furious. That jerk actually destroyed heaven-covering demon sect to such a state. He really deserved to die, he deserved to die. The reason why he could not wait to find Lin Fan and kill him right now was because he had seen the potential of the other party. He was really terrifying. He was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than Lin Wani. He thought about how Lin Fan was able to escape today. What would happen after a period of time? No one would be able to stop him and the entire sect would be wiped out in an instant. Few days later, what happened to heaven-covering demon sects spread throughout Evil Alliance. Not only Evil Alliance but the other 3 alliances and even the Alliance all found out about it. After all, the shockwaves above heaven-covering demon sect wouldn't lie. Looking at the tragic state of heaven-covering demon sect, it was just so terrifying. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Who would dare to imagine that? Under the investigation of some people, they found out that the person who caused trouble at heaven-covering demon sect was actually the wanted Lin Fan. All of them were shocked. They were filled with disbelief. He caused trouble in heaven-covering demon sect, and even the sect leader personally attacked. To be able to let Lin Fan escape, how strong was he? That wasn't something that normal people could imagine. Especially when Evil Spirit Old Ancestor from 9 Evil Spirit Hall found out about it. Who knew if he was gloating or if he was worried about it? His blood lotus was taken by Lin Fan and he was greatly affected. From then on, he hated Lin Fan. He wanted to drink his blood and eat his flesh. But Lin Fan's strength was just too unreasonable, and he was helpless. He could only swear that one day he would make Lin Fan pay the price. But now that heaven-covering demon sect was in trouble, his mood became slightly better. After all, he wasn't the only one who was unlucky, and there was someone to accompany him. Hayes. But when he thought about his own situation, he sighed. What a waste. Sometimes he wanted to smack his stupid head. Why did he have to act cool and take out the blood lotus to show off? He underestimated Lin Fan and ended up taking a huge loss. If the heavens gave him another chance, he swore to the heavens. If he acted cool, he would be a dog. Chapter 473. Recently, the Alliance headquarters seized the chance when the 4 alliances were fighting to attack some normal sections. At the start, the Alliance headquarters occupied 31 Imperial Dynasty cities. During this period of time, the Alliance headquarters occupied 40. The speed at which the Alliance headquarters occupied territory was too quick. If no one stopped them and they continued to occupy, the outcome would be catastrophic. When the time came, half of the territory would be taken away by the Alliance headquarters. The peace faction in the Alliance slowly disappeared. The Alliance suffered a huge blow, and even some of the Alliance members who supported the peace faction started to change. Their hearts changed and they felt that it was a good idea to fight. Till now they hadn't faced any problems and the Alliance headquarters was having a smooth journey. Large amounts of resources were transported back, and the lack of resources within the Alliance was alleviated. In the face of huge benefits, some members of the peace faction gradually disappeared and joined the ranks of the pro-war faction. In the Alliance meeting room, a bunch of 9-star generals gathered here. We have noticed the gathering place of the city defense members. We should wipe them all out. As one of the strongest 9-star generals, Zhu Daoshan hadn't had a good time recently. The main reason was that he hadn't done much. Wu Zhiga kept silent and didn't say much. But he agreed with this mission. Most of the problems the Alliance headquarters faced were caused by the defense members. They hid in the dark and found a chance to attack to stop the Alliance. Although the Alliance killed many of them, they also caused huge problems for the Alliance headquarters and they lost many people. If not for them, the Alliance headquarters wouldn't have only occupied 40 cities. Even 50 or 60 wouldn't have been a problem. Marshal Crimson Firmament said. This marshal thinks it's time to take action and suppress all these remnants. I agree too. Now is a good time. The 4 alliances don't have time to restrict us, and we can use some energy to deal with the remaining people. Once we deal with them, we can gather the alliance's fighting strength and occupy. The 9-star generals gathered here all wanted to fight. The resources were just too huge. When they saw the resources transported back from the rich land, they had never expected that they would feel so good. At the same time, they agreed with why the rich land was called that. It was really rich. Oh, was temple. Abbess Miaozhen's expression was gloomy and her heart was filled with grief. She descended from the distance while carrying a corpse. The surrounding disciples quickly gathered around, wanting to ask about the situation outside. However, when they saw the corpse in Nun Miaozhen's arms, everyone was dumbfounded. Senior sister, someone recognized the corpse. It was Yu Yunmeng, their senior sister. She was the personal disciple of Abbess Miaozhen. She had entered the sect relatively late, but no one expected such a thing to happen. Master Miaozhen, what happened to senior sister? A disciple asked. They could not accept such an outcome. Last time, senior marshal's sister brought a man back. Master Miaozhen was furious. In the end, the man left was temple. No one knew where he went, but the disciples who were close to Senior Marshall's sister knew that the man lived on a mountain near Wu's temple. Thinking about it, it seemed to have been a month. Nun Miaozhen shook her head and didn't say much. She walked towards the Wu's temple. The group of disciples looked at each other in dismay. Master brought Senior Sister to defend against the alliance then. They didn't dare to think about it. They all knew that the alliance was a dangerous existence. Now that Senior Sister had become like that, it could only mean that something bad had happened to her when she fought against the alliance. Li Mountain. Evil god Zhenming was one of the higher-ups of Hell Mountain, and was terrifyingly strong. Since that battle, he hadn't left rich land and had been staying here. That moment, Zhenming sat by the shore and held a fishing rod in his hand. He shook his wrist and a fat fish broke out of the water and was pulled up. Not bad. Zhenming smiled. This was a huge change from the dark and evil him in the past. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly ran over from afar. Brother Zhenming. It was a teen who ran over. She had no experience in the mortal world, so she didn't enter Wu's temple. But she was already a disciple. Zhenming looked towards the voice and knew who it was. However, his expression didn't change much. He stayed here not because of Yu Yunmeng but because he felt a bit of release in his heart. He didn't have many thoughts about returning to Hell Mountain, and just wanted to stay here for a while to experience life. Why are you here? Zhenming asked. He continued to cast the hook. The hook landed in the water and didn't move at all. The teen looked at Zhenming and wasn't afraid because of the patterns on his face. Instead, she sobbed, Senior Sister, Senior Sister. But before she finished, Zhenming interrupted her. Don't mention her in front of me. Zhenming rejected. Others might not know what happened between the man in front of her and her senior sister, but she knew everything. Senior Sister rejected him because of Wu's temple. People from two different worlds wouldn't be together. Go back, this isn't a place for you to stay. The teen hollered. Senior Sister is dead. Puh. Zhenming's arm shook and ripples spread out from the hook. But very quickly the ripples disappeared. He kept silent for a long while and no one could tell what he was thinking. He just replied calmly. Oh, so what if she is dead? What does it have to do with me? Zhenming replied cleanly without any emotions at all. But if one looked closely, one would notice that the patterns on his face were shaking and his arm was shaking at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. How did this happen? The teen sat on the ground and looked at Zhenming in disbelief. You like my senior sister? Zhenming glanced at the teen and smiled. You like it? No, I don't like her. I was just curious about her in the past. Now that I am not curious, I don't like her. Oh right, who killed her? Impossible, impossible, you aren't the big brother Zhenming I know. The big brother Zhenming I know shouldn't be so heartless. The teen shook her head and didn't reply to Zhenming. Zhenming frowned. I am asking you who killed her? At that moment, Zhenming's voice was a little dark and sunken. It struck the teen's heart and terrified her. She climbed up and ran back. It is the alliance, it is the alliance, you aren't the big brother Zhenming I know, I hate you. Zhenming looked at her slowly disappearing body. His originally expressionless face suddenly underwent a shocking change. Damn. He raised the fishing rod in his hand and smashed it towards the lake. Pung. The lake's surface exploded and numerous dead fish appeared. How did this happen? Zhenming clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with blood. Green veins appeared on the surface of his skin and vengeful energy rose up, causing the space around to twist. That night, the night was silent. In a room the lights were dim and a corpse laid there. The sound of footsteps spread out. A hand was placed on Yu Yunming's face. Not long later, the hand slowly disappeared and it was as if no one had come to the room at all. In another room, Nun Miaozhen seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes. Her gaze seemed to be looking at Yu Yunming's location. After a long while, Nun Miaozhen closed her eyes and didn't move at all. In a certain forest, flames lit up the area. During the period of time Lin Fan left heaven-covering demon sect, he became more well-behaved. His rage points didn't change from start to now. In his own words, the feeling of going to a top sect and causing trouble was really too great. Look at his rage points, it was just so terrifying. Rage points. 1500355. It reached 1,000,000 right away. It was really stable to use it to raise Dao realm techniques. Improve. To raise one Dao Realm technique required 210,000 rage points. With his current rage points, it was enough to raise 7 Dao Realm techniques. From 90 Dao patterns, he gained another 7. Now that he had reached 97, he was very close to reaching 100. Lin Fan cultivated and merged the Dao patterns into his body. He was really satisfied with his own strength. Dao Realm Stage 5 was easy to suppress. As for Dao Realm Stage 6, he still needed some methods. As for Stage 7, it was really terrifying. Especially when he faced peak Stage 7 experts like the heaven-covering demon sect leader. His strength was just too shocking. When the spear struck, it was tough for one to block. If one was a dual cultivator and had 90 Dao patterns, one's foundations would have reached a shocking level. Any dual cultivator at Dao Realm Stage 3 would have died to him. That moment, Lin Fan was thinking about where he should go next. Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance had caused trouble. As for Buddha Alliance and Monster Alliance, there was no need for them to do anything. His own thoughts were simple, which was to find trouble with the alliance. If he ranked them based on hatred, the other 4 alliances would have to stand to the side. The one he really had a huge conflict with was the alliance headquarters. If it wasn't for the alliance headquarters, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. Lin Fan was peacefully living as a rich young master in Yu City, and didn't need to worry about food and drinks. But regretfully, because of the alliance's arrival, his days were all destroyed. Even his father was lost by him. He was really confident in his own strength, and even if he faced the strongest 9-star generals, he wouldn't be afraid. So what if he couldn't beat them? Could they kill him? He didn't have the ability to fight them head-on. But he knew how to run. He would change places, and even if he did, he would destroy the alliance. Lin Fan got up and looked around. He was still in the Evil Alliance territory, so he had to rush through the night and enter the Alliance territory. He hadn't returned to Yu City in a long time, and it was time to take a look at the situation there. If it was possible, he didn't mind teaching the Alliance members who occupied Yu City a lesson. He wanted to tell them that they were finished. Chapter 474. Sniff. Sniff. This smell is close to home. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. Although he wasn't in Yu City, this place was similar. Anyway, it was different from the air outside. But along the way, the thing that Lin Fan was unhappy about was the fact that the once beautiful scenery had been destroyed. All that was left were many giant holes that turned into a wilderness. Damn Alliance members. They actually destroyed the scenery of his home. They really deserved to die. Suddenly, a cry for help spread out from afar. It sounded like a girl. So unlucky? He wasn't interested in being a hero and saving a beauty. The main reason was that he was afraid of trouble. But this was Alliance territory, and basically only Alliance members moved. If a girl was being chased, then the person chasing was definitely an Alliance member. Regarding this, he absolutely could not tolerate it. Here girls were rare. Take a look at the people around him. Which one of them had a partner? They were all single. If they didn't want to get closer, they would get further away. Uncle Wu, Zhangshang, etc. Which one of them wasn't single? He didn't think so much about it. Every second he wasted was one more minute of danger for the girl. Lin Fan wasn't someone who liked to be a busybody. But when he faced such a situation, no matter who it was, he had to help. In the distance. Girl, stop running, you won't be able to escape. I didn't expect the natives to have such a beautiful girl. I'm so lucky. A woman looked flustered, but she didn't lose her attractiveness. Not far behind the girl, there were 3 men in hot pursuit. These 3 men were ugly and had wretched expressions. Anyone who saw them would have the urge to beat them up. One would even have a feeling. If such a beautiful girl fell into the hands of the 3 of them, it would be a waste. Someone save me. The girl shouted in panic. Her voice was really gentle, and it made one want to protect her. Not far away, Lin Fan wanted to save the girl, but all of a sudden, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at the 3 men and saw that they were all cultivators. Then he looked at the girl. She was clearly a weak girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. She was just a weak girl. He frowned. Damn it, 3 men with cultivation couldn't even catch up to a woman without cultivation. Even a fool wouldn't believe it if he told this to them. There's a problem. Let's keep looking. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to attack. He wasn't a fool and he knew that something wasn't right. It was rare for a hero to save a beauty. Moreover, this was Alliance territory, so why would a girl appear in the wilderness? That didn't make sense. But it was true. Those 3 men were really infuriating. They attracted too much hatred, and their expressions were as wretched as they could be. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to hold it in and would directly attack. He would jump out and appear in front of the girl like an unparalleled hero stepping on colorful auspicious clouds. In just a few moves he would defeat the 3 men and win the girl. Logically speaking, this was the normal situation. Lin Fan hid in the dark, not anxious or impatient. He was just wasting some time. Time ticked by. The situation in the distance changed drastically. I am not running anymore, I can't run anymore. The girl bent her back and panted. Sweat flowed down her forehead and she waved her hands towards the guy behind her. Can't you chase slower? Why are you chasing so quickly? It would be too fake if we were slower. It has only been an hour, so why can't we run anymore? The guy frowned. In his heart, he felt that the girl was too pretentious and couldn't even hold on for such a short period of time. I am a girl. All of you have cultivation but I don't. Although the natives are stupid, they aren't that stupid, okay? The girl was unhappy. If not for the Alliance headquarters instructing her, she wouldn't have wanted to suffer like this. The guy said no, the Alliance headquarters analyzed it. The natives have a high sense of justice, especially those at the border. They won't sit still and do nothing. This is the best method to attract them out. The woman didn't say much. She naturally understood this point. This wasn't the first time, and she had succeeded a few times in the past. There were natives who took the initiative to jump out when encountering such a situation. She was a woman who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, so how could she arouse the suspicion of others? Thus, she basically succeeded 100% of the time. Lin Fan, who was hiding in the dark, was tongue-tied. Damn, as I expected, I didn't expect the Alliance to be so scheming. Lin Fan was most afraid of people playing with his head. Now that the Alliance was starting to do such things, how terrifying was it? If Cousin was beside him, he would have beaten up these few people. But he learned some secrets from their conversation. There were also border experts hiding in the Alliance territory. Who knew whether or not Zhao Lishan and the others were there? Sword Palace Swordhead was also defending against the Alliance. If they gathered together, they would be a terrifying force. Maybe they had rested long enough. They started to act to attract people to save the damsel in distress. If there wasn't anyone here, then they would go somewhere else. He couldn't allow them to continue like that. Since that was the case, then he had to do something. The woman was still trying her best to call for help, and the 3 men behind her were also chasing her wretchedly. Honestly speaking, after acting for a long time, it felt really good. Just at that moment, footsteps spread out from the distance. The 3 guys with some cultivation looked at one another and were delighted. Someone was hooked and the show continued. Who? The 3 of them hollered in rage and looked into the distance. Slowly, a person walked over. It was like the girl had seen her lifesaver. She cried and ran in front of Lin Fan. Young master, save me, they want to... Woo-woo. She was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, and anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. A normal man would naturally hold his head high and puff out his chest to protect the delicate woman behind him, and reprimand the 3 shameless people. In broad daylight, they actually did such beastly actions. That was something that couldn't be tolerated. Lin Fan smiled. Don't worry, with me here you don't need to run. His smile was as bright as the sun. The girl's heart shook. What a warm smile, but what a waste. The goal of the 3 men was not to capture Lin Fan, but to catch a big fish. What was the use of one person? They wanted to make the other party believe that the woman was in trouble, and then they would bring the woman back and catch them all. Who are you? One of the perverted guys asked. Lin Fan said, I am just passing by. Passing by? The perverted guy scoffed coldly. Kid, I advise you to be smart and hand the girl over. If not, I will teach you a lesson. When the girl heard this, she shrunk back. Her slender jade hands tugged at Lin Fan's sleeves and said pitifully, Young master, save me. If I am caught by them, my innocence will be ruined by them. There was a lot of information in those words. Innocence meant that she was still clean and hadn't been ruined. Young master saving her meant that he would get a pure and flawless me. As for the word desecrate, it made one's imagination run wild, and there was a hint of movement. Suddenly, a shocking scene happened. Lin Fan grabbed the girl's wrist and then pushed her forwards. Please do as you please. They were stunned. The three guys were stunned. This was different from what they expected. It wasn't according to the script and it was a little terrifying. Not only were they stunned, but the girl in the middle also stopped crying. When she came back to her senses, she knelt down and cried, acting pitiful. Kid, what do you mean? The perverted guy frowned and asked. Naturally, he didn't treat his words seriously. At the same time, he thought to himself, was he acting? Impossible. How could they find out that he was acting? There had to be something going on. Maybe the kid felt that he couldn't beat the three of them alone, so he used a plan. And that was possible. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have chased with the three of them. He would have chased alone to give him some confidence. Lin Fan twisted his neck and his expression slowly changed. He said unhappily, damn. I walked for a month and didn't even see a single girl. I heard some noise here, so I came to take a look. Not bad, this girl is really interesting. But as the saying goes, first come first serve. Since you all found her, then you all can go first. After you are done, I will go and I will definitely make her scream. Fuck your mother. Was he still human? Or was he a righteous native that the Alliance analyzed? He was just too evil. Young master. The girl looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. She forgot to cry once more. The situation had changed a little and it shouldn't have been like this. Lin Fan smiled. His smile was a little evil, like he had found prey. His gaze was really aggressive and the girl's body tensed up. The perverted guy thought about it. How could it be like what Lin Fan said? Kid, are you playing with us? Brothers, let's kill him. They didn't expect that they would face such a person. But even if the situation changed slightly, it wouldn't stop them from doing what they were about to do. As for what happened next, he would leave it to her. The three of them were really weak. If he attacked, he would be able to instantly kill them. But he was used to giving them chances. Pung. The three of them didn't know what happened. They only felt that the scene in front of them changed and they flew backward, smashing into the ground. So strong. That was the only thing they felt, but they were still able to stay conscious. So weak. Lin Fan was filled with disdain. He walked in front of the girl whose mouth was agape. He reached out and touched her chin. Voila! Lin Fan grabbed her leg and dragged her into the distance. Feels good, this feels so good. The girl reacted and her expression was one of panic. She was even so terrified that she peed her pants. She cried out and reached out towards her three companions who were lying on the ground. Save me! Save me! The three of them got up and exchanged glances with one another. They personally witnessed the girl being dragged into the depths, but they couldn't do anything. What should we do? One of them asked. He was really stunned. They tried so many times, but this was the most terrifying. What else can we do? It is worth it to sacrifice everything for the success of the Alliance. I believe that she is mentally prepared. But she is shouting for help. She is just trying to confuse them. Trust her, she can definitely do it. As for what happens next, it is just a reversal of the process, right? Oh. Chapter 475. Don't do this, please don't do this. Young master saved me and I am really grateful. I am willing to do anything for you. Naturally, I am yours, but I can't. Please don't be so impatient. The girl's face turned ashen white, and she sensed that something terrifying and cruel was about to happen. No, it wasn't a feeling, but it was actually happening. She was tied to a tree and the way she was tied was really unique. But one could use one sentence to describe why she was wearing Pinru's clothes. The girl looked at Lin Fan in terror. The scenes that were about to happen appeared in her mind. It was really embarrassing and it was hard to describe with words. Kakik. Lin Fan didn't bother about her and just gave out a chilling laugh. The girl felt like she was about to die here. If she could return alive, she would definitely beat those people who said that the natives were righteous people. Was this the righteousness that he was talking about? Not long later. The binding was over. Lin Fan said, "Do you have anything to say to me?" The girl thought that he would start right away and torture her to death. She was prepared to treat it like she was fucked by a dog. In her heart, she was willing to sacrifice herself for the alliance. Young master, you saved me, so from now on I am yours. Why are you so anxious? Can you put me down? The girl said pitifully. Facing such a perverted person, she could only act even more pitiful. She wouldn't believe the analysis of the alliance headquarters anymore. It was all a lie. Lin Fan shook his head. Not that, something else. People nowadays were just too dishonest. Since the alliance wanted to play tricks, then he would play with them. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat them. The girl blinked her eyes in shock. She was really lost and innocent. Something else? There was really nothing else. Young master, I don't know what you mean. Continue acting. Lin Fan smiled. You are from the alliance, right? Shock. The girl looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. He knew where she came from. Impossible, how did he know? Young master, I really don't know what you are talking about. The girl didn't admit it and acted dumb. Maybe if she acted a little better, she would be able to get away with it. Lin Fan raised his hand and pointed at the girl. He looked around, searching for something. After looking for a long time, he didn't find anything suitable. Thinking about it, it was hard to find something in the wilderness. If you have the guts, show me what you're up to. The bug controlling technique aura spread out and started to search for a target. In the end, he found it and locked onto the male wolf who was trying his best to make a human. The woman shook her head, still pretending not to know anything. She didn't know what she was going to face next, but as a special talent of the Alliance headquarters, she had gone through professional training and was able to face everything without changing her expression. Even if the other party used some kind of terrifying method, rough panting sounds could be heard. The woman looked into the distance and her heart tightened. What was that? Damn it, how could there be such a terrifying wolf? After the buff of the bug controlling technique, the wolf that was originally thigh-high grew to the height of a human. It looked really terrifying and disgusting. Saliva flowed out of its sharp teeth. This is a male wolf that was just with a female wolf. I brought him here halfway. If you don't tell me, then what happens next has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. Lin Fan said. His methods were really cruel and perverted. Moreover, he had no bottom line. Young master, don't do that. The woman's pupils constricted and she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't dare to imagine what was going to happen next. Lin Fan didn't bother and waved his hands. The human-sized wolf stared at the woman with green eyes and pounced towards her. Such a perverted scene naturally frightened the woman so much that she didn't care about her professionalism. I will speak, the woman screamed in fear. When the wolf arrived in front of the woman, it stopped. I am from the Alliance. The woman didn't hide anything and directly revealed her identity. Lin Fan said, why didn't you say so earlier? I don't like to do anything to women, especially people like you who have no strength at all. Killing you is an insult to me. How did you contact the Alliance? He knew that the woman could contact the Alliance. What? The woman was stunned and didn't understand what Lin Fan meant. But when she saw Lin Fan's gaze, her heart shook and she didn't dare to hide anymore. There is a chip under my skin that can send my location to the headquarters. The Alliance and Richland didn't speak the same language, but the Alliance's technology level was really high, and they had spread the language of Richland to the education platform. As for whether or not he understood the chip, she didn't lie. Lin Fan's guess was right. As expected, that was the case. The other party's trick was indeed very easy to trick. A woman with no cultivation was in danger and someone saved her. Even if she was suspicious, thinking about how she had no cultivation, she would relax. Lin Fan would then take the chance to trick her. Lin Fan released the woman and told the wolf to leave. You should have said so earlier. Then we wouldn't have wasted time. Contact them and tell them to come over. But don't play any tricks, otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. The woman was shocked and didn't expect him to have such a request. She always thought that he would kill her to hide from the Alliance. Who knew that he would ask to fight the Alliance head-on? She didn't understand what he was thinking, but it didn't matter. She just wanted to satisfy his arrogant thoughts. The woman tapped the skin on her wrist like there was a button there. Lin Fan paid attention to the situation around. This was the Alliance's territory, and based on what the Alliance wanted, they would definitely install some equipment around. But he had dragged her here for a period of time and no alliance experts had come. That meant that there was no equipment here at all. Was it because the hidden border guards knew about the existence of the equipment so they dismantled the equipment that they discovered? That was possible, but he wasn't too sure. Alliance main camp. A bunch of workers looked at the screen in front of them. Suddenly, a red light lit up and rows of data appeared on the screen. Shortly after, a three-dimensional map appeared. We have discovered that the natives are hiding at 32. 85 degrees 34. 2 degrees north latitude, 119. 57 degrees, 120. 45 degrees east longitude. It is of a high grade and there are Dao realm experts there. General Qi Shao immediately ordered to arrange for several Dao realm experts and some below to wipe out the natives. The signal that the woman sent to the alliance was of the highest grade. She couldn't see through what was going on with this person, but she felt that he was definitely dangerous. Naturally, she didn't dare to be careless and hoped that a bunch of experts would come to save her. Just as she was thinking about all this, she realized that Lin Fan was tying her up and she exclaimed, "Young master, what are you doing? I did everything you told me to. Don't be nervous. I was afraid that you would run." Lin Fan said. Yin #%. The girl wanted to scold him. She had no strength at all and was already in his hands, so how could she run? How could she be so shameless? But she had no choice. She was in his hands and had no ability to fight back at all, so it was best for her to be well behaved. At the same time, what she was most furious about were her three companions. They knew that she was in danger, but they didn't come to save her. "Damn. Do I look familiar to you?" Lin Fan asked. The alliance had been hunting him down. Logically speaking, since these people were able to do the mission here, they should have seen his arrest warrant. But since they didn't recognize him, that made him a little unhappy. No matter what, Lin Fan was once a person in the limelight. Now that he stood in front of her for such a long time without being recognized, that was a little embarrassing. He felt like he had lost a lot of face. The girl looked at Lin Fan in terror. She really didn't recognize him. Slowly she frowned. "You?" Lin Fan smiled and nodded. It was obvious that she recognized him. "I really don't know who you are." The girl shook her head. She thought for a long while and really couldn't think of anyone. The smile on Lin Fan's face retracted and he was a little unhappy. She didn't know who he was? What was wrong with the alliance? They had already ordered him to be hunted down, but they didn't let everyone know. Did they really not care about him at all? Killing intent appeared in Lin Fan's heart. This wasn't killing intent towards the girl but towards the alliance. Maybe only by doing something that would cause the alliance to collapse would they respect him. Suddenly, Lin Fan sensed the dimension fluctuation. It should be in the distance. It seemed like the people from the alliance were here. They didn't come here because they wanted to scout the situation. They are here, Lin Fan said to the girl. She was delighted and then said pitifully, "Young master, I have done what you told me to do. Can you let me live?" "Okay, no problem," Lin Fan said. In the distance, several 9-star generals hid carefully. As for the generals, they followed behind. The natives hiding in the alliance territory were all experts from the border defense. They weren't weak and they couldn't be careless. If they faced a top expert, they would need the support of the alliance headquarters. Very quickly, the 9-star generals looked at the person in the distance. Just one person. Hong Yan frowned and felt that something wasn't right. "I will attack later. If the situation is bad, we will retreat right away and inform the alliance headquarters to send the strongest 9-star generals over." Looking at the situation, it should be a young man. It is best to be careful. There are many experts at the border. They had all fought with them before and some of them were really strong. The one that left a deep impression was an old priest who was really amazing. Hong Yan's expression was solemn. He raised his hand and a sharp energy whirlpool gathered in his palm. He then tossed it into the distance. The whirlpool entered the dimension and there was no sound at all. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan tilted his head and the whirlpool shot over. With a piercing sound, it sliced the girl tied to the tree into two. "What?" Hong Yan was shocked. He didn't expect him to react so quickly. Lin Fan turned his head. "All of you are a little cruel." Chapter 476. Lin Fan looked at the girl who died and felt a little helpless. He couldn't be blamed for this. He was someone who kept his promise. If he said that he wouldn't kill her, then he wouldn't. But if her own people killed her, then he couldn't be blamed. Who knew that this would happen? What a waste. But she didn't die for nothing. Those people who were conned by him were probably waiting for him down there. Hong Yan and the other 9-star generals were shocked that Lin Fan could dodge. As for who died, it didn't matter. Much less a girl with no cultivation at all. The situation was a little off, but Hong Yan didn't retreat. After all, there was only one person. They had so many generals, so how could they not take down a kid? You even killed your own people. Don't you feel guilty at all? Lin Fan looked at the people who came. He had attracted them over. But one had to say that the alliance really prepared well. 4 9-star generals came and 10 generals came. This was really terrifying combat strength. But what a waste. To Lin Fan, these few people weren't enough at all. They weren't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Lin Fan realized that the way the old man looked at him was a little off, like he was thinking about something. This made him a little emotional. Did they recognize him? I should try to ask him, probably to satisfy the vanity in his heart. Do you recognize who I am? Lin Fan asked. He was a little arrogant. If other people were wanted by the Alliance headquarters, they would have peed their pants and hid wherever they could. How would they dare to provoke an Alliance 9-star general? That moment, not only did Hong Yan recognize who Lin Fan was, but so did the others. It's you. Hong Yan was shocked and the wanted poster appeared in his mind. Lin Wani's son, Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to have the courage to step into Alliance territory. Apart from expanding the map, the Alliance headquarters had been searching for Lin Fan. Based on their analysis, Lin Fan's existence was a hidden danger to the Alliance. If they noticed him, they definitely couldn't let him live. Lin Fan was unhappy. I am not happy with your words. What son of Lin Wani? I am Lin Fan. Why don't I have the courage to step in? Let me tell you, not only have I stepped in, but I will also make your Alliance cry for your parents. Preposterous. Hong Yan hollered, Lin Fan, there's a path to heaven but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell but you insist on coming. Then don't even think about letting me leave. The reason they came here was to wipe out the natives at the border in one go. Even though he didn't meet any natives at the border, it wasn't a loss to be able to kill Lin Wani's son. Killing him early would save him trouble in the future. Haha, what a joke. A Dao Realm stage 4 dares to say such words in front of me. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Attack together, otherwise you won't have a chance. Lin Fan raised his hand and made a humiliating gesture. It was as if he was saying that he wanted to fight 10 of them. Rage points exploded. Hong Yan was furious. For the sake of his dignity, how could an Alliance 9-star general accept such humiliation? Kill. A strong killing intent rose up, and the space around Hong Yan gradually twisted. A terrifying aura burned on his body, making him look like a peerless demon god. Kid, since you are asking to die, then I shall grant you your wish. Hong Yan hollered in rage and a 10,000-foot light exploded from his body. It was so blinding that one couldn't even open their eyes. At that moment, a giant body appeared above Hong Yan's head. It was the astronomical phenomenon body and it gave off a really strong aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Die. The giant body punched forwards, causing the space around to twist and shatter. A strong energy wave ripped through the area and the dimension appeared. This fist contained the most terrifying power of a Dao Realm stage 4 expert. Lin Fan was really calm. He raised his head and looked out. The aura was indeed shocking, but that was it. There wasn't much else to it. That moment, Lin Fan clenched his fingers and muttered, if such strength can make you think about suppressing me, then I can only say that you are a little too naive. The moment he said this, he punched out fiercely. Hung Long. The sky was ripped apart and the dimension shattered. A bright aura roared forwards and pressed down on Hong Yan's body. What? Hong Yan was shocked. He felt an unstoppable power sweep towards him that he couldn't block at all. There was a loud explosion. Hong Yan's astronomical phenomenon body shattered, and he felt intense pain all over his body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fan stood on the spot without moving at all. Everything in front of him was covered by the fist light, and he couldn't see what was going on. But one didn't need to think to know that the situation wasn't good. Alliance headquarters. DD. General, there is an energy whirlpool at the place where Hong Yan and the others are heading to. The energy has reached peak Dao Realm Stage 6 and it is really dangerous. The technician looked at the screen in panic. A dark red cloud appeared on the screen and at the same time, data analysis appeared. What? General Qi Xiao was shocked like he had seen a ghost. Peak Dao Realm Stage 6 strength? Then forest. Ah! What kind of power is that? What fist technique is that? How is it so strong? General Hong Yan spat out fresh blood and his shirt was ripped apart. Only his underwear was left and it fluttered in the wind. He was in a bad state and he fell to the ground. It was as if he had just come out of a mental hospital. Behind him, the generals and 9-star generals were in a tragic state too. They didn't take it head-on, but when the ripples spread towards them, they felt an unstoppable force land on their bodies and they couldn't block it at all. Thus, their outcome wasn't any better. All of them laid on the ground and rolled around. I am a little unhappy with your strength. Lin Fan shook his head. What a despicable fellow. In the past, 9-star generals were so out of his reach. Moreover, a Dao Realm Stage 4 9-star general was an unscalable mountain to him. Hong Yan was in a frenzied state. He was totally convinced by Lin Fan's strength. How strong and terrifying was that? But because of that, he was traumatized. Lin Fan walked towards Hong Yan and the others. He wasn't prepared to give them a chance. He needed to raise his reputation in the Alliance headquarters and let them understand how stupid it was to let them do whatever they wanted. Thus, only by killing some 9-star generals would they understand. He looked down at Hong Yan from above. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He attacked like lightning. Poochie! Poochie! His fingers were like sharp blades that pierced through everything in front of him. They didn't reach Dao Realm Stage 6 Undying Body, otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of effort to kill them. Lin Fan grabbed with his fingers and left with the corpses. What happened next was a little arrogant, but he definitely wouldn't be sending them to their deaths. Instead, he would be giving the Alliance a huge gift. A long while later, the Alliance 9-star generals arrived. General Qi Xiao was just a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert, but he had no choice. Zhu Daoshan and the others had gone to wipe out the border natives, so how could there be so many 9-star generals? If they were deployed, time was of the essence and they wouldn't be able to make it in time. But when he arrived and saw the scenes in front of him, he knew that it was too late. The battle had ended. General Qi Xiao was stunned for a moment and then his face turned dark and sunken. Investigate. Investigate for me. You must find the culprit. The Alliance members who followed all shivered. They sensed how terrifying the aura from General Qi Xiao's body was. He was really on the verge of exploding. Yes, General Qi Xiao didn't know who did it. If he knew that it was Lin Fan, his mouth would have been agape from shock. After all, his improvement speed was just too quick. East Forest. Lin Fan came to a familiar place and naturally, he reminisced about the past. The Yin demons were so friendly and provided him with large amounts of rage points. But at this moment this place was really quiet. It was totally silent and there was no sound at all. The trees weren't like before, giving one a dark and sinister feeling. A few streaks of sunlight shone in and brought a bit of light. The Yin demons are all gone. Lin Fan shook his head and felt that there was a high chance that the Yin demons were killed by the Alliance. What a waste. He was someone who was nostalgic. Although the enemies in the past were annoying, they were decent people. Now that they disappeared just like that, he felt a little reluctant. He left the East Forest. There was a loud explosion. In the distance, one could see that there were large machines operating. The ground shook and a thick layer of dust rose up. They are destroying the environment. Lin Fan was really unhappy. For a good place to be dug up by the dogs of the Alliance, that was just so annoying. Forget it. He would let them off and settle the things at hand before dealing with them. U City. Lin Fan floated in the air. This was his old home and he enjoyed the life of a rich family young master. But because of the Alliance he lost everything. Just thinking about it made him furious. City Alliance Meeting Hall. This wasn't the main camp of the Alliance and could only be considered an important contact point. Like the other cities after occupying this place, they would use it as a base to slowly eat up the rich land. At this moment at the gate, 2 alliance guards were casually chatting. Their days were boring. The alliance had gained a foothold in the rich land and didn't have many enemies. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. They knew that the 4 alliances were at war. They would let them fight, and when both sides suffered heavy losses, it would be time for the alliance to occupy them. As for the imperial dynasty, naturally, one didn't need to say much. They were puppets that the alliance raised and could do whatever they wanted. They could vent all their unhappiness on them. This made them feel really proud as members of the alliance. Suddenly, a corpse fell from the sky. With a thud, it landed on the ground. The 2 alliance members jumped up in fear. When they saw the corpse, they were stunned and felt like they had seen it somewhere before. Very quickly, the 2 of them reacted. Wasn't that an alliance general? How did this happen? They raised their heads and looked into the sky and noticed that someone was floating there. That moment, the alarm of the entire U city rang. Lin Fan was noticed. Chapter 477. U City shook. This was the first time the alarm sounded since they occupied U City. Numerous experts rose into the air to search for the invader. Lin Fan landed on the ground where he used to live. He felt a sense of familiarity, like he had returned to the past. You have a good eye to know how to treat my old home as your main camp. Lin Fan ignored the 2 alliance members who were guarding the door and walked in leisurely. One of the alliance members was covered in sweat. He struggled in his heart and then hollered, "Stop right there." Pung! Lin Fan didn't even look and slapped him. He turned into a cannonball and flew into the distance. The other alliance member was stunned. If Lin Fan asked him if he dared to move, he would definitely shake his head and not dare to move. He really didn't dare to move. He returned to his old home. Even if he closed his eyes, he would be able to feel everything clearly. He walked towards the back courtyard. Many alliance members appeared on the way. Lin Fan's appearance shocked them and they were filled with disbelief. They then charged towards Lin Fan, but to Lin Fan these people were just too weak. Pilai Pala. He dealt with him really easily. On the streets, U City 9-star general learned that someone was invading and started to search. The member who was slapped away by Lin Fan laid on the ground, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. When the general saw this, he looked towards the main camp. He waved his hands and brought people over. General Juha cultivated the blade path and was at Dao Realm Stage 5. He was one of the top experts in the Alliance headquarters. Of course, he wasn't the only 9-star general in U City. There were many other strong 9-star generals. To them, someone invading U City was a huge matter and couldn't be dealt with so casually. Lin Manor. Lin Fan returned to his room and moved a chair over. If Go Zi was by his side, he might have asked him to bring some fruits over so that he could enjoy life. I have to snatch this place back. He looked at the sky. It wasn't so blue anymore and was a little gray. As expected, the sky depended on who lived in it. I'm right here. Since you're already here, come out. Stop hiding. There was movement around. He was surrounded by Alliance experts. An old man slowly walked out from the darkness. Shua. Following that, figures appeared all around Lin Fan, sealing off all his escape routes. Even a fly would find it hard to escape. I was wondering who dared to come here. So it's young Master Lin. Isn't it good to hide outside? Why must you come here to die? Marshal Juha recognized the person lying there. The 9-star generals all knew about the Alliance headquarters bounty. The cause of the war between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance was definitely related to him. Lin Fan smiled and pointed, "Not bad, I didn't expect you to recognize me right away. Since you have such good eyes, I will let you live and let you live." Marshal Juha didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. "Interesting, this is really interesting. Look around you. Do you think you can leave this place safely?" Lin Fan's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with confusion. "Are you saying that you can stop me by relying on numbers? Actually, I don't think you should be so confident. Confidence often brings disaster." Then Lin Fan got up and sighed. "I have left this place for several months and I miss it. So, when I passed by Evil Alliance, I wanted to come back to take a look. Where are Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan?" They were lucky to escape last time, but I don't think their luck will continue to be good. Am I right? What did you say? Juha didn't understand what he meant, but it wasn't important anymore. He nodded towards a 9-star general and told him to take Lin Fan down. The 9-star general standing at the east corner disappeared like a ghost and appeared beside Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. His fingers landed on Lin Fan's shoulder. Kid, if you don't want to die, then don't move. He didn't think that Lin Fan could escape from his hands. General Juha said, Young Master Lin, please stay here for a period of time. I think you will be able to see your partners soon. Zhu Daoshan and the others chased the border natives. Under normal circumstances, naturally there wouldn't be any problems. The Alliance headquarters paid a huge price to deal with these natives. After all, to the Alliance headquarters, these people were like sharp blades hanging on their necks. If they didn't wipe them out, they would always feel like there was danger in the dark. What do you mean? Are you saying that the Alliance is doing something again? Lin Fan asked. He didn't know much about the Alliance and it was just the overall situation. Imperial Dynasty, just the 4 alliances. General Juha smiled. There is no need to ask. Young Master Lin will find out soon. We are really curious about where Linwani is. Maybe young Master Lin can help us. I am also searching for my father. If the Alliance knows where he is, then you can tell me. But I didn't come here to chat with you. I am prepared to deal a heavy blow to your Alliance. Lin Fan smiled calmly and then his gaze turned solemn and unhappy. But with your current strength, you won't be able to stop me. General Juha was amused by Lin Fan's words. Right as he wanted to say something, his pupils constricted and his heart shook. What happened in front of him was really unexpected. The 9-star general who placed his palm on Lin Fan's shoulder didn't know what happened. His head felt like it was pressed down by someone and smacked into the ground. There was a loud explosion. The ground shook. Lin Fan prepared a combo. After his palm landed on the ground, he stepped down. He was really quick. It was so smooth that one didn't even have time to blink. What? Marshal Juha was greatly alarmed. All of these changes happened too quickly. It was so fast that people couldn't react in time. Lin Fan brushed off the dust on his hands and said in disdain, Just a Dao Realm Stage 2 9-star general. In the past, you were someone, but now you don't even have the right to lick my shoes. Just as Lin Fan said this, a cold light struck from the sky. Marshal Juha drew his blade, becoming one with it as he slashed through the air. Lin Fan stood on the spot, his fingers forming a sword, and he stabbed forwards. Clang! The space shook and sparks flew. The sound of explosions spread out. General Juha's blade technique was really high and naturally, many of his techniques were at return to true realm. But if one really wanted to compare who had cultivated more secret manuals to returning to true realm, there really weren't many people who could beat Lin Fan. General Juha didn't dare to believe what was happening in front of him. He slashed out hundreds of blades and each blade was really terrifying. But Lin Fan didn't use a weapon and used his fingers to block. That was something that General Juha couldn't accept. Kinglin! General Juha hollered in rage. Dao patterns roared out and the power of heaven and earth surged down. Blade intent exploded and a cold and majestic intent rose up. Kinglin intent was cold and the waves were like waves. It was really sharp and cold, the waves were endless. The power was huge and the killing intent was really sharp. Slash! The light was really eye-catching and the sky was ripped apart by this blade intent. The entire area seemed like it had been sliced into two. The current Marshal Ju, he was like a saber sovereign. How could others compare to him? Hunglong! The blade light landed and gave off an unlimited amount of light. The light was really sharp and even the space around was sliced open. The surrounding 9-star generals were shocked by General Juha's strength. At the same time, they were confident that Lin Fan wouldn't be able to survive in his hands. Slowly, even if the light dissipated, the surrounding space was still covered in a cold blade intent. General Juha sucked in a deep breath and his arms trembled. That move just now was his strongest saber Dao. If not for Lin Fan being so skilled, he probably wouldn't have been so serious. Suddenly, a voice that General Juha didn't want to believe spread into his ears. A decent blade, it even made me take a step back. Lin Fan said. Looking closely, one could really see that Lin Fan had taken a step back. Apart from his clothes being a little dusty, there was nothing else. General Juha was shocked. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and he exclaimed in his heart. What kind of monster was this? The latest news that the Alliance got was that Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm Stage 3. Although Stage 3 was not bad, there was still a gap between him and him. I said that I would let you live, so I will. Lin Fan took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Marshal Juha. He pointed out with a finger and Dao patterns exploded forth. To Marshal Juha, he only felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. This power spread to his limbs and bones. There was a loud explosion and his body trembled. Lin Fan retracted his hand. General Juha's eyes lost the light and he slowly became listless. His body went soft and he fell to the ground. He was a man of his word. He said that he would give him a chance, so he definitely wouldn't take his life. Uproar. The surrounding 9-star generals panicked. The difference in strength was obvious and even General Juha was suppressed. With their strength, how could they be his match? Where is the expert? Lin Fan looked at them. City is such an important place, so don't tell me that he is the strongest. Everyone was really nervous and didn't know what to say. General Juha wasn't the strongest in City, but the strongest 9-star general went to wipe out the natives and wasn't here at all. That moment, some Alliance dogs panicked and sneakily went to inform the Alliance headquarters. Something huge had happened. City was invaded by natives and General Juha was suppressed right away. The other 9-star generals didn't dare to fight back. Alliance headquarters. DDD. The staff frowned. Damn, what was going on? Why was it beeping so much? But when they saw the content, the Alliance members couldn't keep calm anymore. Not good, native experts have invaded City. General Juha has been defeated, and the other 9-star generals have surrendered. The members who saw the news exclaimed. When everyone heard this, they all blinked their eyes in a daze. What was he saying? To them, this was a little too much. It was a lie, right? City was invaded by natives and General Juha was defeated. Just thinking about it made them feel that it was impossible. Chapter 478. If the 9-star generals surrounding Lin Fan found out that someone didn't even know the truth and said that they had surrendered, they would probably explode on the spot. That was just too much. The Alliance headquarters found out about Lin Fan's appearance in City. This was something that the Alliance headquarters didn't expect at all. Most of the 9-star generals had missions, so how could they find people to head to City? General Juha was at Dao Realm Stage 5 and even he wasn't his match. Even if they sent more 9-star generals, it would be useless unless they sent Dao Realm Stage 6 9-star generals. But the current situation meant that there weren't many Dao Realm Stage 6 9-star generals who were free. Why? Don't you have anything else to say to me? Lin Fan looked at them. These 9-star generals were all experts from the Alliance headquarters. But now that they were facing an expert that they couldn't fight back against, the helplessness that seeped out covered their hearts. Lin Fan, this is Alliance territory. What do you want? An Alliance 9-star general thought about it for a long while, and his expression slowly calmed down. With their strength, they weren't able to do anything to Lin Fan. The Alliance headquarters definitely knew about the situation here, and would send experts over. As long as they delayed until then, everything would be perfectly solved. Lin Fan smiled. I don't want to do anything. No matter what, this was my home. Oh right, I want to ask you something. After you occupied City, where did you bury the people? For some reason, they suddenly realized that when Lin Fan asked that question, he was indeed smiling. But for some reason, there was a dark and solemn aura that covered all of them. The 9-star generals didn't reply. They felt that something wasn't right. There was a ball of rage hidden deep in his heart. I am asking all of you a question. Are you not even going to reply? Lin Fan glanced at one of the 9-star generals. You tell me, where did you bury them? The expression of the 9-star general that Lin Fan pointed at changed. Fear spread throughout his body. No. He was an Alliance 9-star general, so how could he be afraid because of his gaze? Embarrassing, that was just too embarrassing. They were buried in a hole outside the city. Pung! You! The 9-star general who replied to Lin Fan lowered his head in disbelief. An arm pierced through and fresh blood flowed out. He felt like his body was empty and his heart was in Lin Fan's hands. You are really unlucky. Poochie. Lin Fan crushed his heart and the Alliance 9-star general died. Such cruel methods shocked everyone. How could you kill him? Some 9-star generals couldn't help but say. They were too quick, and in the blink of an eye, a 9-star general died in front of them. To them, this was a precious talent of the Alliance. To nurture a marshal, not only did it require a huge amount of resources, but it also required a very long time. Just a moment ago, he had destroyed a genius who had worked hard for decades. Lin Fan smiled. Interesting. After the Alliance occupied Yu City, you killed all of us. Now that I am back, naturally I am here to take revenge. He is the first but definitely not the last. Are you all prepared? As soon as he finished speaking, the marshals panicked. Run, run quickly. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. None of them were fools. They knew that the gap between them and the other party was truly an insurmountable chasm. Marshal Juha was so powerful, but even he was not a match for the other party, let alone them. Therefore, to them, escaping was the only option. Darkness God Domain. Lin Fan stood on the spot and smiled. He activated the Chief God Domain. Instantly, the gray veil expanded with Lin Fan at the center and covered the entire Yu City. What happened? The Alliance members in Yu City raised their heads. Just now they felt their hearts tighten like they were being squeezed by something. Just as they were filled with doubts, a shadow shot over like a cannonball and smashed into the ground with a loud rumble. They didn't know what it was, but when they looked closely, they realized that it was the 9-star general. The 9-star general was in a bad state. His skin cracked and fresh blood covered his body. He looked at the Alliance members around and said weakly, "Quick, inform the headquarters." He said those words with much difficulty. Then his neck tilted and he lost all feeling. Did the general faint? Someone asked. No, he is dead. The person who said that stared at the 9-star general's chest. There was a bloody hole there and one could see the white bones within. It was just too tough to survive from such injuries. Quick, listen to the general and ask for help from the headquarters. Oh. At this moment, Lin Fan was prepared to start a massacre. He thought about those people who were sacrificed when he came to Yu City. That battle was fresh in his mind. In the end, only a few people survived. All the experts went all out against the Alliance. A 9-star general panicked and fled. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so crazy to come to Yu City alone and start a massacre. They didn't have the ability to block him at all. Suddenly, his body shook and a voice that terrified him spread into his ears. Where do you want to run to? The 9-star general turned his head uneasily. Lin Fan, I am an Alliance 9-star general. You are asking to die by killing people in Yu City. Although he was a 9-star general and his cultivation had reached Dao realm, when he faced Lin Fan, he actually panicked. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed the back of his head. He used strength and pressed him to the ground. With a loud explosion, the ground cracked and a giant hole appeared. Lin Fan, I have no grievances with you, so why are you doing this, Poochie? Lin Fan's sword slashed down and pierced his head. His methods were really vicious and he didn't give him any chance at all. A Dao realm expert died just like that. It was really a waste. Today I will kill so much that the Alliance will cry for their parents. Given Lin Fan's current cultivation state, what he was doing was equivalent to bullying the weak. In his hands there was no way that these Dao realm powerful beings could hold out at all. He dealt with 2 9-star generals consecutively, causing the Alliance headquarters to suffer huge losses. But this was just the beginning. He wanted to give the Alliance headquarters a huge gift, which was to kill all the 9-star generals in Yu City. That was a crazy thought, but it wasn't difficult at all. He knew that the Alliance headquarters would definitely send people over, and during this period of time, he had to kill all the 9-star generals who were fleeing. In the distance, a 9-star general was fleeing. How could this be? How could this lad be this strong? This is something that should be impossible. He teleported through the dimension and wanted to flee, but suddenly, he felt like he had smashed into an iron board. An invisible iron board. There was no one blocking him at all. What was going on? Impossible, even a domain can't stop me from teleporting through the dimension. What is going on? The 9-star general hollered and wanted to destroy the obstruction in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried, the obstruction was still there. This is the chief god domain. With your cultivation, naturally you won't be able to break it. Lin Fan appeared behind him like a ghost. The 9-star general's pupils constricted and his expression turned into one of panic. Lin Fan, let's talk about this. I think we should have something to talk about. What a waste. What welcomed him wasn't anything to talk about but an iron fist. In other words, it was a fist the size of a sandbag. Pung! The fist smashed into the general's face and his features twisted. He opened his mouth and blood spurted out. His body spun like a top and smashed into the ground. You are so weak that I have nothing to say. You are just Dao Realm Stage 2. Lin Fan waved his hand and flung the blood off. Explosions spread out from within U City. The Alliance members in U City had uneasy expressions on their faces. They could see dust rising up from all corners of the city, and there were buildings that were broken. The ripples from the battle spread out and covered everyone. To them, this was already quite friendly. The gap in strength between Lin Fan and these 9-star generals was just too huge, so there wouldn't be any intense clashes. This was why the ripples that spread out weren't like waves that struck one after another. Instead, they were short-lived and occasionally swept everything. Pata! Lin Fan stepped on a 9-star general with one foot. To a 9-star general, this was a humiliation. He didn't beg and just stared at Lin Fan in rage. Fresh blood seeped out of his mouth. Kiki native, don't think that I will beg for mercy. Alliance 9-star generals aren't afraid of death. Now, there is probably a massacre happening somewhere. Those people that you have high hopes for are being tortured by our 9-star generals. Haha. The 9-star general laughed in a maniacal manner and his expression was one of madness. Lin Fan frowned. What do you mean by that? Scoff, how can I tell you? I just want you to know that things aren't what you think they are. Cry for their deaths. The 9-star general raged and was prepared to die. He definitely wouldn't tell him the exact location. He just wanted him to know that such a thing was happening. Poochie! Lin Fan used strength in his feet and Dao patterns exploded, instantly smashing the 9-star general's head. He then raised his head and looked at the endless space. He knew that the border defense experts were hiding in Alliance territory and would occasionally cause problems for the Alliance. His words clearly told him that what was happening now had a lot to do with him. Not good. Lin Fan thought about one possibility, which was that the Alliance headquarters had found out where they were hiding. Since he stepped into the Alliance's territory, the Alliance tried to trick him into coming out. Based on the Alliance's characteristics, this might have happened. Lin Fan didn't worry about anything else. He rose into the air and looked around. He didn't sense any fluctuations in the air. That moment, he disappeared from the spot and headed into the distance. Chapter 479. Lin Fan didn't destroy U City. This was his old home, and it was temporarily controlled by the Alliance headquarters. But one day they would snatch U City back, so if it was destroyed too badly, then it would be a huge loss. Within a certain room in U City, a fat researcher had a terrified expression on his face as he typed on the keyboard with both hands. He reported what happened in U City back to the Alliance network. He used really exaggerated words to describe what had happened. The native expert trampled the Alliance expert, and at the same time, he recorded many videos which exploded in the Alliance. From the start, the occupation of the Alliance headquarters gave many people hope. They felt that the natives were just SOSO and weren't their match at all. But the content taught them a huge lesson. When the Alliance headquarters came back to their senses and wanted to ban the content, they realized that it was too late. U City was an important place. Now that it was suppressed by the natives, that was something that the Alliance headquarters couldn't accept. This was why when they found out, they sent 9-star generals over. Moreover, it was a special assignment. When a Dao Realm Stage 7 9-star general came to U City, his expression was really solemn. The situation around wasn't good. Although there weren't any heavy damages, he saw the corpses of no less than 4 9-star generals. Juha was suppressed by Lin Fan and fainted. When he woke up and saw the situation around, he was totally stunned. He then searched for Lin Fan, but he couldn't find him at all. Juha, what is going on? Just as Juha was stunned, he heard this voice and came back to his senses. When he saw who it was, he heaved a sigh of relief. Is Lin Wani here? The person who came was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance headquarters, Yellow Springs. He wasn't in Richland but at the border of the Alliance. He visited Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island, but he had no choice. The Alliance headquarters said that U City was under attack and needed the strongest 9-star generals, so he could only rush over right away. Juha said, "No, it is Lin Fan, Lin Wani's son." "How is that possible?" Yellow Springs frowned. "How can Lin Wani's son have such cultivation? You are at Dao Realm Stage 5, so how can you not be his match?" At this moment, even if Marshal Juha didn't want to admit it, there was nothing he could do. This was the truth. He lowered his head and said helplessly, "General Huang Quan, this old man is indeed not his match. There's a huge gap between us." Marshal Huang Quan stared blankly, clearly stunned by Marshal Juha's words. He didn't see it with his own eyes, so it was hard for him to imagine what had happened. But if Lin Wani was able to suppress them, that was something that was inevitable. But now, his son was actually able to suppress them? This was simply unimaginable. That could only mean that the Alliance headquarters analysis was wrong. Lin Fan wasn't as strong as they said. He was much stronger and much more terrifying. Bastard! Yellow Springs Marshal released his senses to search for traces of Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan had long left this place and there was no trace of him at all. Where did he go? Where? Lin Fan sensed the void in the distance. However, he could not sense any ripples at all. It was as though nothing had happened at all. As long as there was the slightest shockwave from the battle, he would be able to detect it. Although he didn't know who was hiding in the Alliance territory, it was definitely one of them. Then in the sky above the Alliance territory, a person sped through the dimension and searched for the shaking void. As long as he attacked, he would be able to sense it and find some clues. A certain place. "We can't leave, we have been surrounded." The person who spoke was Zhao Lishan. Since he gave up Laoshan City, he didn't leave the Alliance territory. He hid and searched for a chance to deal heavy damage to the Alliance. They succeeded several times and the Alliance treated them as enemies. As long as they knew where they were, the Alliance would definitely wipe them out right away. Old Shen frowned. How did the Alliance know where we were hiding? Did someone betray us? Zhao Lishan said, "No, don't suspect the people around you. We are all brothers who fought against the Alliance, so how can we suspect one another? We were just too careless and the Alliance found out where we were." Old Shen kept silent. He knew what Master Zhao meant, which was to not suspect anyone. But he had to suspect others as it was tough for them to find out where they were hiding. Moreover, there were people who were good at hiding. Each time they moved, they would be really careful and definitely wouldn't leave any traces. But he had no choice. Since Master Zhao had already said that, then what else could he say? Old Master Wang sat there and smoked. "Now, us old fellows will charge out. You young fellows should find a chance to run." Hu Luo, whose face was covered in pimples, shook his head. "Old Master Wang, we aren't prepared to run. At most we will continue to fight them." Zhao Lishan looked at Swordhead, who was sitting cross-legged and comprehending the sword. "Swordhead, how confident are we in killing our way out?" Swordhead opened his eyes and a sharp sword intent shook within. He then shook his head. "The chance is slim. The Alliance sent many experts and even I am not their match. But if we fight to the death, we might have a chance of living." The fact that Swordmaster was with Zhao Lishan was also a coincidence. Since the Alliance occupied Defense City, Swordhead returned to Sword Palace to give some instructions before returning to fight to the death with the Alliance. However, when he returned, Dao's 3 lunatics and the others were no longer around. He did not know where they went. Later on, he met Zhao Lishan and the others and stayed with them. Instantly, a furious roar spread out from the outside world. "Natives, come out. Stop hiding. We have already noticed your tracks, so how long are you going to hide for?" The voice was like thunder. Zhao Lishan and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. Even if they didn't fight, just from the voice they knew who it was. Moreover, they weren't weak and even they might not be able to do anything to him. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan, the 2 strongest 9-star generals, were here. They weren't lucky a while ago. They weren't able to complete the missions that the Alliance gave them, and they faced a rare reputation crisis. Now, they needed to complete some things to regain their reputation. Thus, they were in charge of wiping out the natives. Logically speaking, they just needed to send one of the strongest 9-star generals to deal with these people. But they had no choice. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga needed to do something to prove themselves. After all, those stupid alliance citizens had been slandering them. What strongest 9-star generals? They were old? It was useless. They couldn't do anything. Just thinking about it made them furious. How could they swallow this insult? Wu Zhiga, don't fight with me later, Zhu Daoshan said. Wu Zhiga giggled, why would I fight with you? Let's see how strong we are. Without Lin Wani leading them, they are just scattered sand. So what if they hide? As long as they are noticed, they will die. As the two strongest marshals chatted, the marshals and generals behind them didn't dare to speak. Zhu Daoshan turned his head and pointed at the people who followed. All of you are not allowed to attack, do you hear me? Strength was just overbearing. The moment he said this, the people behind didn't dare to say anything. They only had one thought in their hearts. The two of them were the strongest 9-star generals, so naturally they would listen to them. They would do whatever they said and wouldn't resist at all. Just at that moment, a sword intent surged up from below, charging into the clouds and slicing open the sky. Decent sword intent, it can compare to the top sword expert in the alliance. Zhu Daoshan wasn't stingy with his praises. At the same time, he felt much happier. He didn't expect that he would be able to catch a big fish. Maybe only Swordhead could be considered a big fish by Zhu Daoshan. Shortly after, another burst of aura erupted. Zhao Lishan and Swordhead stepped out and floated in the air. Alliance, you are really skilled to actually find us. Wu Zhiga smiled, not bad, I didn't expect there to be two big fishes. As for those people, they are just small fries. Not bad, not bad. Everyone present. Only Zhao Lishan and Swordhead were treated seriously by the Alliance's strongest 9-star generals. The others were just so and weren't worth mentioning at all. General Zhu, do you really not need us to attack? The 9-star general who followed asked. Zhu Daoshan waved his hands, no need, just watch. You don't need to worry about anything else. The 9-star generals dissed in their hearts. It was really unbearable. If they didn't need to do anything, then why did they come here? Were they here to watch a show? Swordhead's expression was solemn as he looked at the two strongest 9-star generals. If they didn't meet, although he wasn't confident, he still had some hope. But now that he saw them in person, he knew that he had no confidence at all. Not to mention the two of them, even one of them was hopeless. But to cultivate the sword, one had to be courageous. Even if one knew that they couldn't win, one wouldn't retreat. That moment, the sword intent on Swordhead's body surged and became even more terrifying. His mental energy reached its peak. With a xiao, a sword spun around his body. He took in a deep breath and the millions of swords from Sword Palace swept over from afar, forming a sword path river in the air. Although I will die today, I won't regret it. What a waste, I will end Sword Palace's foundations. Swordhead's eyes shone with a sharp glow and he was prepared to fight. Zhao Lishan smiled. Everyone has their own talents. Sword Palace's sword path is the path of the predecessors, and you are walking your own path. Do you think that no one in the future can surpass you? The Swordhead revealed a smile. Brother Zhao is right. I have underestimated the later generations. Okay, since that is the case, then I will give up on life and activate the massacring sword path to contribute to the future. The moment he said this, a shocking aura exploded from Swordhead's body. Slaughter seethed, and the heavens and the earth were suffused with a horrifying might. Chapter 480. Pung! Pung! Two loud explosions rang out. Swordhead and Zhao Lishan couldn't fight back at all in Wu Zhiga's hands. They were smashed deep into the ground like cannonballs, causing thick dust to rise up. What kind of trash are you? You can't even hold on for such a short time in my hands? Wu Zhiga stood with his arms behind his back. His expression was cold and the aura of an expert spread out from his body. We agreed to take one each, but now you are taking two each. Isn't that a little too much? Zhu Daoshan was unhappy with Wu Zhiga taking two each. He also wanted to show off. To prove himself, he had waited for this day for a long time. But looking at what Wu Zhiga did, was that even something a human could do? Wu Zhiga said, how? Even when the two of them work together, they aren't my match. If you let them face one each, what will happen to them? Zhu Daoshan had nothing to say and he didn't know what to say. Wu Zhige's words made sense. Even when the two of them worked together, they weren't their match, much less one-on-one. Wasn't that just bullying them? Honglong. The ground shook. A sharp sword intent broke through the sky. Sword Head looked into the sky with a solemn expression. He and Zhao Lishan worked together and were shocked by their terrifying strength. But even if they weren't their match, they wouldn't retreat. Sword Head. Even when we work together, we aren't able to gain an advantage. It seems like this will be our last battle. Zhao Lishan said. Sword Head stretched out his arm and opened his fingers. He drew a circle in the air and the millions of swords behind him spun up like a sword dragon. Brother Zhao, we will try our best. The moment he said this, Sword Head roared and pressed down with his 5 fingers. The sword dragon roared and one could vaguely see a real dragon within this sword dragon. Decent sword technique, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Wu Zhiga said calmly. He loved the current feeling. This was the treatment that one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance deserved. He looked at the shocked and worshipful gazes that were all gathered on him. Needless to say, that feeling made him feel really good. A sharp and murderous sword intent attacked. Wu Zhiga slowly stretched out his hand. In the eyes of others, Wu Zhiga's palm was expanding endlessly. Then with a loud bang, it clashed with the sword dragon. Heaven and earth shook, and the sky became extremely unstable. As expected of the strongest 9-star general, the marshals who followed were very envious. They also wanted to be as strong as Wu Zhiga. Just thinking about it was enough. How could it be so easy to achieve? Swordmaster, your moves aren't bad. You're using the foundation of Sword Palace to fight with me. It's not bad that you can do this with your strength. But if that's all, it's far from enough. Wu Zhiga's lips curled into a smile as he clenched his fist. With a loud rumble, the space around him shattered as the sword dragon was destroyed. A powerful backlash swept over. Pucci. The swordmaster was heavily injured and his body swayed. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Wu Zhiga in shock. He hadn't expected the difference in strength between them to be so great. How is that possible? Swordmaster didn't expect things to turn out like this. Were the Alliance's strongest 9-star generals so strong? How is it? Wu Zhiga smiled and asked. Out of the natives, only Lin Wani could make him feel pressure. As for the others, he really didn't care about them at all. Suddenly, Zhao Lishan realized that Swordmaster's aura was a little different. His expression changed and he wanted to say something, but Swordmaster stopped him. Swordmaster shook his head. He stepped forwards and his sword intent boiled. A shocking aura exploded from Swordmaster's body. Wu Zhiga frowned and found it weird. Are you going to make a useless struggle? Swordmaster's body shook. A red aura covered his body and an extreme killing aura covered the area. I cultivate the sword and I cultivate the breath in my heart. Today, I will use my strongest sword to fight the strongest 9-star generals. The moment he said this, Swordmaster raised his head and looked at him. A sword intent that shouldn't exist in the world broke through the clouds. The sword intent was like a rainbow that stirred up the entire area. Wang! The area shook and a shocking phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, some of the Alliance 9-star generals exclaimed. They discovered something strange. The weapons in some people's hands were trembling, and a visible aura floated out from the weapons and flew towards the Swordmaster's head. Not only did the surrounding situation change, many visible auras swept over from the distance. Initially, Wu Zhiga didn't care about this scene at all. But gradually, his expression turned solemn. He could feel a sense of danger from this pressure. This made him a little shocked. He really didn't expect this to happen. Zhu Daoshan smiled and asked, how is it? Do you need help? His aura is really strong and it is obvious that he has a killing move. Don't die. Wu Zhiga smiled instead of being angry. I am looking forward to it. I hope that you don't disappoint me. Zhao Lishan's expression was solemn. He knew that Swordmaster was using his strongest move. As for what the outcome would be, even he didn't know. But he was sure that everything would become terrifying. Brother Zhao, I will lead the way. The moment he said this, Swordmaster disappeared from the spot and the area shook. Vast sword intent stirred the area, but there was no sign of Swordmaster. It was like he had totally disappeared. That moment, Wuxiga felt like the space around him had been locked down. Even time seemed to have been locked down. Danger. He didn't expect that Swordmaster could actually make him feel danger. To others, Swordmaster seemed to have disappeared, but to Wuxiga, Swordmaster didn't disappear and was just around. Poochie. At that moment, a wound appeared on Wuxiga's arm and fresh blood flowed out. No one knew what was going on. He didn't even see who attacked and his arm was sliced open for no reason. Brother Wu, when Zhu Daoshan saw Wuxiga's situation, he couldn't help but worry. But Wuxiga stood there without moving at all. His expression didn't change at all. Poochie. Wuxiga's neck tilted slightly and a wound appeared on it. He was terrified. The marshals at the back looked at the scene in shock. They didn't know what had happened and just noticed that wounds had appeared on Wuxiga's body. Such a weird situation was the most terrifying. Wuxiga's expression was cold and there was no emotion at all. He was serious and didn't underestimate him like before. Poochie. Suddenly, many wounds appeared on Wuxiga's body. They just appeared out of nowhere and no one was able to react. Zhu Daoshan wanted to see the exact situation. But regretfully, even he didn't notice what the problem was. How did Lin Fan do it? Was it an invisible killing technique? What is going on? Do you need help? Zhu Daoshan asked. They were the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance, and they couldn't let anything happen to them here. Wuxiga didn't reply. He seemed to have entered a weird state. It is indeed problematic. That old man was right. When one cultivates the sword and goes all out, one will be able to use unimaginable power. Your current performance is not bad. But everything about you is under my control. The moment he said this, Wuxiga opened his fingers and grabbed towards the air. With a smacking sound, he grabbed Swordmaster's neck and pressed him to the ground. There was a pung. The ground shook and cracked. At a speed that normal people couldn't see, he slapped Swordmaster several times. Hunglong. Swordmaster's body flew backward and he smashed into a giant stone in the distance. Blood flowed all over his body and his eyes lost their usual glow. Everything was really dim. You really are a decent sword cultivator. Unfortunately, the gap between cultivation isn't something you can cross. But it is already not bad that you can injure me. Wuxiga praised Swordmaster. The injuries on his body contained terrifying sword intent that destroyed the life force in his body. If it was a normal person, naturally they wouldn't be able to block it. But to Wuxiga, these were just minor injuries. Wuxiga looked at Swordmaster and had a high evaluation of him. Although he was trying to hit a rock with an egg and overestimating himself, his final move was really decent. However, the final move was indeed very good, giving him quite a headache. The formless attack was simply impossible to find a flaw. But regretfully, he was facing one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance, and there was nothing he couldn't solve. Swordmaster. Zhao Lishan was shocked and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He realized that Swordmaster's aura was really weak, and if he couldn't be healed, the outcome would be really terrifying. Swordmaster had already fainted. Maybe because the move he used was too terrifying and it took a huge toll on him. Many cracks appeared on his skin. Master Zhao, bring Swordmaster away. We will open up a path for you, Ulchin said. He knew that even if all of them worked together, they definitely wouldn't be his match. But no matter what, they had to buy time for Master Zhao. Even if they worked hard for their entire lives, they might not be able to catch up to him. But Master Zhao was different. Although his cultivation was weaker, as long as he had some time, one day he would be able to suppress him. Zhao Lishan shook his head and didn't say anything more. He knew that it was useless. The Alliance headquarters actually sent 2 of the strongest 9-star generals for them. That was something that he didn't expect. When he defended Maigu City, he only faced 9-star General Mao Shuntai. Mao Shuntai was Dao Realm Stage 5. However, the 2 experts they were facing right now had already surpassed them by far too much. Fleeing was already an extravagant hope. Zhu Daoshan said, "Leave it to me. No matter what, you should let me perform." He was a little emotional. Although they were the strongest 9-star generals, they needed to prove themselves. They also needed to show everyone that they were old, but they weren't old. Chapter 481. Wuxiga suppressed Sword Head and felt really happy. He had finally done something. This was why when Zhu Daoshan asked him to hand Zhao Lishan over to him, he agreed. Who asked them to have such a good relationship? It was good on the surface but not on the surface. Okay, then I shall leave him to you, Wuxiga said and gave Zhu Daoshan a chance to shine. To send out 2 of the strongest 9-star generals to deal with these bastards was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. As long as they were caught, they would definitely die. Haha, good. Zhu Daoshan felt really good and found Wuxiga much more pleasing to the eye. The 2 of them didn't have much interaction with one another. They were both the strongest 9-star generals and would occasionally have conflicts, so their relationship wasn't that good. Zhao Lishan, you will face me next. But don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. Naturally, Zhu Daoshan was confident in suppressing Zhao Lishan. Dao Realm Stage 5 was strong, but compared to the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance, the gap was huge. Zhao Lishan looked at the fainted sword head and was really calm. He then looked at Zhu Daoshan. One day, all of you will be chased out. Today, I shall see how strong one of the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance is. Honglong. A shocking fighting intent swept the area like a storm. The wind started to blow. Even if he knew that he wasn't his match, he had no intention of retreating at all. Zhu Daoshan looked at Zhao Lishan like he was looking at a toy in his hands. Old Shun, find a chance to bring people and run. Leave this place to me. Remember, don't come back after you escape. Go find Lin Wani. Zhao Lishan was prepared. He knew that he wasn't his match in a normal battle, so there was only one choice. Maybe he would have a chance of living. His choice was to self-destruct. The impact of a Dao Realm Stage 5 cultivator self-destruction would be really terrifying. Master Zhao, Old Shun and the others saw the determination in Zhao Lishan's eyes and knew that something huge was about to happen. Zhao Lishan raised his hand and told them not to say anything. Since they had made up their minds, then they wouldn't change anything. What are you all talking about? At such a time it is best if you don't think so much. Today all of you will die here. Remember, this is the outcome of going against the Alliance. Zhu Daoshan was prepared to use absolute strength to suppress him. Not to mention how domineering it was. But he had to be more shocked than Wuxiga. Suddenly, something was wrong. Wuxiga, Zhu Daoshan, and the others frowned and locked onto Zhao Lishan. Very soon, they understood what had happened. Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage, "You are crazy." He did not expect the other party to self-destruct. The surrounding power became very chaotic and berserk. The power of heaven and earth began to boil. Everyone felt as though their hearts were being pressed down by a rock. Such a big gamble? Wuxiga took a few steps back. It wasn't that he was afraid of Zhao Lishan, but that the other party was a little too ruthless. If it was anyone else who self-destructed, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But he knew that Zhao Lishan wasn't weak and was at Dao Realm Stage 5. He was so close, and if he really self-destructed, the power that would explode wouldn't be so easy to handle. Haha, I am prepared. I will use my life to bring some people down and we will earn a lot. Zhao Lishan laughed maniacally. Zhu Daoshan only had one thought in his heart. Crazy. These natives were all crazy. When the Alliance headquarters attacked the border, those natives were really crazy. They self-destructed to die together with them, causing heavy losses to the Alliance headquarters. He wanted to slice open their heads and see whether or not they were filled with mush. They were just sick in the head. Who were they trying to scare by doing such a thing? But please don't say it. He didn't know whether or not other people were frightened, but Zhu Daoshan was. Retreat. Zhu Daoshan and the others waved their hands and retreated into the distance. They maintained a certain distance, not too far and not too close, to ensure that Zhao Lishan couldn't escape. This is problematic. If I knew that this would happen, I would have been more decisive and not given him a chance. Zhu Daoshan said. Wuxiga said, "This is all because of you. If you were like me and suppressed him right away, then all of this wouldn't have happened." Old Shen obviously wouldn't allow Zhao Lishan to self-destruct. He persuaded Master Zhao, "Run. We will self-destruct to stop them." Old Master Wang shook the tobacco in his hands and said firmly, "Since my son was killed by the Alliance, I just want to fight them to the death. Now that the chance is here, let me do it. Master Zhao, bring them away. Leave this place to me." "It is useless. Your self-destruction won't be able to stop them. Only I can threaten them. Bring sword head away, Zhao Lishan said. He knew that no one here was afraid of death. But with two of the strongest 9-star generals here, if one's cultivation wasn't high enough, even if they self-destructed, it would be useless. This was why he had to be the one to do it. Go, Zhao Lishan hollered. His eyes were bloodshot and the explosive power in his body was getting more and more uncontrollable. The moment he self-destructed, not only would it cause problems for the enemy, but it would also cause problems for his own people. But all of that wasn't important anymore. As long as most of them survived, that was enough. Just at that moment, an astonishing power was transmitted from the void. Everyone was stunned by this power and they had no idea what was going on. Sword seed explode. A familiar voice spread into their ears. Shortly after, the sky shook. A sharp power ripped through the sky and covered all the alliance dogs. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga were stunned. They were unable to react at all, and didn't know what was going on. There were screams. Those alliance dogs that followed were slightly weaker. Under the power of the self-destruction of the sword seed, they weren't able to block it at all. Their bodies were ripped apart by a terrifying power. Those below Dao realm were ripped into pieces. Those with Dao realm cultivation were all coughing out blood. Those who were slightly unlucky were on the verge of death or had broken limbs. It was a tragic sight to behold. Who is it? Who is it? Zhu Daoshan and the others' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Their eyes were spitting flames. With them here, such a thing actually happened. Who would believe that? It is me. Lin Fan calmly walked out. In the end, he still rushed over to search for those people at the border. He sped through the dimension and finally felt the space tremble. He rushed over right away. Looking at the situation, it seemed like he was a little late but not too late. Zhu Daoshan looked at the person and his expression changed. He exclaimed, "It is you." He recognized who it was. Even if he turned to dust, he wouldn't be wrong. Lin Wanni's son, Lin Fan. So it was this kid. Brother Lin. When Hu Luo saw the person, joy appeared on his face. He was really pumped up as he waved his hands and shouted. He hadn't seen Brother Lin in a long time, and didn't expect that he would be able to meet him here. While Little Sword God is here. So Little Sword God saved us. The people in Laoshan City recognized Lin Fan, and they called him Little Sword God. Lin Fan acted like he was calm, but his heart wasn't calm at all. This title sounded a little weird. Long time no see. I hope that I am not too late. Lin Fan giggled. Although the situation wasn't good, he wasn't afraid at all. The two strongest 9-star generals were a little problematic, but he still had a way. Old Shen laughed. Little Sword God is not late at all. Right. Lin Fan was just too young and logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to help much. But for some reason, they trusted Lin Fan and felt like he would definitely be able to save them. Young Master Lin, why are you here? Zhao Lishan was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Fan to appear here. He was prepared to die together with the Alliance. Lin Fan said, I made a trip to Yu City and wiped out some 9-star generals. I heard about all of you, so I came to find you. Zhao Lishan hadn't seen Lin Fan in a long time. Now that he looked, he realized that young Master Lin was much stronger than before. This was just unbelievable to him. At the same time, it proved his thoughts. Young Master Lin's talent was unparalleled, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a level in such a short time. Not far away, Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga looked at one another. The people who followed them over were just too tragic. Half of them were dead. The sword seed explosion was something that they couldn't block at all. Even those who survived were badly injured. It was a huge contrast from before. Zhu Daoshan could imagine what he would face when he returned. He failed. Another fucking failure. In fact, he even began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was really old? He couldn't do anything. No, he definitely couldn't let this happen. Lin Fan, you are asking to die. Zhu Daoshan hollered. Rage burned and he really wanted to rip Lin Fan into pieces. Lin Fan laughed. I was wondering who it was. So it was the two of you. Wu Zhiga, Zhu Daoshan, you are both the strongest 9-star generals and you are so old. Why not just retire at home? Why did you have to come out and cause trouble? Are you really so stubborn? He had to admit that with his current strength, he really couldn't do much to these two old fellows. If they really fought, he would be beaten up badly. He wouldn't come out to ask for trouble when he faced these people, but he had no choice. He couldn't watch as Zhao Lishan and the others died in front of him. This was why he had to think of a way to save them. Just now, Zhao Lishan wanted to self-destruct to sacrifice himself so that the others could leave safely. That was a good idea. But if he self-destructed, then he would die without a whole corpse. Lin Fan's words struck a chord in Zhu Daoshan's heart and his gaze was vicious. Kid, you are asking to die. Chapter 482. Stop, please wait for a moment. Lin Fan raised his hand and the furious Zhu Daoshan was stunned. What was this kid doing? He couldn't take this kid's attitude. Maybe Lin Fan's calm expression scared Zhu Daoshan. Lin Fan walked in front of Sword Head. He needs to be healed, otherwise the outcome will be catastrophic. He had never seen Sword Head before and they were strangers. But the aura left in Sword Head's body seemed really terrifying to Lin Fan. Thus, Lin Fan was certain that he was an expert, a top expert on the same level as Zhao Lishan. Zhao Lishan said, Young Master Lin. He is Sword Palace's Sword Head. Sword Palace's Sword Head? Lin Fan walked in front of Sword Head and placed his palm on his stomach. Large amounts of faith power turned into Chief God light and surged into his body. The Darkness Chief God's technique was really amazing, but it consumed large amounts of faith power. God Revival Technique. This was the strongest recovery technique that Lin Fan could use. As he didn't consume any faith power, the God domain in his body had accumulated a large amount of faith power. But at this moment a large amount was being lost. Maybe this had a lot to do with how strong he was. What is he doing? Zhu Daoshan frowned and didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. To him, no one could save Sword Head as his mind was on the verge of collapsing. But shortly after, a shocking scene happened. A light covered Sword Head and the cracks on his body started to heal. His injuries also started to turn for the better. I lack a sword seed, so I will give you one. Lin Fan grabbed with his fingers and a sword seed appeared in his palm. He shot it into Sword Head's body. Very quickly, the light dissipated and everything returned to normal. Sword Head opened his eyes. Apart from feeling a little weak, he was fine. He was shocked. When he fainted, he felt like the world was spinning. His consciousness was in total darkness and he couldn't see any light at all. But at that moment, the darkness was broken and an eye-catching light chased it away. When he opened his eyes, he saw the people in front of him. Lin Fan smiled. Okay. Everything is fine now. You just need to rest and you will be fine. How is that possible? Zhu Daoshan and the others were astonished. To them this was impossible. Then, all of them looked towards Lin Fan. What did this kid do? Lin Fan felt everyone's gaze on him. He smiled calmly and said, Don't look at me like that. This is just a very normal operation. I dare not say that I can bring the dead back to life, but as long as they are still breathing, I can save them. Two strongest 9-star generals, do you have any family members who are about to die? If you do, beg me and I can help you. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga looked at one another. The two of them exchanged glances. The meaning was clear. This brat had to die. Whoever kept it was a fool. Brat, it's good that you're here. Let's see who else can save you today. Wu Zhiga's killing intent boiled. He had already made up his mind that no matter what, he would kill this brat and not leave any future troubles. Otherwise, one day in the future, they would have to suffer the consequences of their own actions. In an instant, Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga instantly attacked. When two of the strongest 9-star generals attacked, their aura was naturally shocking. It could be said that the slightest bit of carelessness could result in death. Suddenly, space trembled. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga were shocked. A terrifying thing happened. Right as they attacked Lin Fan, the dimension in the distance opened up. Numerous sword seeds swept out from within and their target was the 9-star generals and generals that they brought with them. Hunglong. A destructive power ripped open the sky. The space shattered and the sky turned gray. Screams spread out. The marshals and generals who had followed him here had already suffered heavy injuries. Now that it happened once more, how could they block it? No matter what, Lin Fan's cultivation was at Dao Realm Stage 3, not to mention the sword seeds, which were a killing move. Ah! General, save us! They shouted loudly with terrified expressions. Some marshals could hold on for a moment, but the impact of the explosions came wave after wave, not giving them a chance to breathe at all. This ghost could hold on. Jerk, you actually dared to do that. Zhu Daoshan went mad. He thought about something terrifying. He brought so many people out and only the two of them returned. How was he going to explain that? Lin Fan said towards Zhao Lishan, bring them and leave. Leave them to me. Don't worry, it won't be so easy for them to kill me. I have my own way to leave. The moment he said this, before Zhao Lishan said anything, Lin Fan dashed into the distance. He opened his arms and the sword seeds swept forwards. They exploded around Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga. Although the sword seeds were really strong, they weren't much to the strongest 9-star generals. Swordhead looked at those scenes in shock and his mouth was agape. He recognized what this was. This was Sword Palace's secret technique. But he didn't understand how Lin Fan knew it. What terrified him the most was that Lin Fan's sword seeds kept on exploding like they were free. Who could take that? Zhao Lishan was a decisive person. Although he was worried, he knew that young Master Lin had many tricks up his sleeves. Since that was the case, if they didn't listen to his arrangements, then all their efforts would have been for nothing. Go, let's go. He grabbed Swordhead and waved his sleeves. An aura wrapped up all of them and opened up a dimension tunnel. They want to run. When Wu Zhiga saw Zhao Lishan and the others leave, he hesitated. Zhu Daoshan was furious and hollered, don't worry about them. Kill this kid and everything will be worth it. Okay, you damn kid, you are such a bully. Wu Zhiga was furious because of Lin Fan. He didn't expect this to happen. In the distance, Lin Fan ran the fastest, but so what if he ran fast? He made it sound like he was running slow. Damn. Someone save me. Facing Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga, these two strongest 9-star generals, there was nothing he could do. But as the overlord of Yu City, he wasn't afraid of the Alliance's dogs. At most, he would continue to be beaten up. He was thinking of a way to escape. That would work, right? Kid, you won't be able to run. Once I capture you, I will bring you back to the Alliance headquarters and rip you apart. I will dig out your heart, dig out your brain, and suck out your blood. Wu Zhiga was really overbearing and his words were really vicious. He was totally infuriated by Lin Fan. He could bear with anyone but Lin Fan. Kiki, that is a little cruel, but don't be anxious. After a period of time, I will put a collar on you and treat you like a dog. I will bring you around the streets of the Alliance. Lin Fan replied. He continued to cause trouble for the two of them. Although it was useless to them, along the way they chased each other. You are asking to die. Wu Zhiga didn't expect that he would face such an arrogant person. His heart was about to explode. If one didn't personally experience that rage, one wouldn't be able to understand. At that moment, a shocking aura spread from behind him. Wu Zhiga was furious. His fingers turned into a blade and he slashed forwards. The sky was sliced into half and the aura was really violent. Lin Fan's hair stood on their ends. He knew that Wu Zhiga was serious and each time he attacked he wanted to kill him. Honglong! An intense explosion rang out in Lin Fan's ears. A shockwave that could destroy everything covered Lin Fan's back. Even if Lin Fan was a dual cultivator, it was tough for him to block such a strike. His back was badly mutilated and fresh blood splattered in the air. Lin Fan sucked in a deep cold breath. It was so painful that his body shivered. Damn! How vicious! But he didn't fear anything. Blood Demon Reversal Technique was enough to recover everything. This technique was just overpowered. Unfortunately, the only secret technique he knew was the Blood Demon Reversal Technique. Ever since then, he hadn't seen any other secret techniques. Maybe it was because they were too rare. You want to kill him? Zhu Daoshan was stunned when he saw Wu Zhiga's methods. After all, he was really vicious. With Wu Zhiga's strength, his attacks weren't easy. Scoff, what else can I do but kill him? Just watch him flee from us? No matter what, just bring his corpse back. Everything else isn't important anymore. Wu Zhiga was much more vicious than Zhu Daoshan. It wasn't that he didn't want to capture him alive, but that he was really afraid. If he didn't do anything like before, it would be tough for him to answer to his superiors. The key was that those stupid commoners were just too despicable. They actually dared to scold the strongest 9-star generals. If not for him being afraid of having a bad influence, he would have killed them. Suddenly, Wuxia realized that Lin Fan's situation was a little off. Damn, that kid is actually fine. Impossible. Zhu Daoxun didn't believe it. Although that move didn't hit, the shockwave caused his back to become a bloody mess. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be badly injured. Zhu Daoxun looked at Wuxia with a weird expression. You held back? Do you think I will hold back? Forget it, this kid definitely has a way to protect himself, so just go all out and don't worry so much. Wuxia said. If someone asked them in the past, would they believe that a Dao Realm Stage 3 kid would be able to escape from their hands? They would definitely laugh out loud and tell them with a smile on their faces. That is a good thought, but don't treat it seriously. Don't say that next time, otherwise it will be an insult to us. But now Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm Stage 3, and he was fleeing right under their noses. Moreover, they weren't able to do anything to him. To them this was an insult, a huge insult. How should I escape? Lin Fan was in deep thought and didn't know what to do. It was really difficult to escape from the hands of two of the strongest 9-star generals. Destroying the dimension, intercepting him, those were all normal methods. Maybe only when they didn't notice would he be able to sneak away. But just thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible. How was it so simple? Chapter 483. Kid, how many legs do you have to be able to run so quickly? Zhu Daoxun scolded. He was unhappy that Lin Fan ran so quickly. To think that the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance weren't able to surpass him in terms of speed, that was just so embarrassing. Lin Fan turned his head, 3 legs, thick and long. Zhu Daoxun was stunned. He came back to his senses and raged. Kid, if I catch you, I will let you personally witness my 3 legs being cut off. Lin Fan was still able to reply while running. One could see how much he disrespected the 9-star generals. But Zhu Daoxun's words made Lin Fan's pants tighten. Damn, this old fellow was so cruel. He was just casually saying it and he actually wanted to cut it off. It seemed like no matter what, he couldn't let him catch him. That moment, Lin Fan felt the space behind him explode. He turned around and was so terrified that his body shook. The two of them attacked at the same time and the space was squeezed. It was as if a high-level civilization had smashed a 3-dimensional space into a 2-dimensional one. Lin Fan hollered and struck with all his strength. He had to block it, otherwise just the ripples alone could kill him. When facing other people, he could casually tease them, but he was facing the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance. Moreover, there were 2 of them, so it was best if he didn't ask to die. He had to treat it seriously and think of a way to flee. Honglong. Both sides clashed, causing the dimension to become really unstable, and then it collapsed. Lin Fan frowned. The ripples ravaged his body and it was really painful. Recover. Fortunately, he had obtained a useful secret technique, otherwise who knew what the outcome would have been. This kid has recovered again. He has some kind of secret technique that can heal his injuries. Wuxia saw it clearly. He had heavily injured the kid, but in the blink of an eye, he recovered. Zhu Daoxun was interested in Lin Fan's secret technique, and thought that it was the ability to save Sword Head. If we can capture him alive, then so be it. If we can get that secret technique from him, it might be helpful to us. At the same time, he was terrified of Lin Fan's strength. He was only Dao Realm Stage 3. If one day this brat's strength reached level 4 or level 5, with this kind of leapfrogging compatibility, the 2 of them might be easily killed. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Are the brains of those analysts in the alliance full of shit? Why did they notice him so late? Also, the 4 alliances informed them long ago, but they didn't wipe him out, allowing him to grow to such a stage. No matter what, we have to kill him here today. Wuxia's eyes turned ferocious and terrifying, his killing intent boiling. Perhaps in his opinion, as long as he could kill his opponent, it was necessary to pay a price. Rumble. Rumble. The world rumbled incessantly. The commotion caused by the 2 strongest 9-star generals chasing Lin Fan was too huge. But as it was in the Alliance's territory, it didn't attract people from the 4 alliances. Only the Alliance headquarters kept beeping. As the level of power that exploded out was too high, the nebula that formed covered the entire Alliance's territory. They didn't know who the Alliance 9-star general faced for such an intense battle to occur. Could it be Lin Wani? This was what they all thought. Maybe to them, only Lin Wani would make the Alliance 9-star generals so serious. Fuck, these 2 old farts are so ruthless. Lin Fan was a little haggard, but he could tell the other party loudly that even if he was proud, he would never lose out. He didn't lose out at all. Not only did he kill some generals, but he also allowed Zhao Lishan and the others to escape. The price he paid was that he was being chased. It wasn't much. He could still take it. But if he didn't have the blood demon reversal technique, the outcome would be totally different. How should I escape? Lin Fan just wanted to escape. As for fighting the 2 of them, there was no need for that. He obviously couldn't beat them, so why did he have to find trouble for himself? He didn't need to prove anything and he didn't need to get himself covered in blood. Once he raised his cultivation to Dao Realm Stage 4, then he would have a good fight with them. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that the situation was a little off. A pair of giant hands reached out from the ground and grabbed towards the 2 9-star generals. It was like they were blocking the path of the Alliance 9-star generals. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a person standing there. He couldn't see his face, but his body was a little scary. He was just too fat. He wanted to thank Brother Fatty and then he would take his leave. But forget about it. Brother, thank you. If I have the chance, I will head over to thank you. Lin Fan didn't stop. He didn't know him, so there was no need to say anything about brotherhood. He used this chance to rip open the dimension and step in. Honglong. Ah, Monster Emperor, you are asking to die. Wuxia hollered. They followed Lin Fan and knew that no matter how the kid ran, he wouldn't be able to escape from them. But Monster Emperor's sudden attack caught them off guard. They hesitated for a moment and the kid took the chance to flee. Zhu Daoshan looked at the dimension and couldn't find any traces of him. His expression turned dark and sunken. Shua. He looked at Monster Emperor and the vengeful energy was like an ocean. It surged and struck Monster Emperor's body. Monster Emperor, the Alliance has never offended you. What is the meaning of this? Zhu Daoshan didn't expect Monster Emperor to appear here. At the same time, he even let him go. This was going against the Alliance headquarters. Monster Emperor's body was like a small mountain. He turned his head and looked at the dimension that Lin Fan disappeared into. A smile appeared on his face. There is no need to thank me. He then looked at Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia. Ha ha ha, I never have a reason to do anything. If you are unhappy, then kill me. I am not afraid of anything. Ha ha ha. Zhu Daoshan was extremely furious. You lunatic. To them, Monster Emperor was a lunatic, a complete lunatic. He didn't know what Monster Emperor was thinking to actually go against the Alliance headquarters. At the same time, they knew that this wasn't the first time. You dog, I will kill you. Wuxia hollered in rage. He transferred all his rage towards Lin Fan onto Monster Emperor. If not for him, Lin Fan wouldn't have run. If not for him, they wouldn't have failed. No one knew where Monster Emperor was, and it was as if he had disappeared from the world. But now that he appeared here and spoiled their plan, who could accept that? Honglong. An even more intense battle erupted. Everything within a few miles was destroyed, and it continued to spread outwards. Monster Emperor fought against 2 of the strongest 9-star generals. The first strike. Monster Emperor was badly injured and a bloody hole appeared in his body. Fresh blood flowed and one could even see his organs. But Monster Emperor didn't care at all. Haha. Come, I don't fear anything. Zhu Daoshan frowned. You stupid monster. In their eyes, Monster Emperor was a monster and he wasn't human at all. Just as Zhu Daoshan said this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Monster Emperor lowered his head and his breathing became rushed. A fierce glow flashed in his eyes and his face was vicious, like there was something hidden under his skin. I want all of you to die. Honglong. A battle exploded. Wuxia and Zhu Daoshan were really strong. Even if Monster Emperor was strong, he wasn't their match at all. But, just as they said, Monster Emperor shouldn't be a human, right? Who knew how long passed? Beside a small stream, a giant body walked there. Drip. Drip. Monster Emperor's body was riddled with holes and large amounts of blood dripped down, dyeing the ground red. At the same time it dyed the stream red. Shortly after, many dead fish floated on the surface. Monster Emperor wanted to laugh, but each time he did, he would spit out large amounts of blood. He walked beside the stream and his entire body was reflected in the water. I am not a monster, I will kill all of you. Monster Emperor hated people calling him a monster. Suddenly, Monster Emperor's eyes turned gray and his will dissipated. With a loud thud, he fell into the stream. Who was the one who attacked? Lin Fan came to a safe place and was really confused. He had never seen that body before, and anyway, it definitely wasn't a friend. Perhaps it was a reclusive expert. It just so happened that they passed by his territory and angered him. Since the two of them were the strongest, the expert took the initiative to challenge them. That was possible and there shouldn't be any problems. It is time to find Zhao Lishan and the others. Before Zhao Lishan left, he told Lin Fan where to find them. With the current situation, although it was good to fight one-on-one, if they recruited more experts to fill up Martial Path Mountain, it would be a huge help in expanding the map. Wuxia and Zhu Daoshan stood on the cliff. The two of them stood with their arms behind their backs and looked into the distance. They kept silent like they were one with heaven and earth. After a long while, Wuxia opened his mouth. Do you think that kid is our nemesis? Zhu Daoshan looked at Wuxia and wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be stuck. He wanted to say something but he stopped. He could only sigh and express the pain in his heart. Lin Fan ran. Monster Emperor was beaten half to death by them and fled. In the end, they didn't get anything and even lost the 9-star generals who followed them. To put it nicely, they lost them. To put it simply, they died. They were killed by a sneak attack right in front of their faces. They would go back and tell the Alliance headquarters that they couldn't blame them, and that they had to blame Lin Fan for appearing and sneak attacking them. But even if they believed them, would the Alliance headquarters believe them? Wuxia continued. When did we become 9-star generals? Thinking about it, it has been decades. At that time, everything was smooth sailing for us and we didn't face any problems, but now, haze. A gust of wind blew over. The two old brothers suddenly felt melancholy. Their hearts were empty and they didn't even dare to head back. It was like they had failed an exam and had to ask their parents to sign it. They felt really terrified. Zhu Daoshan kept silent for a long while and said, Why not? We don't go back? Wuxia was stunned and looked at Zhu Daoshan like he didn't expect him to say such a thing. Actually, it is good that we don't go back. But can you help me with something? Zhu Daoshan, what? Wuxia, anyway, you aren't going back, so why don't I say that you betrayed the Alliance and messed with the natives? I was tricked and only I survived. What do you think? Zhu Daoshan. Chapter 484. Damn. Zhu Daoshan had a good upbringing. After all, he had a granddaughter and was usually a really nice grandfather in front of her. But now he really couldn't take it anymore. Words couldn't describe what he was feeling, and he could only use one word to describe it. Wuxia had a good plan. To not be the scapegoat, he tossed all the blame to him. What a good teammate. Of course, the two of them were just randomly saying those words and they weren't really going to leave the Alliance. But to Wuxia, when he suggested that, he really hoped that Zhu Daoshan would pat his chest and say that. Okay, don't worry, leave this to me. Although it was a little fake. But one had to be filled with hope. What if it came true? In the end, the two old men walked into the distance. They looked at their backs and felt that the surrounding atmosphere was really lonely. Maybe to them this was because they couldn't keep their chastity. The two of them were just unlucky. For example, this time, if Monster Emperor hadn't appeared, it would have been tough for Lin Fan to escape from their hands. What a waste. Luck was also a part of strength. It was just so interesting. They couldn't understand. Was there something wrong with Monster Emperor's head? Why did he keep helping Lin Fan? Was Monster Emperor close to Lin Wani or Lin Fan? That was impossible. Monster Emperor did things that even Lin Wani couldn't help but want to kill him, so how could they have a good relationship? Maybe there was something wrong with his head. Oh, Master Zhao, what happened to young Master Lin? Can he escape from their hands? Old Shen asked. He didn't expect that young Master Lin would be the one to save them. Zhao Lishan's expression was solemn and he hesitated. He should be fine. Thinking about how Lin Fan was facing two of the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance, he wasn't confident that Lin Fan could return alive. Suddenly, there was movement outside. Zhao Lishan told everyone to be quiet. There is someone outside. But very soon he heard someone shouting outside. Where is he? I am Lin Fan, where are all of you? Zhao Lishan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. But he felt that young Master Lin's communication method was a little arrogant. Wasn't he afraid of drawing people over? It is Brother Lin is fine. Hu Luo was really excited and ran outside. Seeing how hurried Hu Luo and the others were, Zhao Lishan smiled and shook his head, following closely behind. After confirming that young Master Lin was fine, he was relieved. Outside, Lin Fan was really calm as he was surrounded by people. Hu Luo surrounded him and said many things. Of course, there were many border defense experts who praised Lin Fan. To be able to lure away the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance alone was something that made them respect him so much that they were moved to tears. Zhao Lishan looked on from the side, and when it was about time, he walked forwards. Young Master Lin, how did you escape from the alliance 9-star generals? Lin Fan smiled. It's a long story. It's not something that can be explained in a short time. But I have to say, this place is really hard to find. I shouted for you guys for half a day before you guys responded. Zhao Lishan smiled. He didn't expect young Master Lin to be so bold. At that time was too tight and he couldn't say it clearly. He could only give a rough location, which was why young Master Lin had searched for so long, and they couldn't do anything about it. Last time when Lin Fan passed by Giant Sword Sect, Zhang Rongming followed him to join Laoshan City. Now that he saw him again, his aura had changed. What was more shocking was that his cultivation had increased too. In the past, he was at initial Grandmaster and now he was about to step into God Essence realm. This improvement speed was just too quick. That was enough to show how talented Zhang Rongming was. Moreover, he had an expert teaching him, so it was tough for him not to improve. This was the first time Swordhead saw Lin Fan and he was grateful. But he was also curious as to why Lin Fan knew the Sword Palace technique. He thought about it for a long time and still couldn't understand. Lin Fan told Swordhead the story between him and Elder Han Qing. He knew the Sword Palace technique because before he died, he saw that Lin Fan was talented and knew that he wasn't a normal person. For the peace of the world, he taught it to me. He said it in such a righteous manner. Swordhead thought about something and his expression was one of disappointment. He sighed and didn't pursue the matter. He was just shocked by Lin Fan's cultivation speed and called him a genius born for the sword. Lin Fan's expression didn't change and he just accepted it. He didn't really want to tell the other party that he didn't care much about the sword Dao. He just happened to cultivate it and it wasn't much. Of course, if he really said that, Swordhead probably wouldn't be able to take it. Lin Fan had promised Han Qing one thing. Han Qing had given him his sword, Regret, in hopes that he would be able to find a woman with 6 fingers. This matter was really difficult. But he didn't care. He could only take it one step at a time. Who knew when he would bump into her? Zhao Lishan said, Young Master Lin, what do you plan to do next? His initial thought was to lead his brothers to fight the alliance to the end. Even if they couldn't cause much trouble for the alliance, they definitely couldn't let them have it so easy. In truth, they did do many things that made the alliance headquarters hate them to the bone. This was why the alliance attacked them so crazily. If it wasn't for young Master Lin leading the enemy away, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. Why don't you follow me back to Martial Path Mountain? All of you know about the current situation. Imperial Dynasty, Alliance, and the 4 alliances have occupied their own territory. Now that the 4 alliances are at war, it is a good thing for the alliance headquarters. They have started to take action and occupy more territory. We won't be able to achieve much by fighting against the alliance aimlessly. My idea is simple. We will use Martial Path Mountain as our foundation to expand and become the 6th faction. Lin Fan's words were really firm. He had absolute confidence in becoming the 6th faction. As he had the Chief God domain, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect young Master Lin to be so ambitious. He lowered his head and thought about it. He felt that it made sense, but to him it was really difficult. After all, it was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Young Master Lin, are you confident? Zhao Lishan asked. Lin Fan smiled confidently. If it was just me alone, I would be 70% confident. But if all of you join in, then I am 100% confident. Zhao Lishan was shocked by Lin Fan's confidence, and then he laughed out loud. Great, since that is the case, then I will follow young Master Lin and help you form the 6th faction to fight against them. Lin Fan smiled. We can't fight against them. My goal is to crush them. Everyone was shocked. They instantly felt their blood boil, and it was like something was burning in their bodies. Lin Fan asked, Old Zhao, do you know where my father is? I have been searching for him, but I have no news at all. Zhao Lishan shook his head. Young Master Lin, I don't know where Master Lin is, but based on my guesses, he is definitely with the Imperial Dynasty princes. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that it was possible. He then said, have you seen my cousin? He missed his cousin. Although he knew that his cousin was fine, his cousin was a little dumb. He was afraid that his cousin would be bullied outside. Zhao Lishan was stunned. Young Master Lin, who is your cousin? Forget it. He didn't want to continue pursuing this matter. If he wanted to find his beloved cousin, he had to rely on himself. Old Zhao probably hasn't seen him. Let's just leave this place. Lin Fan waved his hands. He had been out for a period of time and was eager to head back to take a look at Martial Path Mountain. They didn't stay here and followed behind Lin Fan towards Martial Path Mountain. Alliance Headquarters Meeting Room. Wuxia Zhu Daoshan, do you have anything to say? In the meeting room, the commander's voice was dark and sunken. He was already in a furious state. The two of them looked at one another. No, they really had nothing to say. The key was that they couldn't find a suitable reason. They looked at the gazes of those old fellows. They were all gloating and were filled with jealousy. As the strongest 9-star general, his status was much higher than theirs. Pa! The commander was furious. He got up from his throne and kicked the table in front of him. The documents on it scattered all over the ground, and the situation was a little chaotic. He pointed at the two of them and raged. The two of you are one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance headquarters, and you led so many generals. But now, not only did you not wipe out the natives, but only the two of you returned alive. What use do you have? Are you still the strongest 9-star general of the Alliance headquarters? The commander's rage terrified everyone. Even the guards outside shivered. Who knew how long it had been since they saw the commander angry? Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan felt really annoyed. When did they become so unlucky? Perhaps he had to start from the battle with Lin Wani. Since then their luck became really bad and everything they did wasn't smooth. Wu Zhiga wanted to keep silent, but he couldn't sit still and wait for death. He had to find a reason for himself. Commander, you can't blame us for this. The natives were about to be wiped out by us, but Lin Fan suddenly appeared. His strength reached an uncontrollable level. Although he isn't our match, Monster Emperor's appearance caused the situation to change. Really, before he finished, he was interrupted by the commander. This isn't an excuse for your failure. Wu Zhiga was helpless. His expectations were a little high. What did he mean by it wasn't an excuse for failure? He really had no choice. That moment, he realized that Zhu Daoshan's expression was really calm, and he didn't say a single word from start to finish. He thought about how he said so much and was still scolded by the commander. What right did he have? Why didn't he say anything at all? Suddenly, Zhu Daoshan opened his mouth. Haze, I am old and I am not as agile anymore. I should just go home and take care of my granddaughter so that I won't embarrass myself. As for the Alliance's strongest 9-star general, please take it back. Huh. The 9-star generals in the meeting room were delighted. Those who had the title didn't change their expressions, and those who didn't were interested. If someone took a step back, then someone else would definitely step up. Maybe they would have a chance. The commander's expression changed, and then he said gently, Old Zhu, what nonsense are you saying? Forget it, we can't blame you for this. I will let it go this time. Don't feel too burdened. You have contributed so much to the Alliance headquarters, and no one can replace that. Damn! Wu Zhiga was stunned as he looked at Zhu Daoshan. Was he so cunning? He was saying that he wasn't going to do anything, and he even asked the commander to calm him down. Chapter 485. Outside the Alliance headquarters meeting room, Wu Zhiga's gaze towards Zhu Daoshan changed. Not bad, retreating in order to advance, letting the commander console you. You are really skilled. Why didn't I think of that? What do you mean by that? Zhu Daoshan was stunned, and then he reacted to what he was saying. I am speaking the truth. I am indeed a little tired, and I really want to let go of my burden and reunite with my family. Thinking about it, I have served the Alliance for close to 100 years. If not for the commander asking me to stay, I really would have wanted to leave. Wu Zhiga looked at Zhu Daoshan's expression and his lips curled. His words sounded like they were the truth. Continue acting. What a cunning fellow. What happened next was really simple and as expected. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan, the two strongest 9-star generals, lost, and the Alliance suffered heavy losses, was exposed. The two of them were at the center of the storm and were scolded badly by the Alliance citizens. Even if an old citizen mentioned what the two strongest 9-star generals had done for the Alliance, they were ignored and drowned in the ocean. Their intentions were obvious. No matter how much they had done in the past, now that there was a problem, naturally they would scold them. Wu Zhiga's mental state exploded, and he nearly killed all of them. Zhu Daoshan was really calm. The key was that he didn't know. His family blocked all information and didn't let the old man come into contact with such things. Anyway, the old man was playing with his granddaughter and didn't pay attention to the Alliance platform. A desolate desert. A beautiful carriage slowly traveled on the desert. The ones pulling the carriage weren't horses but people. They were naked, and each of them grabbed a rope and dragged it forwards. There were marks on their backs. It looked like they were imprinted by burning iron. Simply put, these people were slaves. At that moment, an old man walked to the carriage. Little miss, the person we picked up on the road isn't simple. Is it a problem to bring him back without investigating him? At that moment, the curtains were opened and a girl's face was revealed. It was indeed very beautiful, but it gave off a feeling of coldness and cruelty. Not simple. The woman smiled coldly and said, regardless of whether you are simple or not, once you are in this lady's hands, you will have to obediently become a slave. I have never seen a slave with such a special body before. Behind the carriage was a cage, and inside it was an extremely fat man. If not for the fact that he was still breathing, they would have thought that he was dead. The woman's luck was simply too good. She didn't expect to pick up such a strange species on the road. However, if others were to see this, they would probably be so scared that they would piss their pants. You even dared to pick up Monster Emperor's corpse. Did you not know how death was written? Hell Mountain. Who is it? The guards guarding Hell Mountain saw a black-robed man walk over and stopped him right away. Hell Mountain had an agreement with the Alliance headquarters to allow them to develop in rich land. To them, this was the peak of their lives, and they were about to reach a point that they couldn't reach in their past glory. The black-robed man stood there and took off the black hood on his head. An uproar. The guard instantly knelt down. Greetings, evil god Zhanming. Zhanming's expression didn't change as he walked in. When Hell Mountain learned that Zhanming had returned, everyone was shocked. After all, to them, Zhanming should have fallen in Laoshan City. Who knew that he would return? This was a piece of news that made everyone excited. The return of an expert obviously made Hell Mountain stronger. But to those who were familiar with Zhanming, they felt like Zhanming had changed somewhere. But it was hard to say. To them it was good that he was back. Martial Path Mountain. Young Master Lin, this place is not bad. It isn't in the territory of the 4 alliances, so you can develop well. Zhao Lishan said. The 4 alliances were really terrifying, and it was really tough to develop in their territory. Unless one relied on absolute strength, there was no hope. Zhao Lishan didn't think that he had such an ability. Lin Fan smiled. 1,000 miles around is Martial Path Mountain's territory. Those weak powers have all been wiped out. What we lack now is experts. However, since old Zhao and you are here, then this problem will be solved. Zhao Lishan didn't expect young Master Lin to be so skilled to actually expand his territory to 1,000 miles. It was really shocking. Young Master Lin, if Master Lin knew that you had such achievements, he would be really happy, Zhao Lishan said. He was really impressed. To have such cultivation at such a young age, how many people in the world could have such achievements? Everyone came to the mountain gate. Please. As the host, naturally Lin Fan had to bring them around. Marshall Path Mountain's buildings had been renovated and overall, it was still okay. Brother Lin. This place is really a treasure land. You actually have a livestock. Hu Luo looked at the fat pig that walked over and couldn't help but laugh. Once it grows up we will get some piglets. Then we won't lack pork at all. Lin Fan was stunned. He wanted to tell Hu Luo to stop but it was too late. Zhu Shen hurried over when he saw young Master Lin return. He didn't hear anything else but he heard everything Hu Luo said. Then he raged. Kid, who are you talking about? Zhu Shen scolded. Arrogant, really arrogant. He obviously didn't hold him in any regard. Even if he turned into a pig, he wouldn't be a normal pig. But this kid actually treated him like a livestock. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really be too arrogant. But when he saw the person who came, he was shocked. Then he was delighted. Zhao Lishan, sword head. How did you all come? Zhao Lishan was stunned. It was like a movie was playing in his mind. He thought about it and didn't expect that he knew a pig. You are. Zhu Shen said, I am Zhu Shen. Due to some special reasons I became like this. Zhu Shen? At that moment, not only was Zhao Lishan stunned, but the others were too. How did the top blade of the imperial dynasty become like this? Zhao Lishan saw Lin Fan nod his head and totally believed that this was Zhu Shan. Lin Fan said, this is a long story and it is hard to tell it in a short time. Why don't we head to the main hall and talk about it? Within the main hall, Lin Fan told everyone about what happened in Yu City. Zhu Shen sacrificed himself and died with the alliance. But due to some luck, he turned into a pig. Although it made one feel helpless, it was a good thing that he was able to keep his life. Everyone was filled with respect for Zhu Shan's fearless attitude. Even if he turned into a pig, he was still willing to give his last bit of strength to fight against the alliance. If Zhu Shan knew what they were thinking, he might have said, thank you all. Guys, with our current strength, although we might not be able to catch up to the top sex, we aren't too far away. The imperial dynasty is colluding with the alliance headquarters, and the four alliances are fighting amongst themselves to occupy territory. If we want to chase the alliance out, we can only rely on ourselves. If we can gather the other city defense experts, then our strength will increase. Even if we face the strongest 9-star generals, we won't be afraid. Lin Fan was really confident. Before Zhao Lishan and the others came, he was already really confident. Much less now. His biggest trump cards were the two places that believed in him, City of Darkness and Mountain City. These were the places where he spread his faith. During this period of time, the faith from these two places was at an explosive rate. It was obvious that more and more people believed in him. There weren't many who could reach the purple level of faith. There were only 3 of them in these two places. With such a huge base, it was really too little. Zhao Lishan said, their whereabouts are unknown and I don't know where they are. If we can find them, they will be of great help. Swordhead said, I lost contact with Sanfeng Daoist, but they might still be in the Alliance's territory. If Sanfeng Daoist appears, we will have top combat power. In the past, the various defense cities were unequal. Yu City was facing experts. Old priest Sanfeng was weaker than Lin Wani, but he could still fight against the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance. Oh, by the way, I heard that an extraordinary expert appeared in Tianshui City at the border. No one knows his name. Everyone calls him Old Monk. He is very powerful. When Tianshui City retreated, they were surrounded by the strongest 9-star generals. This old monk forced them back alone. Lin Fan was a little curious, so amazing? Swordhead nodded, very amazing. Although I don't know his name, he has a guy beside him. I think he is called Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong. Lin Fan frowned. He felt like he had heard this name before, but he couldn't recall it. Forget it, since he couldn't recall it, then he wouldn't think about it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. But if he could pull the old monk in, then his strength would increase once more. Zhao Lishan said, Young Master Lin, I think they are definitely looking for us. There is no rush. The key is whether we should slowly develop or expand our territory. Expand, Lin Fan said. The top sects won't have any conflicts with us, so we don't have to worry about facing people we can't fight. He was in a rush to raise his strength. At Dao Realm Stage 4, he could fight against the strongest 9-star generals, and also those peak experts from the top sections. If not, he felt like his life wasn't that free. Just as Lin Fan and the others were discussing the development of Martial Path Mountain, something happened at the four alliances. The main reason was that the battles became more intense. The top sects joined the battle. It wasn't so intense at first, but there was a misunderstanding. Thus, the four alliances really started fighting. This saved the alliance headquarters the trouble of thinking of ways to sow discord. For some reason, they reached their goal, and that felt great. Chapter 486. Where the former imperial dynasty prince was. Linwani, what did you say? Old ancestor Su Chongsen asked. He looked behind and didn't see anyone. He had a weird expression on his face. Why did Linwani come back alone? Logically speaking, he should have brought someone back. Linwani shook his head. He didn't succeed. It is a little weird. I feel like something happened to him. Su Chongsen frowned. With your relationship with him, he shouldn't have not given you face. He should have told you something, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you back so easily. Linwani went to invite a divinator. He studied destiny his whole life and his divinations were really accurate. He wanted to invite him to help the prince recover the imperial dynasty. He said that there was no hope, and that he wouldn't leave the mountain for the rest of his life. He just wants to live a peaceful life and has no interest in fighting and killing. Linwani said. Old ancestor Su thought about it and nodded his head. His words make sense. Even I feel like there is no hope now. He thought about Prince Zhao's situation and how he had no motivation at all. Instead, he felt like this place was really comfortable. But as the country protector, he had the heavy responsibility of recovering the imperial dynasty. Even if he felt like there was no hope, he couldn't give up. He even felt that with these old fellows here, they would definitely succeed. What are the two of you whispering about? Can you share it with me? Water Emperor smiled and walked over. The divinator didn't come? That fellow is really careful. People who know destiny are really afraid of death, and will run faster than anyone else when there is danger. If he didn't come, doesn't that mean that he has no confidence? Truthfully, with our current strength, it is really tough. It is really tough to suppress those top sects in the alliance. But riches are found in danger. There is a path that we can try. Water Emperor was really mysterious, like he knew a huge secret. His gaze towards the two of them was like he was sending a signal. Do you dare to try? Linwani and Su Chongsen looked at one another, and didn't know what Water Emperor was talking about. Water Emperor didn't hide anything. Do you know how the Yin demons came about? Su Chongsen frowned like he understood something, but he wasn't sure. Water Emperor, just say what you want to say. Can you stop stuttering? You are more knowledgeable than us, we admit that, but if you want to show off like this, then it is pointless. Although Linwani was strong and knowledgeable, there were some secrets that he didn't know. Water Emperor smiled and didn't hide anything. Okay, then let me tell all of you. I learned about this from a secret place. You should know that Yin demons are usually really weak. The strongest is around God Essence Realm. It is tough to meet any higher, unless there are special situations. But based on what I know, Yin demons aren't so simple. They live below us, and due to some reason they were sealed a long time ago. Only some Yin demons that aren't considered Yin demons are helping us fight against the Alliance. So what I mean is to find the place where the seal is and remove it to release the Yin demons to throw the powers of the world into chaos. Only then will we have a chance. Linwani didn't even think and waved his hands. That won't work. Yin demons eat human flesh and blood. Do you really want to wipe out the world? Those people from the Alliance are humans, but Yin demons aren't. Su Chongsen nodded his head. I also feel that we shouldn't take the risk. Yin demons were sealed by the people in the past, which means that they are really dangerous, otherwise they wouldn't have been sealed. Water Emperor, Do you have something to do with demons and want to trick us to remove the seal? When Water Emperor heard this, he was unhappy. What do you mean by that? I am just giving you a suggestion. The stone plaque is at the bottom of the ocean eye. If you don't believe me, then go take a look. Water Emperor was furious. He was planning for them and actually said that he had something to do with demons. That was just so annoying. Oh right, there is something important that I didn't tell you. I obtained a huge secret from the stone plaque. Do you want to know? Su Chongsun took in a deep breath. Once again, his emotions were going to explode from Water Emperor's actions. Damn, this old fellow was so infuriating. Just say what he had to say. What secret? Lin Wani asked. Water Emperor said, as for the method to break through to Dao Realm Stage 7 and above, it seems to have something to do with demons. But the stone plaque didn't record it, so I don't know either. Shock. Lin Wani and Su Chongsun were obviously shocked by Water Emperor's secret. Who knew how many people wanted to break through to Dao Realm Stage 7 and above? But they had no choice. When they reached that limit, they would feel like there was no path ahead. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. At the start, they thought that Stage 7 was the peak and they didn't care much about it. But now that Water Emperor said those words, they were shocked. Not long later, Lin Wani reacted, okay, let's not think so much. Let's solve the matter in front of us first. Su Chongsun understood what Lin Wani meant. It was best not to try unknown dangers. So what if they knew how to step into Dao Realm Stage 8? With the current situation, the conditions didn't allow it at all. Few days later, during this period of time, Martial Path Mountain expanded their territory. Lin Fan went out and was a little tired. He continued to be taken care of by Go Zi and ate delicious food every day. His life was really comfortable. Not bad. At this moment, Lin Fan laid there comfortably. Mu Gang's snow-white fingers landed on his back. Mu Gang, it has been a while and your skills have improved. Not bad, not bad. Continue to work hard. Was Lin Fan's life still a human? It was something that only evil landlords could enjoy. It is good that young master likes it. Mu Gang replied shyly. Go Zi frowned. It wasn't good for Mu Gang to speak to young master like that. If this was in Yu City, she would definitely be punished. Was she trying to seduce young master? A small servant actually wanted to make a comeback. She was really scheming. During this period of time, 9 demons slowly changed. In the past, it had already grown a pair of wings. Just recently, 9 demons' body had actually grown golden scales. It was quite strange. He knew that 9 demon was a good thing in Insect Valley, but he didn't know what it was exactly. Feng Poliu was once the Insect Valley Grand Disciple and knew about 9 demons' background. But 9 demons' changes stunned him. The changes were huge and it was different from its mother. He wanted to study 9 demon, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough. The main reason was because he left Insect Valley too early and didn't learn much. He had the heart but no ability. Young master, what do you want to eat tonight? Go Zi asked. Lin Fan wanted to say something but suddenly, there was movement in the god domain. He got up and raised his hand to tell Go Zi and the others not to speak. Just now he sensed that there was a source of faith that he could ask for. It wasn't for himself but for the protection of a god when he faced trouble. City of Darkness. This was the village. At this moment the village was in a bad situation. It faced its biggest crisis in history. After Xue Jinru and the others came here, they stayed here. Originally, she wanted to become the village chief's disciple, but the village chief explained that the villagers were only so powerful because they received the protection of the gods. Therefore, she began to worship the statues of the gods like the villagers, hoping to receive this power. I didn't expect that you natives would actually hide here. Xue family people are here too. You really aren't afraid to die. The village was surrounded by a bunch of Alliance members. The one who spoke was an old man, an Alliance 9-star general at Dao Realm Stage 3. They occupied a city for the Alliance and Xue family was the family in that city. Who knew that they would actually dare to fight against the Alliance? Naturally, they had to wipe them out. Who knew that half of them would be killed and only a few of them would escape? General, that is the general. We are finished. Shuezhong's face was ashen white. Facing the Alliance 9-star general, he didn't have any will to fight back at all. The gap in strength was just too huge. The expert they recognized, the village chief, was suppressed by the Alliance 9-star general. He was heavily injured and was praying in front of the statue. The villagers were furious. "Come and pray. The chief god will protect us," the village chief said weakly. He was no match for him, but he believed that the chief god would save them. When the Alliance 9-star general and the others saw this, they laughed out loud. "Ignorant natives, you actually want to seek the chief god's protection. What you are praying to is just a statue. What use is it?" The villagers listened to the village chief and didn't bother about what the Alliance said at all. They believed that the chief god would protect them. "Father, what should we do?" Shue Jinru asked anxiously. They prayed to the statue for a long time, but there was no change. They felt that it was a lie. If the village chief wasn't so strong, they would have left long ago. Shuizhong had a bitter expression on his face. "What can we do? Even if we want to run, we can't. If we knew that we were safe, we should have left and not stayed here. The Alliance would definitely be able to find us." "Haze!" Shue Jinru looked at her father in despair. They were surrounded by the Alliance and the village chief that they thought was no match for the Alliance 9-star general. The outcome was obvious. They would be destroyed along with the village. Shue Jinru looked at the villagers. During this period of time, it would be a lie to say that she had no feelings for them, especially when the village chief treated them really well. "Village chief, you are the strongest, so you can definitely run. Don't believe that anyone can protect you. Just run." Shue Jinru believed that with the village chief's strength, he would definitely be able to run. But the village chief, who was praying, didn't care about the voices around him at all. "Haha, forget it, I will send all of you on your way." The moment he said this, the Alliance 9-star general slapped forwards. At that moment, a giant hand covered the sky and covered the village. It then gave off a terrifying aura and pressed down. "It is over." Shue Jinru and the others raised their heads and were about to close their eyes in despair. But just at that moment, a shocking phenomenon occurred. Chapter 487. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed it. The ordinary-looking statue gave off an eye-catching light that covered the entire village. There was a loud explosion. The giant palm landed and everyone thought that they would die. Who knew that they were perfectly fine? The light from the statue blocked the attack? Shue Jinru's face was filled with shock and disbelief. She stared at the statue and huge waves rose up in her heart. Was what the village chief said true? The Alliance 9-star general was shocked and then laughed coldly. "You do have some skills, but this is the end." The moment he said this, the 9-star general attacked once more. A vast power surged like a river and struck him. However, when he stretched out his hand, his heart suddenly stopped beating. His expression changed to one of panic and unease. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He felt a terrifying aura cover him. "Wang!" The statue shook. The villagers cheered. The chief god was protecting them. From start to finish, they believed that the chief god wouldn't abandon them no matter what danger they faced. Shuizhong sat on the ground with a thud and muttered to himself in a daze. "I didn't expect it to be true." Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared on the statue. Its face could not be seen clearly, but one could feel the might that the illusory figure emitted. It was vast and unstoppable. "What is that?" The Alliance 9-star general was shocked. He panicked and wanted to flee. Instantly the image punched forwards. This fist was filled with an endless aura that pierced through the sky. One couldn't block it and there was no way to block it at all. When the Alliance 9-star general saw the fist, he felt like his body was locked down. It was too late to flee. No pung. One fist killed the Alliance 9-star general. He turned into dust and disappeared from the sky above the village. The Alliance members who followed wanted to run, but it was too late. Everywhere the world-shocking power passed through, everything exploded. Not even a wail could be heard as they completely disappeared without a trace. To everyone, everything happened too quickly and it ended in the blink of an eye. The aura slowly disappeared and the statue returned to its usual calm state. Shuizhong recovered from his momentary daze and knelt in front of the statue, worshipping it devoutly like the villagers. He believed everything that the village chief had said. It was all true. They were saved by the village chief and learned that the village chief had great strength. They thought of him as a hermit expert who was tired of fighting. Later on, the village chief said that everything they had was a gift from God. But they didn't believe him. Even if they said they believed him, it was just a perfunctory act. Until now, they completely understood. From the beginning, what the village chief said was true. He didn't lie to them, but they didn't believe it. They looked at the statue as if they could already feel the glory radiating from it. The village chief stood up and said, "God told me that this place isn't safe. He told us to move. Everyone pack up and we will leave this place." "Yes, village chief." Martial Path Mountain. Gozi looked at young master who was standing there with his eyes closed. He didn't ask anything and didn't disturb him. He didn't know what was going on with young master and didn't dare to ask. Very soon, Lin Fan opened his eyes. The matter had been resolved. He used the power of faith to transfer the power to the statue. The person who came was just a Dao Realm Stage 3 9-star general. With his current strength, it was really easy for him to crush him. But if it was a Dao Realm Stage 4 9-star general, he wouldn't be able to do much if he transferred his power to the statue. After all, this was just a projection of power and it couldn't reach the true strength of the main body. Such a thing happened in City of Darkness and a 9-star general died there. So the Alliance definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. So it was safer for them to move. "Young master, did something happen?" Gozi asked. Lin Fan waved his hands. "It is okay. Everything has been solved. It is just a small matter." It was indeed a small matter, but to others it wasn't a small matter at all. It was a terrifyingly huge matter. Just at that moment, Zhang Tianshan hurried over. "Sect leader, an old man wants to see you." Lin Fan was prepared to let Mu Gang continue to massage him and enjoy life. When he heard that someone wanted to see him, Lin Fan was a little confused. "Do you know him?" Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. "No." "Is he a guy or a girl?" "Old man, he doesn't seem reliable. I don't know where he came from, but he is a little arrogant. He said that if you don't see him, it will be your regret for the rest of your life." Zhang Tianshan had never seen such an arrogant person. If he wasn't a little old, he would have smacked him with a rod and made him run. Lin Fan thought about it and waved his hands. "Let him wait. My body is a little tired and I need to rest for a while." He then told Mu Gang to continue the massage. It was so comfortable, so how could he be interrupted by some unimportant things? Mountain entrance. An old man who looked like a celestial stroked his beard. He looked really old, but his eyes were special and gave off a bright glow. This sect doesn't look like much, but it is gathering the luck of heaven and earth. An expert is about to appear. There is no hope for the former imperial dynasty. There will never be a prosperous imperial dynasty. We have to follow the times. The old man stood in front of the mountain entrance and felt that his arrival would bring about a huge change to the sect. Of course, he was thinking about how he would be respected like a senior. If he really kept him in Martial Path Mountain, he could teach him. It would be one less cheater in the world, and then everything would be filled with beauty. Seeing Zhang Tianshan leave, the old man shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he would face such a situation when he came to help the future leader. To the old man, he definitely didn't report back to him. This kid was so tough to deal with. After a long while, Zhang Tianshan returned. Sect leader said that he can meet you, but to prove whether or not you are really talented, he will give you a simple question. If you can answer it, then he will meet you. The old man said, "Okay, speak." Zhang Tianshan said, "Where is sect leader's cousin?" To the old man, he was well versed in the past and there was nothing that could stop him. Thus he didn't care much about it. He just had a bad impression of Zhang Tianshan. He felt that this person was a kid. When he heard that question, the old man was stunned. What was that question? What did it have to do with him where sect leader's cousin was? He had never seen him and didn't know what he looked like. Why didn't he ask where his 8th aunt's nephew's daughter was? This question is a little preposterous. The old man forced a smile and asked. He really didn't expect that it would be so difficult to meet someone. That was just too much. Zhang Tianshan said, I am not. This is what the sect leader told me to ask you. He told the sect leader that the old man outside was a cheater who said that he knew destiny and was connected to yin and yang. He made it sound like he was really amazing. This attracted Lin Fan's interest. Since that was the case, then he didn't hold back. The old man took in a deep breath. I am a human and not an omniscient god, so I can't answer this question. Zhang Tianshan muttered softly. If you don't know, then why are you bragging? The old man stared at him in rage. What are you saying? Zhang Tianshan shook his head. I didn't say anything. Chapter 488. The old man was the divinator. He was an expert in seclusion. Lin Wani invited him, but he didn't agree. That was because he predicted that the former imperial dynasty wouldn't be able to return to its former glory. Moreover, he predicted that Lin Wani would face a calamity. If he followed beside him, he would suffer. Of course, he couldn't reveal the secrets of the heavens, otherwise he would be the scapegoat. This was why he came out to search for the person destined by the heavens. If Lin Wani knew that the divinator had left right after he left, he would have smashed his head. Was this what you meant when you told me you wanted to live in seclusion and farm? Who would believe you? Zhang Tianshan said regretfully, if you can't answer the question, the sect leader won't meet you. You should leave, this place isn't suitable for you. The divinator was stunned. What kind of joke was that? He actually said that this place wasn't suitable? He didn't want to meet the Martial Path Mountain sect leader but for his own pride. He wanted to meet him and ask him directly. Who was he looking down on? What kind of status did the divinator have? When others begged him, he didn't care at all. Now that he sent himself to him, he was actually despised. He couldn't accept such humiliation. I won't leave. Today, I want to meet the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. The divinator said stubbornly. His expression was totally different from before, and it was so huge that it was a little scary. He was going all out against Martial Path Mountain. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Zhang Tianshan looked at him and didn't know what to say. What was the point? Forget it, forget it. Since he was so firm, then he would just wait. Zhang Tianshan shook his head and left. He was helpless towards this person who insisted on fighting to the death. The divinator looked at Martial Path Mountain and rage flashed in his eyes. More importantly, he didn't want to leave this place. Looking closely, Martial Path Mountain was covered in luck. In other words, it was the will of the heavens. If he missed this shop, there wouldn't be another one. Oh! Mu Gang rubbed her palms, causing them to heat up. She pressed onto his back and then her fingers curled. Her fingernails touched his back and it felt really numb. Comfortable. Lin Fan closed his eyes. It was so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. Head, I don't think the old faker will leave until he sees you. Zhang Tianshan ran over once more. Why don't I just take a look? That old man isn't young anymore. He is still lying to people at his age, how pitiful. Wait. Lin Fan closed his eyes and told Zhang Tianshan not to speak. He was feeling good, at least until he was done. After a long time, Lin Fan opened his eyes and sat up straight. He twisted his neck, feeling great. He looked towards Zhang Tianshan. Are you thinking of letting him join Martial Path Mountain? How can that be? Just looks pitiful. Zhang Tianshan shook his head and said. He would never admit that he just wanted to teach the old faker a lesson and make him repent. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan. After a while. Alright, let's go take a look. At the entrance of the mountain. In the distance, Zhao Lishan and Swordhead were discussing what to do next. Zhao Lishan looked at the old man standing at the entrance of the mountain and fell into deep thought. Swordhead, look at that person. Don't you find him familiar? Swordhead came back to his senses and looked into the distance. At first he didn't see anything, but shortly after, his expression changed. It was obvious that he recognized who it was. Why would the divinator appear here? Swordhead was shocked. It wasn't because something amazing had happened, but because the divinator was a special person and rarely appeared in the world. Now that he appeared in Martial Path Mountain, Swordhead was shocked. I have heard of him. Zhao Lishan had never seen the divinator before. He had been in Laoshan City for a long time and was a normal commoner. He had never had any conflicts with the outside world. Naturally, he hadn't seen the divinator, but he had heard of his name. I heard that the divinator would avoid calamity and wouldn't go to places that wouldn't benefit him. Did he come to Martial Path Mountain because there was something he was interested in? Swordhead was confused. If there was something he was interested in, it would be young Master Lin. Apart from young Master Lin, he couldn't think of any other shocking place. The divinator stood at the entrance and suppressed the rage in his heart as he waited. He had already thought about it. When he met the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, if he didn't apologize to him, he would show off his talent and then leave. He would let him regret it. He wanted to tell him that it was their good fortune that he came. Unfortunately, they didn't cherish it. Then, he wouldn't accompany them to the end and let them regret it. He is here. When the divinator saw Zhang Tianshan walk over from afar, a smile appeared on his face. But that smile seemed to be sending a message that they didn't know what was good for them. My sect leader is here, Zhang Tianshan said. Why did the old man want to meet the sect leader? He even forgot to say that he was the deputy sect leader, and if he had anything, he could tell him. Lin Fan said impatiently, who is it? Why does he want to meet me? Martial Path Mountain was developing well, and batch after batch of experts came. They had enough manpower, and the only thing they lacked was top combat strength. But that didn't matter. He would become a top expert himself and didn't need others to be stronger than him. You are the sect leader. It really isn't easy for me to come here to meet you. The divinator's tone wasn't good. He looked towards Lin Fan and wanted to say something. But that one look stunned the divinator. Yeah, how eye-piercing. The divinator covered his eyes and his expression was really exaggerated. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan like he was asking him why did he ask him to meet a lunatic? Zhang Tianshan felt like he was innocent. This had nothing to do with him, so how would he know that he was a fool? The divinator didn't dare to use the Eye of Destiny to look at Lin Fan as it was too eye-catching. If he looked for too long, his eyes would be blinded. He only wanted to say that. How terrifying. Even when the Imperial Dynasty was at its peak, it didn't have such thick destiny. Moreover, the destiny of the Imperial Dynasty didn't come from one person but from numerous people. But now, this person's destiny was even stronger than when the Imperial Dynasty was at its peak. It terrified the divinator so much that his heart jumped. That moment, flames burned in the divinator's heart. He only thought about one thing, which was that if he could mix with Lin Fan, then his future would be amazing. Even a pig would be able to fly if he stood on the wind. And he wanted to be the pig that stood on top of the wind. Although he called himself the Heaven's Fate Master, when he was weak, he was extremely unlucky. His fate was full of ups and downs, and he had endless disasters. After he could see through destiny, he started to play with people with destiny. He used their destiny to slowly change himself. But now, he realized that all the people he had seen with destiny added up weren't even as thick as one of his fingers. Damn, how was there such a person? Even the son of the heavens wouldn't be so vicious. Lin Fan frowned and felt like this old man was arrogant. He dared to be so arrogant in his territory. He was just so arrogant. Not to mention Zhang Tianshan begging to let him in. He had to teach him a lesson to let him know how important it was to speak nicely. But, suddenly, the divinator walked forwards with a friendly and respectful expression. I have heard of sect leader Lin's name for a long time. I came from so far away just to see your true face. Now that I have seen it, I am filled with emotions. Sect leader Lin is like a dragon amongst humans, a dragon amongst dragons. To be able to see sect leader Lin is a blessing that I have cultivated for 3 lives. Zhang Tianshan was stunned. His lips moved and he could only mutter to express what he was feeling. Previously, the old faker was very arrogant, as if he was the lawless one. But looking at the situation, he instantly turned into a bootlicker, and his bootlicker was really sharp. He wanted to ask the other party, "You're so good at sucking up to your face?" But thinking about how he was just trying to earn a living, he forgave him. After all, it wasn't easy to earn a living. He was the same in the past, but he was lucky and didn't have to worry about food. He even became the deputy sect leader. Just thinking about it made him feel like the heavens were taking care of him. Lin Fan didn't know what to say after being sucked up by the Heaven's Fate Master. What do you want to do? He could see that Lin Fan was someone with cultivation. He should be around Dao Realm Stage 6. If it was in the past, he would have looked up to him. But now, if he wasn't Dao Realm Stage 7, he wouldn't even want to speak. The divinator said, Sect Leader Lin, I didn't come here to do anything. I was influenced by Sect Leader Lin's charisma, and want to follow Sect Leader Lin to do something big. I believe that under Sect Leader Lin's leadership, I will be able to shine again. Lin Fan looked at him and just looked at him. The divinator felt a little uneasy from Lin Fan's gaze, and he felt like he was being suspected. Even if someone held a knife to his neck and told him to scram out of Martial Path Mountain, he wouldn't. To be able to meet someone with such terrifying luck was a huge fortuitous encounter. If he could let this go, then why not just smash his head into a wall? Although he didn't know what the luck of the people beside Lin Fan was like, without even looking, he knew that their luck would change. Martial Path Mountain doesn't accept the old and weak. What ability do you have? Lin Fan asked. The divinator said, Sect Leader Lin, I know fate and can avoid calamity. I will definitely be of great help to Martial Path Mountain. Okay, then let me test you. Lin Fan thought about it and asked, Do you know where my cousin is? The divinator was stunned once more. Why was it this question again? Did these people really think that he was a god? If he was, then why would he come to this place? But after seeing Lin Fan's luck, the divinator followed his heart and said calmly, Sect Leader Lin, I really can't divine it. If it was someone else, the divinator's attitude would have changed. He would have said something. Scram. Chapter 489. You don't even know this, yet you call yourself knowing destiny, connecting yin and yang a fraud? Lin Fan was filled with disdain. He didn't have high hopes for this old man who had come to seek refuge. Although Lin Fan was Dao Realm Stage 6, he didn't know where he came from. Especially at such a crucial moment, he couldn't just let him go. Who knew where he came from and what his goal was? The divinator's face turned red. He swore to God that this was the worst humiliation he had ever received. This was too much. However, he was very worried now. It wasn't that the divinator didn't think about it. He came to Martial Path Mountain to join them. Even if he was strong, they might not believe him. Head, I'm afraid it's not easy for this old faker to get along outside. Why don't you let him follow me and let me train him well? Zhang Tianshan didn't have much of a reaction to the word scammer. After all, he wasn't a scammer. Moreover, he was talking about him and it had nothing to do with him. The divinator didn't even look at Zhang Tianshan. Out of the entire Martial Path Mountain, only Lin Fan was worth his attention. The others were all trash to him and weren't worth mentioning at all. He saw through Zhang Tianshan's cultivation. Such a weak person wanted a divinator to follow him? Was there something wrong with his head? Sect Leader Lin, to tell you the truth, I know your father. The divinator said. He had no choice but to say this. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to do things smoothly. Oh, Lin Fan wasn't interested. Alright, I'll give you one last chance. Where's my dad? The divinator. Holy shit. If it wasn't for his inner quality, he really wanted to curse. After asking my cousin, I asked your father. You don't even know, so how would I know? Calm down, you can't get angry, you have to stay calm. Sect Leader Lin, I really don't know. The divinator really wanted to kneel down and tell Lin Fan to take him in. His luck was really strong and he really wanted to follow him. He wanted to fly into the sky and stand beside the sun. Could he give him such a chance? Lin Fan shook his head. Disappointing, how disappointing. You don't know anything and you dare to say that you know your destiny. I hate people who brag the most. When the divinator heard Lin Fan's words, it was as though there were thousands of sharp blades stabbing into his heart. Oh my God. Was this even something a human could say? What did he take him for? Did he take him for a god? Also, what's with the look in this guy's eyes when he wants me to follow him? Zhang Tianshan was unhappy with the divinator. This guy would not shed a tear until he saw his coffin. He had clearly given him a chance, but he did not cherish it. This was truly disappointing. Why did he have to brag in front of Lin Fan? Don't you know that this kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve? Not even the slightest bit of movement can escape his eyes. Sai, you look quite old, but I didn't expect you to still be so young. You haven't settled down at this age, and you're still fooling around. Zhang Tianshan wasn't young, but at least he was smart. Now that he was the deputy sect leader, his status was pretty good. Sect leader Lin, I really can't do what you said. Other people can't do it either. The divinator said. Lin Fan said, it's normal for others to not be able to do it. But since you claim to know destiny, you're definitely not a normal person. If you don't even know this, then how can you show that you're different from others, right? The divinator looked at Lin Fan like he was right no matter what he said. What could he do? He just wanted to ask what else could he say since he had already said that? Young Master Lin. At that moment, Zhao Lishan and Swordhead walked over from the distance. The divinator looked at the two of them. He didn't care at first, but when he saw Swordhead, his expression changed. A person who was already dead was still alive. Is his luck really that strong? The divinator muttered and found it unbelievable. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Lishan pulled Lin Fan to the side and said softly, Swordhead told me that this person is a divinator who is really strong. If he is here to join us, we can consider taking him in. Lin Fan asked, Swordhead knows him? I do, but he might not know Swordhead. Zhao Lishan said. After he heard Swordhead say all this, he felt that this divinator was different. He might not be the strongest, but he was really good in other areas and had abilities that normal people couldn't have. After hearing Zhao Lishan's words, Lin Fan nodded his head. He did need people now. In terms of strength, he wasn't important. But since he had other special abilities, that made one really curious. He wasn't dumb. He was just teasing him. The divinator didn't know what the two of them were talking about, but they would look at him from time to time. It actually made him a little nervous. It was like they were testing him and he was worried about whether or not he would be chosen. Such a situation wouldn't have happened in the past. Not long later, Lin Fan asked, do you really want to follow me? Follow? The divinator was stunned and then said, Sect leader Lin, I don't want to follow you. I am someone who wants to do something. Don't worry about whether or not I want to do something. I just want to ask you, do you want to follow me? Lin Fan frowned and asked impatiently. What an annoying fellow. If he wanted to follow, then follow. Why did he have so many tricks? The divinator said helplessly, I want to. Lin Fan nodded, okay, since you want to, then I will take you in as a disciple. Think about it. If you are willing, then so be it. If not, then forget it. When Swordhead heard young Master Lin's words, he was stunned. Although he wasn't familiar with the divinator, he knew that he was a proud person. He had roamed the world for a long time and had a high status. How could he become someone else's disciple? One didn't even need to think about it. That was basically impossible. Swordhead shook his head. It seemed like young Master Lin was going to miss out on the help of an expert. If it was meant to be, then it was meant to be. Swordhead couldn't say much. The choice was up to young Master Lin. They could only tell young Master Lin about his background. Whether or not he treated him was up to young Master Lin. The divinator looked at Lin Fan and blinked. He was a little stunned. Disciple? Damn. He actually said such words. If someone else said such words to him, he would have risked his life to fight him. That was just too much. Did he really think that he was here to beg? That moment, rage burned in the divinator's heart. He insulted him time and time again and he was just a bully. The Eye of Destiny looked at Lin Fan. Aya. It was so fucking dazzling. Okay, I am here to follow sect leader Lin. Naturally, I will listen to your arrangements. The divinator cupped his fists and said. His expression was firm and he didn't seem like he was lying at all. Swordhead looked at the divinator with his mouth agape. He was totally stunned. Was he a fake divinator? Zhang Tianshan, since that is the case, then I will leave him to you. Bring him along in the future. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan smiled. Don't worry, sect leader. I will arrange everything. Lin Fan knew his background, but he definitely wouldn't trust him. Who knew what his goal was for coming to Martial Path Mountain? But as long as he wasn't a dog of the Alliance, so what if he gave him a chance? Zhao Lishan stood beside Swordhead and said softly, Swordhead, didn't you say that this person has an extraordinary background? Why can he take such humiliation? Swordhead didn't understand. He thought about it for a moment and said slowly, maybe he has a request, which is why he is willing to take such humiliation. Truthfully, he really didn't understand what the divinator was thinking about. Young Master Lin was really amazing, but even so, there was no need for him to lower himself like that, right? Since he wasn't welcomed, then he could just leave. What was the point? The divinator didn't know what Swordhead was thinking, otherwise, he would have grumbled. What do you know? If I meet someone with such great luck, let alone becoming a disciple, I'll even consider becoming a servant. A rare chance was right in front of his eyes. If he didn't cherish it, he would regret it in the future. Zhao Lishan thought about it. Then we have to be careful in the future. Since the matter was solved, Lin Fan wasn't interested anymore. He just wanted to have a good rest. As for the divinator joining in, that was just a small interlude and it wasn't much at all. Zhang Tianshan took the divinator away. To Zhang Tianshan, he always felt that Lin Fan was a fraud who wasn't doing well. Compared to him, the gap was just too huge. Looking at how pitiful he was, if he had time, he would teach him a lesson. He would develop him into a qualified fraud. The divinator heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could join Martial Path Mountain and enjoy the benefits of the luck, then it would be a success. In the past, his thoughts were really simple. He just wanted to find someone with decent luck. He didn't need to reach the peak of the dynasty, but he didn't want it to be too bad. Who would have thought that there would be such a monstrous genius with such luck? If he couldn't even grab such a chance, then he would have lived his life for nothing. He looked at Zhang Tianshan, who was leading the way. This person was covered in luck, and his destiny was showing signs of riches and honor. In the future, he would probably be someone important. With his strength, for him to have such a destiny, he was already an anomaly. Logically speaking, such strength should have disappeared long ago, and he should have become one of the commoners. Suddenly, the divinator stopped on the spot. His eyes opened wide and he was in a daze. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Zhang Tianshan frowned. What was going on with this old fellow? What was he looking at? He followed his gaze and saw that the person in the distance was Go Zi. What was there to be surprised about? Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, who is this person? The divinator asked anxiously. Zhang Tianshan said impatiently, Go Zi. He is the sect leader's servant. Don't offend him, otherwise the sect leader will beat you up. The divinator was stunned. The image of a great emperor. He was the second luckiest person in Martial Path Mountain. If he didn't ask to die and nothing unexpected happened, his future would be amazing. I want to become a servant. The divinator muttered to himself as if he had discovered something extremely important. He could tell that the other party's luck was also acquired. It wasn't Xiantian luck at all. That could only mean that his destiny was formed under sect leader Lin's guidance. That was just too terrifying. Zhang Tianshan took a look and heard his muttering. He only had one thought in his mind. Something was wrong with him. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.